Chapter 80. When Ling Xiao woke up on the next day, Li Su was nowhere to be found. However, from his conversation with Li Su last night, he knew that Li Su was about to enter the inner region of the mountain range. According to Li Su, there was a bridge not far from here that led to the depths of the inner region. However, this bridge was abnormally dangerous, and the slightest carelessness could cause one to fall into the abyss. Even after crossing the bridge, the spirit beasts in the inner region were at least at the second level, and third-level spirit beasts were also common. In the depths of the inner region, there were also fourth and fifth-level spirit beasts. He advised Ling Xiao not to casually step into the inner region of the mountain range. Ling Xiao knew that what Li Su said was the truth, and he didn't have the courage to enter the inner region for the time being unless he became a high-level mystic cultivator and had the ability to protect himself. Ling Xiao continued to search for the secret realm. He was thinking that if he couldn't find the secret realm in 3 days, he would give up and go back. He had been out for more than a month, and if he didn't go back soon, his family and the old master would be worried. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. There are no third-level spirit beasts around here. Where could it be? Ling Xiao still hadn't found anything, and he was becoming more and more uncertain about this so-called secret realm. Forget it. It seems like it's really just a scam. I'd better go back. Ling Xiao muttered to himself in disappointment. He had completely given up on continuing to search for the secret realm. Just as Ling Xiao was about to leave, the blue flame wolf growled a few times at the golden wolf king. Then the golden wolf king transmitted a message to Ling Xiao. Master, little flame found something. Found what? Let's go take a look, Ling Xiao said in surprise. Before long, they arrived at the edge of the abyss, and the blue flame wolf kept growling at the bottom. Ling Xiao shrank back and walked to the edge of the abyss. He stuck his head down to take a look, and gusts of cold wind blew at him, making him feel cold. Didn't find anything? Ling Xiao took a few glances, and saw that there were only some weeds at the bottom of the cliff and nothing else. Just as he was about to shrink his head back, his pupils shrank and he immediately exclaimed, That's wind grass. More than 10 meters below the cliff, there were 3 gray grasses, which were obviously wind grasses. The wind grass was a high-rank 3-wind attribute spirit grass. When Solitary Eagle pledged allegiance to him, he gave him a stalk of wind grass. He didn't expect it to grow under the cliff of the abyss at the border of the 2 worlds. Moreover, there was more than 1 stalk, there were 3 in total. If he hadn't obtained the wind grass from Solitary Eagle before, he would have only regarded these 3 stalks as ordinary weeds. After all, they were small and inconspicuous, making it hard for people to notice them. However, Ling Xiao wasn't overwhelmed by this sudden joy. He hurriedly retreated because he knew that a place with chilling wind grass would usually have chilling wind beasts. Chilling wind beasts were powerful rank 3 spirit beasts. Even if he and his 2 spirit wolves joined hands, they still wouldn't be a match for them. Xiaojin, can you see if there are any particularly powerful fellows nearby? Ling Xiao asked the Golden Wolf King. The Golden Wolf King sensed for a moment and said, Master, I really didn't find any powerful fellows. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, and then he muttered to himself. Could it be that there aren't any wind beasts guarding this place? This time, Ling Xiao hesitated. 3 high-rank 3 wind grass. This was a spirit grass that could be auctioned for an astronomical price. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't tempted, but he was also afraid that there were powerful spirit beasts guarding them. He was afraid that they would be eaten before he could obtain the spirit grass. Master, I want to eat those 3 stalks of grass. They can increase my combat strength, the Golden Wolf King said. The Golden Wolf King was a variant 3-eyed wind wolf. In addition to having the metal attribute, it also had the wind attribute. If it ate the high-rank 3 wind grass, it would definitely be able to greatly increase its strength. Ling Xiao asked again, Are you sure that there aren't any powerful fellows nearby? Master, there really aren't any. My senses can't be wrong. The Golden Wolf King replied with certainty. Damn, let's go all out. Ling Xiao rubbed his hands together and made up his mind to obtain these 3 wind grass. As the saying goes, seeking wealth amidst danger. Without any risk, there wouldn't be any benefits. Ling Xiao looked for some grass vines nearby, then he tied them together tightly. After he made sure that there were no problems, he walked back to the abyss and tied the grass vines to a big tree. Xiao Jin, you must watch it carefully. Don't let anything break this grass vine. Otherwise, your most handsome master will die, understand? Ling Xiao solemnly told the Golden Wolf King. Yes, master. The Golden Wolf King replied. Following that, Ling Xiao also tied the grass vines to his body and slowly climbed down the cliff. Gusts of Yin wind and evil qi surged up from below. Ling Xiao had no choice but to circulate his profound energy to protect his body, but he still felt extremely cold and uncomfortable. The Yin qi is really heavy. No wonder it can grow Yin wind grass. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart and carefully climbed down. If he was the slightest bit careless and fell into this bottomless abyss, even 10 lives wouldn't be enough to save him. At this time, 3 low-ranked 2 green wind cranes flew past in the sky. There are 2 spirit wolves down there. A simple and honest youth sitting on a green wind crane said in astonishment. What's so strange about this? We're about to enter the inner area. There are many high-rank spirit beasts here. A handsome youth sitting on another green wind crane replied. Only the veiled girl in the middle didn't say anything. Weren't these the 3 people Ling Xiao met a few days ago? There are still people down there. The simple and honest youth was surprised again. This time, the handsome youth curled his lips and didn't reply. It was obvious that he was getting impatient with the simple and honest youth. 8th Senior. The simple and honest youth called out to the handsome youth. Junior, what's wrong? The handsome youth replied impatiently. Isn't that the person down there the one you killed a few days ago? The simple and honest youth asked. How is that possible? The handsome youth didn't believe him, but he still looked down. It really is that stinking brat. He didn't die. This time, I'll make sure you die without a burial. The handsome youth's killing intent surged. He didn't think that his opponent would be able to survive his attack. He was furious. Just as the handsome youth was about to order his green wind crane to fly down, the girl finally spoke. She nervously said, Let's go, it's a rank 3 lightning eagle. Screech. Not far away, a large black eagle let out a cry and flew towards them. As soon as the black eagle cried out, the 3 green wind cranes began to sway. It was obvious that they were extremely afraid of the eagle. However, just as the 3 of them were about to retreat, they saw the eagle fly down the cliff. The Golden Wolf King and the Cyan Flame Wolf howled at the black eagle, but they were constantly retreating. They knew that this eagle was far stronger than them. Master, there's a powerful fellow coming. The Golden Wolf King didn't forget to send a mental message to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was already very close to the 3 Yin wind grasses, but as soon as he heard the Golden Wolf King's mental message, his hands trembled and he slid down a few meters, passing the Yin wind grasses. Damn, what a huge eagle. Ling Xiao looked up and saw a black shadow that blotted out the sky swooping down on him. He was horrified. Not daring to hesitate, Ling Xiao grabbed onto the vines and used all his strength to climb up. He didn't even dare touch the 3 Yin wind grasses. Nothing was more important than his own life. Unfortunately, he still wasn't fast enough. The lightning eagle's claws were already reaching for him. Crap! Ling Xiao let out a startled cry. Being in midair, there was nothing he could do. He could only allow the lightning eagle to do whatever it wanted. The lightning eagle grabbed Ling Xiao's body with a single claw, and with another cry, it directly pulled Ling Xiao into the air. The vines binding Ling Xiao were instantly torn apart. Haha, damnable bastard, it seems even spirit beasts don't want to let you off. The handsome youth in the air couldn't help laughing when he saw this. Quick, it's flying towards us, the girl cried out once more. She didn't dare to hesitate and urged her green wind crane to flee. The other 2 youths also didn't dare to linger, and also urged their green wind cranes to flee. Screech! The lightning eagle cried out once more, and a wind blade shot out towards the handsome youth's green wind crane. The green wind crane didn't even have time to dodge, and its wings were cut by the wind blade. It let out a startled cry and immediately began to fall. No! Junior brother, save me! The handsome youth cried out, and before he could stabilize himself, he also fell from the sky. He was several hundred meters in the air. Even a spirit master would die if he fell from that height. 8th Senior brother. The honest-looking youth called out, and immediately had his green wind crane fly down to catch the handsome youth. Whoosh! The handsome youth landed on the honest-looking youth's green wind crane, and his face was deathly pale as he let out a sigh of relief. You guys quickly flee down, I'll deal with it. The girl took out her soft sword and stood on the green wind crane as it charged towards the lightning eagle. Ling Xiao, who was under the claws of the lightning eagle, looked at the valiant and formidable girl in blue, and thought to himself, how beautiful. The rank 3 spirit beast already had its own consciousness, and it knew that someone was challenging its overlord's dignity in the air. It once again spat out a wind blade towards the girl. However, the girl's strength was not ordinary, and the soft sword in her hand also sent out a blue light. Boom! It was as beautiful as a blue firework in the air. How terrifying! Could it be that girl also has the strength of a spirit master? Ling Xiao looked at the clash in front of him, and his heart went wild with shock. 8th senior brother, let's go support junior sister. The honest-looking youth asked the handsome youth behind him. The handsome youth was a bit scared and he said, it's better not go. Junior sister's strength is far above ours, and I believe that she can escape the lightning eagle. He had been scared out of his wits by the lightning eagle just now, so how would he dare to go up and fight? Wouldn't that be seeking his own death? No, what if something happens to junior sister? The honest-looking youth disagreed, and then he urged the green wind crane to fly up again. Are you crazy? If you want to go, then go by yourself. Put me down first. The handsome youth anxiously shouted. Boom boom. A few more energy clashed in the air. AI. 8th senior brother, I've misjudged you. The honest-looking youth sighed and unwillingly watched the battle in the sky. He then forced the green wind crane to descend, and the senior brother on his back jumped to the ground. After the handsome youth jumped down without hesitation, the honest-looking youth once again urged the green wind crane to fly up. At the same time, he took out the 2 huge axes on its back and shouted, Junior sister, I'll help you. Chapter 81. The simple and honest-looking youth's pair of silver axes shone brilliantly. With one look, one could tell that it was at least a second-tier mid-tier weapon. He stood on the back of the green wind crane and brandished his axes. 2 earthy yellow rays of light shot towards the lightning eagle from behind. He had originally thought that it would cause some damage to the lightning eagle, but who knew that the lightning eagle seemed to have grown eyes on its back and dodged upwards, using its claws to block the attack with Ling Xiao. The pitiful Ling Xiao was directly hit by the 2 earthy yellow rays of light. Ling Xiao had no choice but to take 2 solid hits. He let out a startling scream and spat out a mouthful of blood. Ling Xiao only felt that his body was tossing and turning. He was clearly already seriously injured, but he still roared at the simple and honest-looking youth. Big guy, can your eyes work a little better? Are you trying to murder me for money? I didn't do it on purpose. Sorry, I just wanted to help my junior sister. The simple and honest-looking youth apologized apologetically. Senior brother, you go down first. You're not its match. The young girl on the green wind crane on the other side called out to the simple and honest-looking youth. At this time, the lightning eagle no longer paid attention to the young girl, and directly turned to pounce at the simple and honest-looking youth. It was obviously angry that it had just been ambushed. Damned mongrel, I'm not afraid of you. The simple and honest-looking youth was not afraid of the lightning eagle pouncing at him. Instead, he slapped his huge axe to meet it. Senior brother, run. The young girl immediately cried out in alarm. She condensed a strong Xian energy in her hand and swung her sword through the air. A blue sword aura that was 10 times stronger than what a normal high-level Xian cultivator could use flew towards the lightning eagle. The lightning eagle seemed to have been prepared. Its body nimbly tilted and it dodged the attack. At the same time, its huge wings danced and actually flashed out 2 purple rays of lightning towards the simple and honest-looking youth. Thunder attribute attack. Ling Xiao, who was under the claws of the lightning eagle, cried out in alarm. Generally, attributes were divided into the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. However, there were also other attributes, such as wind, lightning, light, and darkness. Of the 9 attributes, the one with the strongest attack power wasn't the metal or fire attributes, but the lightning attribute. Heavenly lightning had the power to destroy heaven and earth. Those who possess the lightning attribute would also need to absorb the power of heavenly lightning to cultivate their bodies, allowing their bodies to reach the pinnacle. Then they would be able to use heavenly lightning as their strongest attack. However, this Type 3 lightning eagle seemed to only be able to use its own attributes to attack. It had yet to summon the heavenly lightning to attack. Even so, its attacks were still terrifying. The purple lightning crackled, and the surrounding air was torn apart. The simple and honest young man's expression changed. The green wind crane didn't even have time to dodge, so he could only grit his teeth and wave his pair of gigantic axes, sending dozens of profound energy to meet the lightning. Boom. Ah. The simple and honest young man's move was completely useless, and he was directly engulfed by the lightning. The lightning directly struck his body, causing him to let out a blood-curdling screech as he flew down from the sky. Fortunately, his mount, the green wind crane, caught him in time, allowing him to survive. However, looking at his charred and miserable state, it was impossible for him to continue fighting. "Senior brother." The young girl cried out, and her beautiful eyes revealed a dense killing intent. She waved the flexible sword in her hand repeatedly, and streams of water-like spiritual energy converged. She can actually gather spiritual energy? This impossible. Ling Xiao's expression was filled with shock as he watched the young girl actually gather the spiritual energy in the air. It must be known that this was a powerful move that only super experts of the king stage could use. At the profound practitioner stage, one could condense profound energy to cultivate. Once the profound energy reached a certain level, one could force the body to release it, and this was equivalent to successfully breaking through to the profound scholar stage. At the spirit master stage, one could mobilize the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cultivate. At that time, the body would not be cultivating profound energy, but spiritual energy. However, a spirit master could only absorb spiritual energy to cultivate, and could not mobilize the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to attack. If one could use the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to attack, then it would only be possible after reaching the king stage. The young girl in front of him was at most a low-level spirit master, but she could mobilize spiritual energy to attack. This was too unimaginable. The handsome young man below stared at the battle in midair and muttered to himself in shock. Junior sister is going to use that move. It's really terrifying. I believe that she can definitely kill this mixed fur beast. On the other side, the Golden Wolf King and Cyanfire Wolf continuously howled. They were both worried for Ling Xiao, especially the Golden Wolf King. This concerned its life, and if Ling Xiao died, it could only be buried with Ling Xiao. The spiritual energy around the young girl continued to gather, and her aura continued to rise, creating an enormous pressure in the surroundings. The veil covering her face was soaked by the sweat on her cheeks. It could be seen that it was not easy for her to use this move. The lightning eagle obviously sensed the power of this move. It raised its head to the sky and let out a cry, spitting out a few wind blades. Its wings flapped at the same time, and a few bolts of lightning mixed with the wind swept towards the young girl. What an intense battle! I'm afraid that even a high-level mystic cultivator would be smashed to smithereens if they were hit by one of the bolts of energy. Ling Xiao was under the eagle's claws and forgot about his own safety. He looked at the shocking battle in front of him and thought in shock. Just at this moment, the young girl cried out in surprise. She swung her flexible sword. The already condensed water spiritual energy was like a ball of water. It contained a powerful destructive power as it collided with the lightning eagle's wind blades and thunder lightning. Boom boom. The incomparably swift and fierce attack made an explosive sound in midair. The huge water spiritual energy ball dispersed the wind blades and lightning, and continued to smash towards the lightning eagle. Screech! The lightning eagle cried out in shock and flapped its huge wings. Another few bolts of lightning shot out, and at the same time, its claws loosened, and Ling Xiao fell from midair. The lightning eagle escaped the powerful attack, but many feathers on its lower abdomen were shaken off. Ah! Save me! Ling Xiao waved his limbs like a tortoise in midair and cried out. This was a few hundred meters in the air. If he fell like this, there was no way he could survive. Damn it! Didn't they say that good people will be rewarded? How could such a good person like this young master have such a short life? Heavens! You really have eyes but can't see. Ling Xiao fell into endless despair and roared angrily. He was unwilling to accept this. He had died twice at such a young age. No one wanted to die. Elder Lu, come out and save me. Ling Xiao was at his wit's end. He thought of Lu Wang in his sea of consciousness and kept calling for him. Unfortunately, Lu Wang didn't respond. As his body fell faster and faster, Ling Xiao closed his eyes and accepted the call of the god of death again. Suddenly he fell onto something soft and fluffy. Ling Xiao opened his eyes and shouted. Could it be that this young master didn't die because of his luck? If you don't want to die, then shut up. A clear and melodious voice rang out next to Ling Xiao's ear. Ling Xiao finally saw the situation clearly. He was sitting on the azure wind crane, and it was the young woman who had been fighting the lightning eagle that had saved him. Fairy, many thanks for saving my life. Ling Xiao hurriedly thanked the young woman who was half reclining on the azure wind crane, but in his heart he was thinking, what a fragrant smell, and what a great figure. The young woman didn't have time to pay attention to Ling Xiao. She used a forbidden technique and powerlessly clung to the azure wind crane, urging it to escape. The lightning eagle was the overlord of the sky, and it was no match for the young woman. On the ground, there might be a chance for survival. Unfortunately, the difference in level between the green wind crane and the lightning condor was just too great. Moreover, the girl's extremely powerful attack had completely enraged the lightning condor. Although it hadn't been hit in a vital spot, it had still caused it to lose quite a few feathers. It swore to kill this damned human. With a few flaps of its wings, it instantly arrived in front of the azure wind crane. This time, the lightning eagle didn't use any elemental attacks. It just pecked at the azure wind crane with its beak, and its claws weren't idle either. It directly clawed at the azure wind crane's wings. The azure wind crane let out a cry, and its body swayed. The young woman on its back and Ling Xiao rolled into a ball, and were about to fall to the side. Fortunately, Ling Xiao managed to grab onto the azure wind crane's feathers in time, and he used his other hand to hold onto the young woman's delicate body. The lightning eagle looked at the young woman and Ling Xiao's miserable struggle, and it seemed to be even more pleased with itself. It once again pecked at the azure wind crane's neck, and a large piece of flesh was pecked off. The azure wind crane swayed a few times, and then directly fell to the ground. The young woman on its back and Ling Xiao both cried out in surprise. The young woman's veil was blown away by the wind. A beautiful face suddenly appeared right in front of Ling Xiao. That tender face was as smooth as jade, and her beautiful eyes that rippled with autumn waves were flowing with a luster that made people feel pity for her. Her eyelashes that were as long as butterflies could make any man fall in love with her. She had a delicate nose, and her lips that were half opened and half closed exhaled like orchids. Her facial features matched perfectly, as if she was filled with an immortal aura that no one could bear to profane. She was as calm as water. Coupled with her light blue silk dress that was like water, her sleeves fluttered in the wind. She was like an otherworldly fairy that descended from the heavens. Her beauty was dazzling. So beautiful. Ling Xiao stared blankly at the young woman who was only 17 or 18 years old, and he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. It was as if some part of his heart had been touched, and an unprecedented feeling welled up. The young woman frowned slightly. She didn't pay any attention to Ling Xiao. Instead, she kept thinking about how to save herself. Screech. When the lightning eagle saw that the two of them hadn't fallen off the azure wind crane's back, it screeched, and a wind blade flew towards the azure wind crane. Xiao. The azure wind crane was cut into two halves by the wind blade. The young woman and Ling Xiao both cried out in alarm and fell off the crane's back. Damned beast, even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Ling Xiao knew that he wouldn't be so lucky this time. He immediately pulled the young woman into his embrace and whispered to the young woman, "Hold on to my body tightly." Then he let go of the young woman and slapped the hidden arrow on his other arm. Xiao. A small arrow flew out from Ling Xiao's arm. Screech. The lightning eagle was caught off guard and was struck in the abdomen by the arrow, letting out a screech. The lightning eagle didn't die just like that. Instead, it became even more vicious. With a flap of its wings, 2 bolts of lightning shot towards Ling Xiao and the young woman. Not good. Ling Xiao cried out in alarm. He quickly turned around with the young woman in his arms, using his body as a shield in front of the young woman. Boom! Ling Xiao was struck and let out a wretched cry. A mouthful of blood sprayed onto the young woman's perfect and flawless face. The 2 of them rapidly fell. At this time, the lightning eagle also struggled a few times before its large body also began to fall. Clearly, the poison from the arrow had taken effect. Chapter 82. In midair, Ling Xiao was still holding the beautiful girl. He had been struck by the lightning eagle, and his body rapidly fell. Below, the Golden Wolf King and the Cyan Fire Wolf howled as they chased in the direction Ling Xiao had fallen. On the other side, the honest-looking youth who had been heavily injured by the lightning eagle had barely managed to consume a medicinal pill. When he saw his junior apprentice sister fall, he hurriedly urged the green-winged crane to chase after her. Quick, fly faster. The honest-looking young man ignored the wounds on his body and gritted his teeth as he urged the green-winged crane. Unfortunately, the distance was too great, and the speed at which the 2 of them were falling was too fast. He couldn't catch up in time. The 2 of them hadn't fallen to the ground. Instead, they had fallen into the abyss. Go down, we have to catch them, the honest-looking youth roared once more. He was extremely anxious. His junior apprentice sister had an extremely high status in the sect. If anything happened to her, they would definitely suffer the wrath of the sect. The green-winged crane let out a cry and spread its wings in pursuit. The green-winged crane chased down for nearly 100 meters. Just as it was about to catch up, it let out a tearing cry and actually stopped chasing down. Instead, it quickly flew up, as if it had encountered something terrifying. What are you doing? Hurry up and catch them. The honest-looking youth viciously slapped the green-winged crane's body. But the green-winged crane still ignored him. It continued to let out a cry, and no matter how the honest-looking youth urged it, it refused to go down. Damned beast! The honest-looking youth angrily roared and viciously punched the green-winged crane. He could only watch as his junior apprentice sister and Ling Xiao fell into the bottomless abyss. Junior apprentice sister. The Golden Wolf King and the Cyan Fire Wolf ran to the edge of the abyss and also howled. A war. The 2 of them were abnormally pale as they fell. The girl was so frightened that her face had lost all color. She tightly hugged onto Ling Xiao's waist. Although she was much stronger than Ling Xiao, when faced with a life or death situation, she would still be afraid just like everyone else. What should I do? What should I do? Ling Xiao kept shouting in his heart. This time he was completely helpless. The 2 of them didn't know how long they had been falling. The girl even fainted in Ling Xiao's arms. Although Ling Xiao was holding the beautiful girl, he didn't feel the slightest bit of joy in his heart. He looked at the girl in front of him and revealed a poignant smile. 2 deaths is better than 1 death. Just as the 2 of them were about to land on the ground, Ling Xiao let out a loud shout and spun around with the girl in his arms. He lifted the girl's body up and placed himself under her. Boom! The 2 of them fell to the ground. Half a day later, above the abyss, the 2 youngsters were having a heated argument. Junior brother, you should give up on this idea. We should hurry back to the sect and ask for help. Maybe junior sister will still have a chance to survive, said the handsome young man to the simple and honest young man. The simple and honest young man's injuries had stabilized after consuming a medicinal pill. However, his face was still extremely pale and his hair was charred black. He glared at the handsome young man and said, "If you want to go back, then go back yourself. If I can't find junior sister, then I definitely won't go back. Why are you so stubborn? The green-winged crane doesn't even dare to fly down. What if you go find junior sister?" The handsome young man said in a bad mood. "Yes, I am stubborn, but I'm not as cowardly as you. I was wrong about you before. You aren't worthy of being my senior brother," the simple and honest young man angrily said. Then he dragged his heavily injured body to find some grass vines and tied them together. He planned on personally going down into the abyss to find her. "I don't have any guts." "What do you know? You clearly know that you aren't a match for the lightning eagle, but you still went up. You're clearly courting death. Look at you now. How have you helped junior sister? Aren't you just dragging her down?" retorted the handsome young man, unwilling to be outdone. Bullshit, don't make excuses for yourself. If you want to go, then go by yourself. I definitely won't go back until I find Junior sister, said the simple and honest young man resolutely. The handsome young man's face twitched, and his fists were tightly clenched. A wave of killing intent surged out of him. Who? After a while, the handsome young man still didn't have the heart to do it. He turned his head and called out to the green-winged crane that had originally belonged to the simple and honest young man. Then he jumped onto the crane's back, no longer carrying the simple and honest young man, and directly flew into the air. The simple and honest young man turned around and looked at the distant handsome young man. He muttered to himself, "What a cowardly person. No wonder Junior sister didn't take a fancy to you." Following that, the simple and honest young man continued to tie up the grass vines. Within the dark abyss, the keen wind and baleful aura were extremely heavy. Waves of corrosive air wafted out, causing people to feel extremely nauseous. On the ground, a man and a woman were lying there. Weren't they Ling Xiao and that young woman? Not long after, the young woman who was lying on top of Ling Xiao slowly opened her eyes. "Am I dead?" the young woman muttered to herself. Following that, she felt something pressing down on her body. She hurriedly looked down and saw a handsome youth under her body. "Ah!" The young woman let out a startled cry and hurriedly crawled up from Ling Xiao's body. It seemed that she was very concerned about skin contact between men and women. However, when she saw the trace of blood at the corner of Ling Xiao's mouth, she paused for a moment, and then used her hand to move Ling Xiao's arm. "Hey, wake up! Wake up!" The young woman called out twice, but there was no response from Ling Xiao. She extended her delicate hand and gently probed Ling Xiao's nostrils. "Dead. Dead." The young woman withdrew her delicate hand in shock. Her expression was even paler from fright. She looked at Ling Xiao, and then raised her head to look up. When they were falling, the two of them were clearly hugging each other as they fell. How could this youth in front of her be pressed down by her body? The answer was obvious. This youth died to save her. Just when the young woman was at a loss of what to do, a burst of strange cries came, causing her beautiful face to pale in fright. She took out a few medicinal pills from her bosom and swallowed them. Then she walked over and dragged Ling Xiao's body to a clean place to hide. She used a forbidden technique. For at least a month, she wouldn't be able to use her spiritual power. Right now, she was no different from an ordinary person. Facing an unknown situation, she was also very afraid. What should I do now? The young woman sat with her hands hugging her legs. She looked at Ling Xiao in front of her and thought. Gradually, the young woman became too tired. She closed her eyes and fell asleep again. At this moment, Ling Xiao's body underwent an astonishing change. His body was surrounded by a faint green and yellow halo. It appeared very holy and pure, illuminating the surrounding ground. In Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, a small tree emitted a strong vitality. A few strands of green energy came from the tree's roots towards Ling Xiao's damaged limbs and internal organs. Wherever the green energy went, the damaged meridians and internal organs gradually showed signs of recovery. At the same time, the two major profound techniques in Ling Xiao's body started to circulate at the same time. The three-part origin returning qi circulated the profound energy in his dantian and fed it back to Ling Xiao's body. The Vajra 5 transformation technique absorbed the green energy from his sea of consciousness, nourishing and repairing the muscles in his body, those damaged meridians, tendons, internal organs. Under the cooperation of the small tree in his sea of consciousness and the two major profound techniques, they gradually began to recover. After his heart absorbed the green energy, it started to beat again. After an unknown amount of time, Ling Xiao finally walked through the gates of hell and woke up. Where is this? Ling Xiao struggled to get up. Unfortunately, all the bones in his body were broken, and his internal injuries were extremely severe. He couldn't get up at all. Am I not dead yet? Ling Xiao felt pain all over his body and doubtfully muttered to himself. Ling Xiao felt himself and found that he was still alive. It was just that he had suffered a very serious injury. It's good that I'm not dead. As long as I'm alive, there's hope. Ling Xiao secretly rejoiced. At this time, the young girl's soft voice came from beside him and asked, You're not dead yet? Ling Xiao stared blankly for a moment and then said weakly, I'm not dead yet, but I can't move. Can you help me take out the dew-returning pill and qi-replenishing pill from my bosom, and let me take them to heal my injuries? The young girl didn't say anything and directly threw a few pills to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at the pills and said with a bitter smile, Can you help me put them in my mouth? My limbs are all broken. Oh. The young girl replied and put the pill in Ling Xiao's mouth. When the pill was at his lips, Ling Xiao opened his mouth and gently closed it. Unexpectedly, the young girl's finger was also in his mouth. Ah! The young girl let out a soft cry and quickly retracted her hand. Cough, cough. Ling Xiao almost swallowed the pill that the young girl had stuffed into his mouth. He coughed a few times and spat out some blood from the corner of his mouth. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. The young girl blushed and lowered her head to apologize. After Ling Xiao swallowed the pill, he faintly smiled and said, It's fine. I was the one who offended you first. Oh. After the young girl responded, she didn't say anything else. Following that, the scene fell into silence. All that was left was the sound of a cold wind blowing, and the strange cries of unknown spirit beasts. By the way, can you open a hole so we can go in and take shelter from the wind? The lying Ling Xiao was the first to break the silence. I can't. I don't have any spiritual power. The young girl faintly replied. After listening to the young girl's reply, Ling Xiao then remembered the young girl's extremely powerful move. He knew that the young girl's situation was only a bit better than his. He didn't say anything else and began to concentrate on healing his injuries. Ling Xiao operated the two mysterious techniques at full speed to absorb the pill he had just swallowed. Suddenly, a powerful medicinal power was divided. The two mysterious techniques were like hungry wolves pouncing on the food and immediately swallowed the medicinal power. What kind of pill is this? It must be a higher level pill than the dew-returning pill and the qi-nourishing pill. Ling Xiao immediately felt that the pill that the young girl fed him was extraordinary. The dew-returning pill and the qi-nourishing pill didn't have such powerful medicinal power. These two kinds of pills belonged to the high level of the first level, and were extremely precious in Meteor City. However, the pill that the young girl fed him was at least at the second level. Otherwise it wouldn't have such a powerful medicinal power. With enough medicinal power, Ling Xiao closed his eyes and focused on healing his injuries, hoping that his body would recover as soon as possible. However, not long after, a black shadow slowly walked out from the darkness. What's that? The young girl looked at the two lights in the darkness and exclaimed. In the darkness, a black shadow slowly walked out. The young girl picked up the flexible sword beside her and was on guard. What appeared in front of her was a dark black spirit beast. Apart from its pair of big eyes, the rest of its body was almost integrated with the darkness. When it came a little closer and looked carefully, it could be seen that it was more than a meter tall and had 6 small beast legs. The last 4 slightly larger legs were inserted into the ground to support its body, and the first 2 slightly smaller legs were raised high. Its head was very big, and its eyes were as big as lanterns. It also had 2 antennae, and its body was dragging a round tail. From its mouth came a strange cry, Gigi, black devouring ant. The young girl recognized the identity of this spirit beast and cried out in alarm. Black devouring ants were a rare dark attribute spirit beast. They liked to stay in the dark cliffs and ravines. They were spirit beasts that lived in groups, and their numbers were very large. This black devouring ant was only a meter tall, and seemed to only have the strength of the high level of the first level. If it was a second level black devouring ant, it would be at least 2 meters tall. Right now, there was only one black devouring ant here. It seemed to be a scout that had come out to find prey. Even so, the young girl felt very bad. Now that she had lost all of her spiritual energy, she was just like an ordinary person. It was impossible for her to be a match for the black devouring ant. The black devouring ant didn't launch an attack. Instead, it constantly waved its antennae and let out Gigi sounds, as if it was observing the situation of its prey. Don't be afraid, I have a hidden arrow on my arm that contains a large amount of poison. Take it and shoot it. Ling Xiao opened his eyes and said. At this moment, his body was quickly recovering, but it still wasn't completely healed. He couldn't even stand up to fight, so he could only use the hidden arrow again. This hidden arrow was his ultimate life-saving move. He didn't want to use it unless he had no other choice. This was because the hidden arrow could only be used 5 times. The first time was used on the illusory demon, the second time was used on the lightning eagle, and only 3 times were left. When the young girl heard Ling Xiao's words, she immediately went to look for the hidden arrow on Ling Xiao's arm. The black devouring ant saw that its prey had moved, so it also began to move. It shook its body and attacked the young girl and Ling Xiao. The young girl finally took off the hidden arrow on Ling Xiao's arm, and turned around to directly shoot at the black devouring ant. The black devouring ant was immediately hit by the arrow. It stopped its body and repeatedly let out strange cries. However, just when the young girl thought that the black devouring ant would undoubtedly die, the black devouring ant actually ran over again. Why is it useless? The young girl turned pale with fright and cried out in alarm. The hidden arrow in her hand shot out again. The last 2 arrows of the hidden arrow landed on the black devouring ant's body. The black devouring ant was shot repeatedly, and 3 small holes opened up on its body. It was in so much pain that it went berserk. It sped up its footsteps and smashed one of its slender legs towards the young girl. The young girl couldn't dodge in time, and her body was fiercely whipped into the air. Then she fell heavily onto the ground. The black devouring ant still didn't seem to be satisfied as its slender leg continued to smash towards the young girl. Ah! The pitiful young girl screamed continuously from the black devouring ant's abuse. The light muslin on her body was torn in many places and streaks of blood gushed out. At this time, Ling Xiao's heart felt as if it was being cut by a knife. He lay on the ground and gritted his teeth. His mouth kept shouting madly, "Faster, faster!" The 2 great profound arts in Ling Xiao's body circulated rapidly. The profound energy washed the damaged muscles in his body again and again, and the light around his body became more and more dazzling. Finally, after the 2 great profound arts absorbed the medicinal power of the pellets, his body quickly healed. Those injuries were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Done. Ling Xiao cried out in surprise as his body bounced up from the ground. He didn't think too much as both his legs swept up a fierce profound energy and fiercely kicked towards the black devouring ant grass in the wind. Poo-pee-you. Ling Xiao consecutively kicked the round tail of the black devouring ant a few times. The black devouring ant was kicked away by Ling Xiao. Chapter 83. Damned brat, I'll kill you. Ling Xiao looked at the young girl covered in wounds, and his heart was bleeding. His eyes were red with anger as he struck towards the black devouring ant once again. Countless palm shadows struck towards the black devouring ant's round tail. Every palm contained all of Ling Xiao's profound energy. Boom boom. GG. The black devouring ant did not even have the chance to react as its round tail was smashed into pulp by Ling Xiao's palms. A large amount of black liquid flowed out from its round tail. Not long after, the black devouring ant died under Ling Xiao's frenzied attacks. Huff huff. Ling Xiao gasped for breath as he dragged his still not fully recovered body to the side of the young girl. The young girl's body was covered in wounds as fresh blood flowed out continuously. You have to hold on. Ling Xiao helped the dying young girl up. Without hesitation, he took out his dew-returning pills and energy-nourishing pills and fed them to the young girl. His hands continuously transferred profound energy to the young girl. After the young girl barely swallowed the pills, Ling Xiao carried her on his back and picked up the blue crystal sword and silver ghost blood blade that were not far away before leaving the place. If they did not leave now, they might not be able to leave anymore. They did not walk far before they encountered a few black devouring ants. One of them was especially large with a body over 2 meters tall. It was obvious that it was a black devouring ant that was above rank 2. Fortunately, these black devouring ants only circled around the vicinity and did not find anything out of the ordinary. They carried the corpse of the dead black devouring ant and left the place. At this time, Ling Xiao carried the young girl to a hidden place with difficulty. Using his blade and sword, he opened up a 2-meter deep hole in the cliff wall and carried the young girl in. After settling the girl down, Ling Xiao moved some stones from the outside and covered most of the cave entrance. Then he climbed into the cave. After entering the hole, he isolated himself from the cold wind and felt a little warmer. Ling Xiao took out the piece of crystal that he obtained from the illusory demon. Instantly, the hole became slightly brighter, and he could at least see the environment inside the hole. Ling Xiao looked at the girl with pity, his eyes filled with an unprecedented gentleness. The young girl had lost all of her spiritual power, and there were many injuries on her body. Her complexion was extremely pale, and she seemed to be in a terrible state. "What do you think?" Ling Xiao asked softly. The girl curled up in a daze and said, "Cold, so cold." Without saying a word, Ling Xiao took off the animal skin he was wearing and draped it over the girl's body. However, the girl was still trembling, and her condition did not improve. Ling Xiao touched the girl's forehead and felt that it was burning hot. "She's having a fever," Ling Xiao exclaimed. Then he placed his hand on the girl's wrist and transferred a stream of dark force to her. However, his own condition was not very good. The profound energy he had transferred over was like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. It was simply not enough. Ling Xiao looked at the girl's pitiful appearance, and his mood was terrible. It could be said that his entire heart was tied to this girl. She was the first girl that had moved his heart. Even though Bai Yuxi, Luo Qingshuang and Wei Dian were not bad, they had never truly moved Ling Xiao's heart. The feeling he had towards this girl was completely different from the feeling he had towards them. Ling Xiao had no choice but to carry the girl in his arms. The girl's faint fragrance assaulted his nostrils, causing Ling Xiao's heart to be in a mess. "Why are you still thinking about this at a time like this?" Ling Xiao gave himself a slap, then swallowed a few medicinal pellets, and started to calm his mind. His body started to circulate the three-part origin returning technique and the Vajra 5 transformation technique. On one hand, he was recovering his condition, and on the other hand, he was repairing his body. At the same time, he was generating a large amount of heat to dispel the cold for the girl. Gradually, Ling Xiao entered a state where he forgot about himself, and the profound energy in his body was circulating at high speed. The girl felt the warmth of the heat and hugged Ling Xiao's waist tightly. Her head kept burrowing into Ling Xiao's arms until she found a comfortable position. Not long after, she fell asleep in Ling Xiao's arms. A large amount of medicinal energy was absorbed and divided by the two great profound arts. The various hidden injuries and injuries in his body were all healed. When Ling Xiao's body was healed, the Vajra 5 strength technique stopped circulating. Only the three-part origin returning technique was still devouring the remaining medicinal energy, transforming it into profound energy and guiding it to his dantian. The ball of bright and clean energy in his dantian became more and more condensed. Pure profound energy gathered one after another, and the extra was divided to attack the meridians. In an instant, another 2 to 3 small meridians were attacked, and the profound energy circulated even faster. Ling Xiao didn't know how long he had been meditating, but he felt that he was in an extremely wonderful state. The energy in his body surged and continuously flowed around his body, giving him an indescribable feeling of comfort. It was as if the profound energy in his body could be controlled by him at any time, and could break out of his body at any time. Finally, Ling Xiao realized something. Profound energy could be forced out of the body and condensed into form to attack. Wasn't this the sign of breaking through to the profound night realm? Now that his mental state and profound energy were both extremely stable and sufficient, if he didn't break through, when would he have to wait? Ling Xiao made up his mind. The three-part origin returning technique in his body revolved crazily. He controlled the profound energy to continuously surge between his meridians. One after another, the profound energy was extracted from his dantian, and finally gathered together to attack the space between his palms. Boom boom. Ling Xiao's palms blasted towards both sides, and instantly, 2 explosive sounds rang out. The 2 sides of the cave entrance were blasted out by Ling Xiao's profound energy, forming 2 huge pits that were over a meter deep. Ling Xiao's mouth was agape as he looked at this astonishing destructive power, and muttered to himself, "Reach the profound night realm?" However, before he had the time to think, there was another change in his body. One by one, The profound energy was like a wild horse breaking free from its restraints, unceasingly attacking Ling Xiao's body. In a moment, Ling Xiao's meridians expanded by more than a fold, and those tiny meridians were opened up by another 10 or so. From the original 34 meridians, he opened up as many as 52 meridians. He was one step closer to the third stage of the three-part origin returning technique. Not only that, along with the increase of Ling Xiao's strength, his sea of consciousness also expanded by quite a bit. That little tree in the sea of consciousness took the opportunity to absorb Ling Xiao's profound energy, and after a while, it actually grew a little, and the green vitality was even more exuberant. After another 2 hours, Ling Xiao finally withdrew all the profound energy in his body to his dantian. The ball of light in his dantian expanded by more than a fold, and the profound energy circulating was very abundant. Moreover, this profound energy actually had a few colors, and looked extremely beautiful and holy. Finally became a profound night, Ling Xiao lightly exclaimed, and only felt that his body was filled with energy. He couldn't help but want to jump up and cheer, but then he remembered that he was still hugging a beauty in his arms, and only then did he stop his actions. He looked at the young lady who was still sleeping soundly in his arms, and only felt very happy and fulfilled in the depths of his heart. Between the outer and inner periphery of the desolate mountain range, there was a huge chasm. The chilly wind and evil wind kept surging upwards, and the strange cries of spirit beasts rang out from time to time. In this desolate place, there were 2 wolf spirit beasts, one gold and one green, howling nonstop, as if they were whining about something. Under the chasm, it was always in darkness, the weeds and shrubs were withered, and everywhere was filled with corrosive air. In a hidden place, in a cave entrance covered by stones, a man and a woman were snuggling up to each other. The man was extraordinarily handsome, and the woman was beautiful and alluring, but both of them looked a little battered and exhausted. Needless to say, they were Ling Xiao and that young lady who had been on the verge of life and death. Ling Xiao didn't dare to move, and only maintained sitting cross-legged. His body kept circulating the profound energy to disperse the chilly wind, and provide enough warmth for the young lady in his arms. Both of them didn't know how long they had been in a protective stalemate, until the young lady was a little tired from sleeping, and then she turned her body slightly. She pulled the wounds on her body, and she couldn't help but let out a soft cry. "You're awake." Ling Xiao patted the young lady's shoulder lightly and asked gently. The young lady hesitated for a moment, and then let out a shocking cry. Then she wanted to escape from Ling Xiao's embrace, who knew that this movement of hers would pull the wounds on her body, and she sucked in a breath of cold air. Her legs went soft, and her body fell into Ling Xiao's embrace again. Previously, Ling Xiao only cared about providing the young lady with heat and his own breakthrough, so he didn't take a closer look at the young lady's body. Now that he saw it, the hideous wounds couldn't cover up the delicate skin that was originally tender and elastic. "Bastard, let me go." The young lady's internal injuries hadn't healed, and her external injuries were quite severe. She couldn't muster any strength at all, and could only weakly call out. Ling Xiao lightly sighed, and put away the lustful thoughts in his heart. He lightly patted the young lady's shoulder and comforted her. "You're heavily injured, don't move around, okay? I don't need you to care. You're such a despicable person who takes advantage of others. You'll be punished by the heavens, woo-woo." The young lady bit her red lips and scolded, and her beautiful eyes flowed with tears of grievance. Ever since she was young, she had never suffered such grievances. She had actually been taken advantage of by a strange man, and a desire to die rose in her heart. "Hey, don't cry. I'm doing this to save you," Ling Xiao explained. He was depressed in his heart. Wasn't it just a hug? It wasn't like they did anything, so what loss was there? Was there a need to curse like this? Ling Xiao's words made the young lady cry even harder. She said with tears in her eyes, "You shameless villain, taking advantage of others when they're down. You won't die a good death." As the young lady cried, she kept cursing Ling Xiao. "Are you done cursing? I've saved you time and time again, and it's fine if you don't appreciate it, but you're still cursing me. What kind of manners are you?" Ling Xiao fiercely pushed the young lady to the side and scolded her fiercely. The young lady pushed to the side and retorted while crying, "You saved me so you can insult me? I'd rather you kill me and give me a clean death. What? You should feel it yourself. How did I insult you? What an unreasonable woman. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, and then he shouted, somewhat speechless. It turned out that this woman had really misunderstood what he had done. Ling Xiao knew that the young lady hadn't realized what was going on, and he didn't bother comforting her. It would be better for her to think about it. Thus, Ling Xiao kicked away the rocks at the entrance of the cave and walked out. Seeing Ling Xiao walk out angrily, the young lady thought back to Ling Xiao's words and immediately sensed if there was anything wrong with her body. After a while, she finally realized that she might have misunderstood Ling Xiao. Although her body was covered in injuries, these were all caused by the black devouring ants. And when she was unconscious, she vaguely remembered that she seemed to be leaning against a warm harbor, bringing her safety and warmth in this endless dark and cold place. Chapter 84. Did I really blame him wrongly? The young girl lay on the ground and stopped her tears as she muttered to herself. But he hugged me, so he also violated me. The young girl found an excuse for herself. She still didn't want to forgive Ling Xiao, but she felt much better in her heart. Next, she wanted to take out her healing pills from her bosom, but her hand was split open. Just as she raised it, she felt another wave of pain. She couldn't help but let out a miserable cry. The young girl helplessly looked outside the cave, but unfortunately, she didn't see Ling Xiao's figure. Next, she heard the strange cries of spirit beasts coming from outside. She couldn't help but think of the black devouring ants, and her heart couldn't help but feel fear. Before she was injured, she was a powerful spirit master, but after being injured, she was no different from an ordinary person. She would also feel fear and worry. The young girl wanted to call out to Ling Xiao, but she couldn't let go of her girl's modesty. She didn't call out and only muttered to herself in disappointment. What a stingy man! Squeak, squeak. Another wave of spirit beasts sounded, and it seemed to be getting closer and closer. The young girl's face was deathly pale, and she couldn't help but muster all of her strength to call out. Hey, where did you go? In this kind of dangerous situation, she could only rely on Ling Xiao. Otherwise, she would have to face the spirit beasts devouring. She was worried that Ling Xiao really wouldn't leave because of her. What would she do? Now you know I didn't do anything to you. Really? Ling Xiao faintly walked in from outside the cave. In fact, he had been guarding the cave and hadn't left even half a step. He was just giving her space to think. Stingy man. After the young girl saw Ling Xiao, she felt a bit more at ease. However, she still muttered in a low voice. In the sect, her senior and junior brothers all adored and cared for her, but this man was so fierce to her. This made her very unhappy. If she had her current strength, she would immediately teach him a lesson. Speechless, Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "Tell me, what do you want me to help you with?" Ling Xiao knew that he couldn't treat such a lofty beauty with common sense. The more he tried to please her, the more she would think of him as a lowly person and wouldn't value him. Therefore, he planned to do the opposite. He liked her, but he didn't have time to wait on her. The young girl turned her face away and asked in a low voice, "Can you help me get the pill?" Medicinal pills? I still have a few. Ling Xiao took out dew-returning pills and qi-nourishing pills from his lapel. Those low-tier medicinal pills of yours are too slow. I have mid-tier, second-tier medicinal pills here, she replied. Oh, where is it? I'll get it for you. Ling Xiao put away his medicinal pills and replied. He had previously taken the pill that the young girl had given him, and it was indeed much better than his dew-returning pill and qi-nourishing pill. Otherwise he would not have recovered so quickly. On my belt. The young girl's face turned red, and her voice was as soft as a mosquito. If it weren't for Ling Xiao's good hearing, he wouldn't have been able to hear it. Ling Xiao was overjoyed and immediately nodded. I'll help you get it. After saying that, Ling Xiao leaned over and touched the young girl's body. Before Ling Xiao's hand even touched her, the young girl couldn't help but cry out in alarm. I haven't touched it yet. Do you still want to take it? Ling Xiao asked as he placed his hand in front of the young girl. In fact, he really wanted to touch it, but in order to prove that he absolutely didn't have the intention to violate her, he could only endure. You can take it, but don't touch it. The young girl's face became even redder, and her tender face looked like it was dripping blood. It was very cute. Then I'll take it. Ling Xiao replied, and his large hand directly touched the young girl's bosom. In an instant, a refreshing feeling caused Ling Xiao's beast blood to boil. He secretly said in his heart, "Oh my God!" Ling Xiao couldn't help it, and his large hand deliberately touched her, taking advantage of the young girl. Ah! The young girl's delicate body couldn't help but lightly tremble. Did you find it?" The young girl asked weakly. She didn't know why she would feel that way when touched. She turned her face away, closed her eyes, and didn't dare to look at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao touched her a few more times, and then reluctantly took out a small bottle from her bosom. He said, "I finally found it." But in his heart he was secretly exclaiming, "How could it be so easy to find?" Ling Xiao poured out 2 medicinal pills, and the medicinal fragrance of the pills immediately filled the entire cave, making people feel refreshed. As expected of a second-stage medicinal pill, such a small pill should be worth at least 10,000 gold coins. Ling Xiao secretly said in his heart. Following that, he fed the medicinal pill to the young girl. The young girl's jade lips lightly touched his palm, causing his heart to ripple. After the young girl ate the medicinal pill, Ling Xiao didn't care whether she was willing or not. He hugged her body. The young girl was startled. "What are you doing?" Ling Xiao shook his head and didn't reply. Instead, he helped her sit up so she could feel a bit more comfortable. The young girl knew that she had once again misunderstood Ling Xiao. She didn't even dare look at Ling Xiao. "By the way, what's your name?" Ling Xiao was speechless, so he asked the girl. The young girl hesitated for a moment, and then pursed her lips. "Yinmingqi. Ah, you really are like your name. You even have the same name as my mother. The two of us really are fated," laughed Ling Xiao. "Who's fated with you?" the young girl grumpily asked. Then she curiously asked, "What's your mother's name?" Although the young girl was powerful, she was still only 17 or 18 years old. She also had the curiosity of an ordinary girl. "Meng Xiyun. Doesn't Meng and Yin have the same name as you?" "So Mingqi, we really are fated." "Right, I'm called Ling Xiao." "Don't forget," said Ling Xiao. Inside, he was thinking that since the heavens had allowed him to meet such a peerless beauty, he definitely had to take her as his wife. Otherwise, if he let such a beautiful wife go, the heavens wouldn't forgive him. "That's just a coincidence." "You're thinking too much," said the young girl. She was thinking, this fellow really is a scoundrel, but his name really does match his character. He always has that annoying smile on his face. "It doesn't matter if you admit it or not. In any case, that's what I think," said Ling Xiao. "You must be hungry. I'll go find something to eat." "Don't. I don't want to stay here by myself," said the young girl. "Don't worry, this place is very well hidden. Ordinary spirit beasts won't be able to find it. I'll be back soon, okay?" comforted Ling Xiao. "But Yin Mingqi hesitated. She was too shy to say that she was afraid. "I have to go out and find something to eat, otherwise we'll all starve to death here. But don't worry, I'll make sure to seal up the cave. I'll be back soon, be good." Ling Xiao walked up to Yin Mingqi and patted her shoulder. Afterwards, he draped a piece of beast skin over her body. Without waiting for Yin Mingqi to agree, he turned and left the cave. Afterwards, he placed a few more stones over the cave, leaving only a few holes for ventilation. Only then did he leave. Yin Mingqi blankly stared at the departing Ling Xiao. Then looking at the beast's skin wrapped around her body, her heart couldn't help but ripple. Unfortunately, his strength is a bit lacking. Yin Mingqi's eyes were filled with sadness, and she couldn't help but sigh. After Ling Xiao left the cave, he saw that this place was covered in endless darkness. Gusts of Yin wind and baleful qi made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Shrinking his body, he circulated his fire attribute energy to warm himself. For a moment, he didn't know where he should go to find food. This damned place. Could it be that it's a land of death? Cursed Ling Xiao in disappointment as he looked at the vicious environment. Right before we fell, wasn't there a green wind crane that was shot down by the lightning eagle? It should be nearby. Let's look around and maybe we'll be able to find it. Ling Xiao suddenly remembered that before they had fallen, the handsome youth's mount had been shot down by the lightning eagle. Hoping to get lucky, he walked over to where it had originally been injured. When Ling Xiao returned to his original location, he found that the devouring black ant he had killed was nowhere to be seen. Fuck, looks like there's definitely a nest of devouring black ants nearby. AI, this is bad. The green wind crane has probably been carried away by them. Ling Xiao's mood suddenly became terrible, but he still insisted on looking around. Sitting around and waiting for death wasn't a solution. Ling Xiao hadn't walked very far when he heard a strange GG sound. This was clearly the sound of devouring black ants. It was very noisy, and it seemed that there wasn't just one devouring black ant. It was possible that it was a group. Ling Xiao held his breath and stealthily walked over. As expected, he saw a dozen high-level first-ranked devouring black ants walking in rows. In the middle, there were 4 devouring black ants that seemed to be carrying something. In the darkness, it was difficult to see what it was. When the devouring black ants came closer, Ling Xiao was able to clearly see what they were carrying. It was actually the level 3 lightning eagle that he had shot down with the hidden arrow. It's a pity that it's not a green wind crane. This lightning eagle is poisoned and can't be eaten. Ling Xiao lamented in his heart. He paused for a moment and then thought, however, the level 3 lightning eagle has a beast core. That's a good thing. I definitely can't let it go. Ling Xiao recalled that a level 3 spirit beast could already condense a beast core, and the value of a beast core was immeasurable. It could be used as the core of a level 3 weapon, allowing the weapon to add a powerful attack attribute. It could also be used to devour and absorb energy to advance, but it had to be of the same attribute. No matter which benefit it was worth it for Ling Xiao to snatch this lightning eagle's beast core. What's more, the devouring black ants in front of him were only high-level first rank. He had already broken through to the Mystic Night realm, so killing these dozen devouring black ants shouldn't be a problem. After making up his mind, Ling Xiao drew the blue crystal sword and with a loud shout, he waved a powerful sword chi towards the dozen devouring black ants. In an instant, the blue crystal sword emitted a dazzling golden light. Rays of metal attribute sword chi flashed, and it was as sharp as a blade. Xiao xiao xiao. Chi chi chi. Wherever the sword chi went, a few devouring black ants would become souls of Ling Xiao's sword. After being attacked, all of the devouring black ants panicked, and they all rushed towards the enemy that had suddenly appeared. Ling Xiao's confidence soared after his first move succeeded, and he charged towards the devouring black ants. Come, let me fight to my heart's content. Ling Xiao's fighting spirit sword. This was his first battle after breaking through to the Mystic Night realm, and he wanted to use these devouring black ants as a touchstone to see just how strong he had become. Chapter 85. Sword Trace. Tyrant Style First Form. At this moment, something strange happened. The blue crystal sword in Ling Xiao's hand was no longer shining with a golden light, but a ball of raging flame. The flame was like a dragon, blasting out one after another. The entire place was covered in flames and scorching hot. The black devouring ants were dark attribute spirit beasts, so they were most afraid of fire attribute attacks. The flame that Ling Xiao blew out burned their bodies. All of the black devouring ants screamed and struggled. Out of the dozens of black devouring ants, only 3 were left. The 3 black devouring ants didn't even dare to look at the food they were carrying. They let out strange cries and disappeared into the darkness. What's going on? Ling Xiao blankly looked at everything he had caused. He didn't understand why he could use fire attribute attacks. When Ling Xiao broke through to the Mystic Knight rank at the age of 15, he already knew that his attribute was metal. Now that he broke through the Mystic Knight rank again, being able to use a metal attribute attack wasn't strange in the slightest. However, this sword scar of his was a fire attribute attack. Moreover, the attack energy wasn't any weaker than the metal attribute. This meant that both his metal and fire attributes were equal. He just didn't understand why he could have fire attribute. Could it be a mutation that happened after he transmigrated? Ling Xiao sunk into deep thought. Normally, people only had a single attribute. Even if they had 2 attributes or multiple attributes, They would only have one attribute that was especially pure. It was rare to see two attributes or multiple attributes that were equally pure. If the two attributes or multiple attributes were equally pure, and all of them were extremely pure, then this type of constitution was extremely rare. Moreover, it was almost invincible within the same rank because they could attack their opponent regardless of attribute, catching them off guard. However, this kind of constitution had a big drawback. The higher the rank, the harder it was to break through. It was several times harder than a single attribute fighter. Why was this said? This was because when a martial artist reached the spirit master level, their body would change to cultivating spiritual power. To advance to the spirit master level, one needed to accumulate spiritual power of the same attribute. A martial artist with a single attribute only needed to absorb spiritual power of a suitable attribute to advance. As for a martial artist with two or more attributes, they needed to absorb two or more attributes at the same time to advance. Naturally, the time needed would be much longer than normal martial artists. As for whether it was good or bad, let's not talk about it for now. Ling Xiao thought for a while, and a flash of understanding flashed in his mind. Could it be because of the three parts returning to origin qi? If that's the case, then I'll at least have ice and wind attributes. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao put away the blue crystal sword and punched out with his bare hands. Xiao! A layer of silvery white frost appeared on his fist and flew out. Boom! A deep hole covered in frost was blasted out of the cliff beside them. There really is an ice element. Ling Xiao exclaimed with a wild laugh. Then he used the wind god's kicks, wind-catching shadow. The shadows of his legs gave off a sharp gust of wind, cutting the nearby soil and the corpses of the black devouring ants into pieces. Haha, the three parts returning to origin qi actually cultivates three elements at the same time. They are the cloud-pushing forces fire element, the heavenly frost qi's ice element, and the wind god's art's wind element. Adding on my original metal element, I now have 4 elements. When I fight with others, I can change my element and surprise my enemies. Suddenly Ling Xiao laughed out loud, feeling extremely proud of himself. At this time, there was a burst of noise from the darkness not far away. It was obvious that more black devouring ants were coming. Let's get the beast core first. Ling Xiao noticed the commotion and quickly took out the lightning eagle's beast core. With a wave of his hand, a sharp wind blade flew towards the lightning eagle's head. Pooh! The lightning eagle's head was cut open, revealing a fist-sized beast core. This beast core was clearly twice the size of the Golden Wolf King's. The main reason was that the Golden Wolf King hadn't broken through to the 3rd rank, so the beast core was a bit smaller. Ling Xiao went down to retrieve the beast core. Just as he was about to leave, the black devouring ants arrived. This time, there were actually over 10 of them. They formed a dense black mass that filled the entire valley. Fuck, is there a need for such a large formation? Ling Xiao couldn't help letting out a strange cry when he saw this group of black devouring ants. He felt his hair stand on end. The majority of these black devouring ants were at the high level of the 1st rank. Only the 2 at the front had reached the low level of the 2nd rank, and they were already 2 meters tall. GG. The 2 black devouring ants at the front let out 2 strange cries, and the group of high-level 1st-rank black devouring ants behind them crazily charged towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was just about to turn and run, but then he thought that if he ran back, he would definitely draw these black devouring ants to the cave entrance. That would bring disaster to Yunmingqi. Come, let me kill to my heart's content. Ling Xiao took out his blade, a powerful battle intent surging within him. Just as the first wave of black devouring ants was about to reach him, Ling Xiao's blue crystal sword shot out, once again using sword scar. Countless flaming sword shadows slashed at the black devouring ants. At the same time, the silver ghost blood saber in his other hand slashed out with a chilling glare. A frosty saber shadow slashed forward. Gee, the 2 moves were used at the same time. Flame soared into the sky and ice flashed. More than a dozen black devouring ants were killed. Quite a few of them were instantly killed by the fiery light. Their corpses were even set ablaze and emitted a foul stench. Quite a few of them were cut in half with sparkling snowflakes on their corpses. The power of the Mystic Knight rank is actually not ordinary. Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel a surge of confidence. If he was still a high-level profound practitioner, it would already be pretty good if he could kill two at once. Not to mention that the defense of these black devouring ants was not weak. Now that he was at the Mystic Knight rank, the killing power of his moves had also increased by more than 10 times. Because the black devouring ants were especially afraid of fire attribute attacks, after the first wave was killed, the other black devouring ants did not dare to move forward. The two black devouring ants at the very front waved their antennae, as if they were communicating with each other. Ling Xiao did not have time to waste with them here. His battle intent was surging, and he directly charged towards the two rank 2 black devouring ants. As the saying goes, to catch the bandits, first catch the ringleader. If he killed these two black devouring ants, the rest should retreat. Ling Xiao brandished his sword and blade, and a dazzling golden light swept towards the two rank 2 black devouring ants. These two rank 2 black devouring ants were not as easy to deal with as high-level first rank ones. They could already use profound energy to attack. Thick black fog revolved around their antennae, and immediately after, 4 rays of black fog flew towards Ling Xiao's golden light. When the golden light reached the black fog, it was actually corroded, and it still flew towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao saw this and retreated and exclaimed, "Dark attribute attack, and it also carries a corrosive poison. Looks like I can only use fire attribute attacks." Ling Xiao put away the silver ghost blood blade, and only used the blue crystal sword to attack the two black devouring ants with a sword trace. The two rank 2 black devouring ants once again used their antennae to attack. Unfortunately, their dark attribute was countered by Ling Xiao's fire attribute. The black fog that flew over was directly burned by the flames, and the fire sword chi even attacked the antennae of the two black devouring ants. GG. The two black devouring ants were slow to react, and before they could retreat, their antennae were chopped off by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's killing intent rose, and he only used fire attribute attacks. Streams of fire instantly flew towards all the black devouring ants in front of him. There were many black devouring ants, and it seemed like they could not be killed. "Come, I'll kill as many as you come." Facing the swarming black devouring ants, Ling Xiao shouted. He finally used the second form of the tyrant style, Sword Flowing Cloud. Sword Flowing Cloud. The sword chi was melodious like flowing water. It was different from the overbearing force of the sword trace, and this move was very suitable for a battle where the few could win against the many. Streams of flames continuously flew towards the swarm of black devouring ants, and everywhere they went, the black devouring ants would be injured by the flames. These black devouring ants would immediately start burning the moment they came into contact with the flames, and they would let out miserable cries. For a moment, the entire place was filled with an especially unpleasant burning stench. After a round of killing, most of the black devouring ants were killed by Ling Xiao, but there were a few that took advantage of the chaos to escape. Stopping his attacks, Ling Xiao took in deep breaths. After this battle, his profound energy consumption was especially large. Without thinking, he threw the last of the chi-nurturing pills into his mouth to recover his profound energy. In this harsh environment, if he used up all his profound energy, it would be an extremely dangerous thing to do, because he did not know when another strong spirit beast would appear to attack. Ling Xiao did not dare to stay in the same place, and hurriedly ran back. Who knew that after walking a few steps, he would see a black shadow on top of a withered tree on a cliff that was a few meters high. What's that? Ling Xiao immediately became vigilant. Taking a closer look, it was actually the corpse of the green-winged crane that was hanging on the withered tree, and had not fallen. "You really made me look for it." Ling Xiao was overjoyed, and with a wave of his hand, a wind blade flew upwards. The withered tree was cut in half, and the withered tree branch and the green-winged crane fell together. Ling Xiao immediately jumped over, and carried the giant green-winged crane's corpse. Then, without stopping, he immediately ran back to the cave he came from. Just as he was about to reach the entrance of the cave, Yin Mingqi's scream could be heard. Ling Xiao could not help but become anxious. He raised his speed to the limit, and instantly arrived in front of the cave entrance. He saw another two black devouring ants moving rocks in front of the cave entrance. It was obvious that they had discovered Yin Mingqi's location, and wanted to go in and capture her. Damned thing. Ling Xiao threw the green wind crane to the side, and instantly unsheathed the blue crystal sword. A fiery light flashed. The two black devouring ants were immediately beheaded. Ling Xiao moved the remaining rocks away and ran into the cave. Mengqi, don't be afraid, I'm back. When Yin Mingqi saw that Ling Xiao had returned, she actually ignored the pain on her body and threw herself into Ling Xiao's embrace, crying bitterly. It was obvious that she was scared out of her wits. Ling Xiao's heart was melted, and he immediately patted her back and comforted her. I'm sorry, it was my fault. It's fine now, don't be afraid. After crying for a while, Yin Mingqi gently pushed Ling Xiao away and stammered. I'm fine now. Chapter 86. Ling Xiao knew that Yin Mingqi was embarrassed and didn't point it out. He immediately said, you should feel much better after taking the pill. Let's roast some food and then change places. There are many black devouring ants nearby, so we can't stay here for long. Okay. Yin Mingqi was like an obedient wife and lightly nodded her head. After Ling Xiao comforted Yin Mingqi, he went outside the cave to roast the green wind crane's corpse. The green wind crane's body was huge, and aside from its feathers, there was still quite a bit of meat left. It was enough for the two of them to maintain for a while. Ling Xiao roasted some of it and brought it into the cave for Yin Mingqi to eat. Come, I'll feed you. Eat more and you'll feel better. Ling Xiao knew that Yin Mingqi's limbs were inconvenient, so he immediately fed her. His tone was as gentle as coaxing a child. Yin Mingqi hesitated for a moment, but she still ate the meat that Ling Xiao brought over. Ling Xiao happily watched Yin Mingqi eat. He smiled and said, you look so beautiful when you eat. Yin Mingqi's face was slightly red, and she ignored Ling Xiao and continued to eat. After a while, a large piece of meat fell into her stomach. Do you still want to eat? There's still a lot outside, Ling Xiao lightly asked. Thank you, but no need. Yin Mingqi gratefully replied. That's good. I'll go eat a bit and then we'll leave. Ling Xiao said and then left the cave. Yin Mingqi couldn't help but smile as she watched Ling Xiao's departing figure. Her beauty was incomparable. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao didn't have the fortune to see it. After Ling Xiao was 70% full, he roasted the rest of the crane meat dry. Then he took off the last piece of underwear on his upper body and divided it into two halves. One half wrapped around the crane meat, and the other half wrapped around the spirit herbs and the beast core that he had obtained earlier. Then he returned to the cave. This time, when Yin Mingqi saw Ling Xiao's appearance, although she was worried, her reaction wasn't as intense as before. However, her eyes were still filled with vigilance. Ling Xiao shook the bag in his hand and explained, clothes are used to wrap dried meat. Only then did Yin Mingqi relax her guard. She lightly said, put it on. Yin Mingqi was talking about the beast skin wrapped around her body. This was originally given to her by Ling Xiao. I'm fine, my body is very strong. Ling Xiao patted his sturdy chest, then squatted down and said, can I carry you out of here? Ling Xiao asked in a pleading tone. He didn't want to offend the beauty again. Yin Mingqi had no choice but to nod her head in agreement. Following this, Ling Xiao carried the nimble Yin Mingqi on his back. The soft and fragrant scent on his back made his heart flutter. Although he had already carried Yin Mingqi on his back twice, the first time he didn't have the mood to enjoy it. He only cared about escaping. But now he truly felt the refreshing feeling of having a beauty on his back. Yin Mingqi, who was on Ling Xiao's back, also felt a strange impact. Her body became more and more limp. She discovered that this man of the same age as her had sharp and resolute edges, and his skin was as smooth and tender as a young girl's. His entire person seemed to be extraordinarily handsome. At this moment, she quietly developed an inexplicable feeling for this man who had saved her time and time again. A deep sense of dependence made her calmly accept his care and frivolity. For a moment, she felt that her life seemed to be a lot more substantial. Facing this unknown environment didn't feel that it was so scary. Between the deep ravines, there was only a wide path. There was no choice but to go forward or backward. Ling Xiao knew that there was a black devouring ant swarm behind him, so he naturally didn't dare to go back. He could only go forward, hoping to find light and water. Of course, it would be better if he could find a way out, but the possibility was almost zero. The two of them hadn't gone far when they heard an impatient sound behind them. Needless to say, the black devouring ant swarm was chasing after them. Just now Ling Xiao didn't kill them all, and he sent a few back to get reinforcements. This time, there must be even more black devouring ants. Ling Xiao's footsteps gradually quickened. Yin Mengqi said softly from behind, "How about you put me down and run by yourself?" "Bullshit. Even if I die, I won't let anything happen to you," Ling Xiao scolded very firmly. He instilled the wind attribute into his feet, and coupled with the cloud shadow footsteps, he ran faster and faster. Yin Mengqi, who was on Ling Xiao's back, didn't look down on Ling Xiao because of Ling Xiao's vulgar words. Instead, she felt a warmth in her heart. The two of them didn't know how long they had been running for. They could no longer hear the black devouring ants behind them, but the evil wind they were facing was getting heavier and heavier. Ling Xiao had consumed a lot of profound energy, and felt that the front seemed to be even more dangerous. So he stopped moving forward. "You sit first, I'll open a hole." Ling Xiao put Yin Mengqi down, and then with a few elemental attacks, he opened another hole in the cliff. This hole was wider and deeper than the previous one, to make it more convenient for the two of them to stay in. Yin Mengqi looked at Ling Xiao's elemental attacks and couldn't help but ask, "You broke through to the profound night level?" Before the two of them fell, Ling Xiao's strength was only at the peak of high level, and now that Yin Mengqi had lost all of her spirit energy, she couldn't see through Ling Xiao's true strength at all. She only saw Ling Xiao's fist techniques and exclaimed in surprise, "Yes, I broke through by luck." Ling Xiao nodded disapprovingly. To be honest, if it was in the past, he might have shown off a bit. However, Yin Mengqi was the same age as him, yet she already had the terrifying strength of a spirit master. This made him, a genius that only appeared once in 100 years in Meteor City, feel inferior. How could he still show off? Ling Xiao carried Yin Mengqi and put her in the hole, and like before, he found a few boulders to block the hole, and then climbed in himself. After entering the hole, Ling Xiao felt a bit warmer. He was currently naked, and if it wasn't for the fact that he had just broken through to the profound night level, he would have probably been frozen to death by the increasingly dense Yin Wind evil qi. "I still have some pills here, eat one to recover your profound energy," Yin Mengqi said faintly. After speaking, her charming face blushed, as if remembering the scene where she was taken advantage of by Ling Xiao. "I'll leave it for now. The situation here is very bad, so I'll save some if I can. I'll be fine after meditating for a bit," Ling Xiao said, and then entered into a meditative state. The two of them didn't know that their situation was becoming more and more dangerous. Under the endless chasm, the Yin Wind evil qi surged, and the dense Yin Wind evil qi soared into the sky. In the tens of meters wide ravine, there was a group of black spirit beasts walking. These spirit beasts were like an army, lined up neatly, and their numbers were terrifying. They advanced in a single direction, and along the way, they made chirping sounds that were extremely ear-piercing. These thousands of spirit beasts were the black devouring ants. In the middle of this group of black devouring ants, there was an especially large one. When it stood up, it was actually over 3 meters tall. Two soft and thick antennae that were like spirit snakes constantly swayed, and its lantern-sized eyes were filled with a cold and fierce light. Without saying, this was the Black Devouring Ant King, a high-level spirit beast that had already reached the low 3rd rank. Beside it, there were tens of 2-meter-tall 2nd-rank Black Devouring Ants. These tens of Black Devouring Ants majestically guarded the Black Devouring Ant King's side. In front and behind, there were 1st-rank Black Devouring Ants opening up the path and bringing up the rear. Not far away from this group of Black Devouring Ants, there was a cave that was blocked by rocks. Within it, there was a man and a woman. The man was currently sitting cross-legged, cultivating, while the woman was staring at the man, her beautiful eyes occasionally filled with confusion. Weren't they Ling Xiao and Yin Mengqi who were in dire straits? "Those damned black devouring ants are following us." Ling Xiao cursed as he awoke from his meditation. "Don't tell me we're going to keep advancing?" Yin Mengqi faintly asked. "If we don't advance, are we just going to wait for death?" From that sound, I'm afraid there's a large group of black devouring ants. This time, they must have come out in full force. Ling Xiao helplessly sighed. Yun Mingqi glanced at the entrance of the cave and revealed a poignant smile. Perhaps we won't be able to escape death in the end. Ling Xiao looked at the forced smile on Yun Mingqi's face. Her gaze and her smile were both filled with a melancholy radiance. It was just like a poem from the ancients. Once a city is toppled, then a country is toppled. Perhaps Ling Xiao felt that the word toppled wasn't enough to describe Yun Mingqi's celestial beauty. Ling Xiao's heart ached, and hot blood rushed to his head. He hugged Yun Mingqi, and his thick lips pressed down on her jade lips. Boom. Yun Mingqi felt as if she had temporarily lost the ability to think. She only knew that she had been disrespected. Hiss. Suddenly Ling Xiao pushed Yun Mingqi away. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. His lips were stained with blood, and it was obvious that he had been bitten by Yun Mingqi. If you continue to disrespect me like this, I'd rather bite my tongue and commit suicide. Yun Mingqi was extremely resolute. Although she had gradually changed her view of Ling Xiao, she still couldn't change her traditional way of thinking. Moreover, she still couldn't say that she loved Ling Xiao. It was just that this was the first time she had gone through thick and thin with a man, and she had an inexplicable feeling towards him. I'm sorry, I couldn't control myself. Who told you to be as beautiful as a fairy? Ling Xiao revealed a sincere expression as he apologized. Yun Mingqi coldly snorted and turned her face away. Suddenly, a fragrant aroma wafted into her nostrils. She couldn't help but be curious as to what it was that was so fragrant. She only saw Ling Xiao take out an embroidered box from his bag. He opened the box, and inside was a small green flower. This flower was only the size of a pinky finger, and it was as dark as ink. It was as clear as water, and it was exceptionally eye-catching. This is a water blue flower. With a single glance, Yun Mingqi recognized what the spirit grass in Ling Xiao's box was. The water blue flower was a high-grade second-level water attribute spirit grass. It had the effect of strengthening muscles and bones, and was extremely beneficial to water attribute martial artists. It could allow water attribute martial artists to comprehend water attribute martial arts at a faster rate. It was comparable to a low-grade third-level spirit grass, and was an extremely rare spirit grass that was hard to find even with tens of thousands of gold. Chapter 87. This aqua blue flower was the one Ling Xiao had found in the pool where he had killed the dark-striped leopard when he first entered the mountains. He had always carried it with him and had never lost it. He also had a dozen or so level 2 spirit herbs on him, all of which were harvested in the mountain range during this period of time. That's right, this is the aqua blue flower. Ling Xiao nodded his head and then handed it over to Yun Mingqi, saying, "Eat it." You want to give it to me?" Yun Mingqi asked in surprise. Ling Xiao said with certainty, "Of course, right now you really need it to heal the wounds on your body. Otherwise, it won't look good for a long time." Ling Xiao didn't take out the aqua blue flower before, mainly because he didn't think that he would have such a healing spirit herb on him. If he hadn't seen it when he took off his clothes to wrap his flesh, he wouldn't have remembered. On the way here with Yun Mingqi, he had already thought of giving this aqua blue flower to Yun Mingqi. This way, it would speed up the healing of her wounds and not leave behind any future problems. It would also make it easier for them to escape together. Ling Xiao was a person who cherished flowers. The value of a level 2 spirit herb was not ordinary, but how could it compare to the smile of a beauty? Yun Mingqi gratefully looked at Ling Xiao, then picked up the aqua blue flower, and put it in her mouth to chew. Today's kindness, I will return it tenfold in the future, Yun Mingqi said to Ling Xiao after she finished eating. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently. This is something I am willing to do. It doesn't matter if I return it or not. I just hope that you will give me a chance to pursue you. Yun Mingqi rolled her eyes at Ling Xiao and didn't say anything else. The medicinal effect of the potion began to take effect. A wave of pure energy began to spread throughout her body, and a faint blue light appeared. The wounds on her body began to heal at an astonishing speed. Ling Xiao couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. As expected of a level 3 spirit herb, this healing speed was truly astonishing. However, at this time, the black devouring ants had already arrived near them. An ear-piercing sound made them feel extremely uncomfortable. Hearing this voice, Yin Mengqi involuntarily shrank back. Ling Xiao gestured for them to be quiet and held his breath, hoping to avoid being noticed by the black devouring ants. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao still underestimated the senses of the black devouring ants. Their antennae were even better than their eyes. They had discovered them just before they walked past the entrance of the cave. Looks like we can only go all out. Ling Xiao noticed that there were already black devouring ants moving the rocks at the entrance of the cave. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. How about, you leave first? Yin Mingqi faintly said. I said I won't leave you unless I die. Ling Xiao shook his head and said firmly. Yin Mingqi's heart trembled. She didn't know why, but when she looked at Ling Xiao again, there was a change in her heart. At this moment, a surge of pure energy flowed into Yin Mingqi's body. She felt her entire body relax, and the spiritual energy in her body could circulate freely. I have spiritual energy now. Yin Mingqi happily said. She hadn't thought that the aqua flower would not only heal her wounds, but also activate her spiritual energy. Who would have thought that after she cried out, the spiritual energy in her body would once again stop absorbing? How do you feel? Ling Xiao vigilantly looked at the entrance of the cave, and asked Yin Mingqi. I rejoice for nothing. I can only recover the strength of a low-level cultivator. Yin Mingqi unhappily replied. She had thought that her body would completely recover, but who would have thought that with just a few surges of spiritual energy, she would recover a bit of her strength and the medicinal effect of the aqua flower would be exhausted. Not bad. Catch the sword, we'll kill our way out. Ling Xiao replied and threw the blue crystal sword to Yin Mingqi. At this time, the black devouring ants finally entered the cave, but the entrance was extremely small, and only 2 black devouring ants could enter at a time. Ling Xiao didn't say anything and chopped down with his silver ghost blood blade. The cold blade light killed the black devouring ants that entered the cave. Oh no, there's so many black devouring ants. Ling Xiao pulled Yin Mingqi with one hand and ran out of the cave. Who would have thought that when he saw the black mass outside, his heart would go cold? How were they supposed to fight? Once the other side surged forward, they would be crushed to death. The 2 of them had no choice but to retreat back into the cave. What do we do? Yin Mingqi was at a loss. Don't worry, I'll hold them off for a bit. Ling Xiao stood at the entrance of the cave and replied. The silver ghost blood blade in his hand continuously chopped out of the cave. All the black devouring ants that entered the cave were killed by Ling Xiao one by one. But there were just too many black devouring ants, as if they couldn't be killed all at once. Ling Xiao's hands were tired from killing them. At this time, he suddenly saw an extremely large black devouring ant, and tens of smaller black devouring ants heading towards the cave entrance. Balls of poisonous black fog shot out. As long as you were touched by it, you would be eaten. Ling Xiao consecutively sent out tens of flames, temporarily dispersing the black fog. Then he turned and grabbed Yin Mingqi's hand, chopping towards the cave wall. He only hoped that they could dig deeper into the cave and prolong their survival. This time we're dead for sure. Ling Xiao continued to attack forward. Dirt and stones continuously fell from the cave, making his entire body a mess. The black devouring ants swarmed in one by one, as if they would only stop after eating the 2 of them. Mengqi, it looks like we'll have to die together. Ling Xiao knew that he had no power to reverse the situation, so he turned around to protect Yin Mingqi behind him. At this time, Yin Mingqi stepped forward and grabbed Ling Xiao's thick palm. She lightly said, If there's a next life, maybe I can give you a chance to pursue me. With those words, I'm willing to die. Ling Xiao replied. He snatched back the blue crystal sword from Yin Mingqi's hand, and swung it towards the black devouring ants. Shadowless blade, leaving scars. The sparkling blade light intersected with the fiery sword light. Hiss. The black devouring ants that entered the cave were either chopped to death or burned to death. The smell of burnt flesh was suffocating. Ling Xiao's blade and sword were in his hands. He was like a god of death as he stood in front of Yin Mingqi. Yin Mingqi's beautiful eyes stared unblinkingly at Ling Xiao's imposing back, her heart constantly trembling. In such a hopeless situation, he was willing to die for her, to block everything for her. Even someone with a heart of stone would be melted by his love. Kill. Ling Xiao threw caution to the wind. With a loud roar, he charged towards the black devouring ants, brandishing his blade and sword. The saber light and the sword radiance shot out in all directions. The surrounding rock cliffs were blasted open one after another. Sand and pebbles were sent flying, but not splashing. One by one, the black devouring ants died under Ling Xiao's blade. Ling Xiao's body was drenched in sweat. Just as Ling Xiao was about to exhaust his strength, the cave entrance suddenly began to shake. Boom boom. Boom boom. Suddenly, the cave began to shake, as if it was about to collapse. Rocks began to fall. Not good. Ling Xiao's expression greatly changed. He turned around and pushed Yin Mingqi to the ground, using his body to protect her. At this time, a large boulder fell from above, directly pressing down on Ling Xiao's body. Ah! Ling Xiao let out a heart-wrenching scream. A mouthful of blood sprayed onto Yin Mingqi's face. No! Yin Mingqi's eyes were filled with tears. This was the second time this man had sprayed blood on her face. Moreover, each time it was to save her. The blood was hot and intense, as beautiful as summer flowers. Yin Mingqi was truly conquered by Ling Xiao's sincerity. At this moment, she was hopelessly in love with this man she had just met. She silently prayed in her heart that if there was a next life, she would marry him. The ground of the cave suddenly caved in. Countless rocks fell. Ling Xiao and Yin Mingqi also caved in. Boom boom. Above the abyss, a simple and honest young man with grass and vines tied to him was slowly climbing down. This was Yin Mingqi's senior apprentice brother, Shi Tianhou. He had been weaving vines here for 3 days and 3 nights. In order to go down and find his junior apprentice sister, he had become extremely haggard. His eyes were bloodshot, his body was filled with a stench, and his hair was messy and unsightly. Shi Tianhou was an honest and righteous person. Like all of his fellow apprentices, he liked their junior apprentice sister. But he knew that he was not worthy of her, so he always treated her as his own little sister. Moreover, his junior apprentice sister had a transcendent status in the sect. Even if he could not find her alive, he would only be satisfied after finding her corpse. Just as he was descending tens of meters, waves of yin qi blew over, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. But his heart was firm. He clenched his teeth and slowly climbed down. At this time, 2 people suddenly appeared in the sky. These 2 people did not have mounts. Instead, they flew over. If anyone were to see this, they would definitely be shocked. Because this was something that only those who had reached the king stage or above could fly. In Meteor City, there had never been a king stage expert. Only the Ling clan's grand elder could take that step. It was just that no one knew if he had succeeded or not. The 2 people in the air were both old men in their 50s or 60s. One was dressed in a black robe, tall and thin, with a long black sword on his back. His eagle-like eyes emitted a bright light, and his whole body was filled with a fiery aura. The other was dressed in a gray robe, slightly shorter than the black-robed old man. He was slightly plump, with a heavy saber tied to his back, emitting a yellow light. His aura was not any weaker than the old man beside him. Senior apprentice brother, the place that Yifeng said is nearby, right? The gray-robed old man asked the black-robed old man beside him. I think so. The black-robed old man lightly nodded. Okay, let's go down and take a look. The gray-robed old man replied. The 2 of them began to descend. Suddenly, the 2 of them saw Shi Tianhou, who was climbing down. Tianhou. The gray-robed old man's expression lit up. Without hesitation, he flew towards the descending Shi Tianhou. The black-robed old man also followed. Shi Tianhou paused for a moment. He wiped his sweat and continued to climb. However, at this time, on the cliff that he was climbing down, a black snake as thick as a human quickly scuttled towards him. Shi Tianhou was in a daze. He did not notice that the black snake was opening its bloody mouth and biting towards him. Evil creature, die. A cry of alarm rang out. An earthen yellow light shot over. Chapter 88. Shi Tianhou's mind shook as he saw the black snake biting towards him. Just as he was panicking, The black snake's head exploded, and it fell into the abyss. Shi Tianhou let out a sigh of relief before looking up. Master! Shi Tianhou looked at the gray-robed elder in the air, and excitedly called out. Come up! The gray-robed elder pulled the vine slightly, and Shi Tianhou was once again pulled back to the edge of the cliff. Shi Tianhou quickly respectfully bowed to the two elders and said, Disciple greets master and martial uncle. The two old men nodded lightly in response. The gray-robed elder walked in front of Shi Tianhou and lightly patted his shoulder. What do you think? This elder was obviously very close to Shi Tianhou. Shi Tianhou heavily knelt down and mournfully said, Master, junior apprentice sister Shishi. Don't say any more. Your 8th senior apprentice brother has already told us. This isn't your fault. I'll go down with your martial uncle to take a look. You stay up here, the gray-robed elder said indifferently. 8th senior apprentice brother he. Shi Tianhou wanted to say something but stopped when he saw the black-robed elder. He only replied, Master, martial uncle, you have to be careful. The Yin wind is extremely heavy down here. Even the green wind crane doesn't dare to fly down. Master knows. The gray-robed elder replied, and then nodded to the black-robed elder. At the same time, they flew down into the abyss. However, when the two of them flew close to 100 meters, a surging Yin wind attacked their bodies, forcing them to use the dark protection force to protect their bodies. Senior apprentice brother, there must be something strange down there. The gray-robed elder's expression was grave as he spoke to the black-robed elder. The black-robed elder nodded in agreement. The Yin wind is so heavy. There must be something evil down there. Then could Meng Qi, the gray-robed elder, guessed. Yi Feng said that Meng Qi used a forbidden technique before falling. She has already lost all of her spiritual energy. Falling from such a height, I'm afraid. It doesn't bode well for her. The black-robed elder replied with an ugly expression. This is a great loss for our sect. If the sect master comes out, I'm afraid he'll be furious. The gray-robed elder shook his head and sighed. The black-robed elder nodded, and the two of them continued to descend. The two of them flew from top to bottom for nearly 1,000 meters before finally landing on the ground. What a heavy Yin wind and baleful aura. There's definitely something evil here. The black-robed old man's body glowed with a dense fiery light as he looked at the dark cliffs around him. He became cautious. The gray-robed elder's body released an earthen yellow light as well, and he nodded with a serious expression. This place is comparable to a place of extreme Yin. There might even be dark attribute beasts above the 3rd stage. The two slowly walked forward and suddenly saw the corpse of the black devouring ant in front. The two slowly walked forward and suddenly saw the corpse of the devouring ant corpse. There are traces of frost and fire. Did someone else fall here? The gray-haired old man speculated. That's right, the black-robed old man said. Yi Feng said that there was a young man who was only a high-level profound practitioner, who fell with Meng Qi. Obviously, he wasn't the one who caused the commotion. Maybe it was the battle between the spirit beasts. No, senior brother, look. These are blade and sword marks. The gray-robed elder looked carefully and immediately denied the black-robed elder's words. The black-robed elder also seriously looked around, and suddenly saw a soft sword not far away. He raised his hand and the soft sword immediately flew towards him. Meng Qi's water silkworm soft sword. The black-robed elder immediately saw that the sword was Meng Qi's personal item. The two elders looked at each other, and their expressions became even uglier. It was obvious that they had already prepared for the worst. They nervously continued to fly forward. They passed by a cave and went in to take a look. Senior brother, there really was someone here. The gray-robed elder said. Yes. I just don't know if Meng Qi will be blessed by the heavens. The black-robed elder replied. The two of them didn't stop and continued forward. Gigi. The strange cries of the black devouring ants sounded out non-stop. The two elders arrived at the front and saw the thousands of black devouring ants. They felt their scalps go numb. Looks like Meng Qi won't be able to escape. The black-robed elder looked at the black devouring ants and shook his head. The black mass of black devouring ants in front of him would even exhaust a spirit master to death. Only a king tier would have a chance of survival. AI. Senior brother, if you work together to kill these black devouring ants, it can be considered as revenge for Meng Qi. The gray-robed elder sighed. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. He raised his hand, and the ground immediately cracked. Dozens of black devouring ants were swallowed by the cracks. The black devouring ant king and the second-rank black devouring ants in the middle all spat out a black mist at the two elders. Layers of black mist curled up and a corrosive aura filled the entire valley. This kind of fiend land really did give birth to this kind of evil spirit beast. The black-robed elder shouted. He raised his hand and a large sea of flames bloomed. The intense flames were many times stronger than the ones Ling Xiao had released. The black mist was instantly incinerated by the flames and the black devouring ants were incessantly crying out in pain. The gray-robed elder didn't mind and continued to form hand seals. Between the ground and the cliff, rocks rolled out and crushed the black devouring ants into meat paste. With the two king-level experts working together, the thousands of black devouring ants were instantly killed. The king-level methods were truly terrifying. Let's go, senior brother. The black devouring ants shouldn't be the only spirit beast in this place. I feel an extremely powerful aura over there. Even if the sect master personally came, it would be difficult. After killing the black devouring ants, the gray-robed elder frowned. Yes, this place is too evil. Perhaps there are even higher-level things here. It's best if we don't provoke them. The black-robed elder nodded in agreement, and the two of them flew up. Returning to the cliff, the gray-robed elder picked up Shirtianho and said, "Foolish child, let's go back." Shirtianho was stunned for a moment and then asked, "Master, junior sister, she. Everything is set in stone. This matter ends here. When you go back, forget about this matter and focus on your cultivation. Don't come out until you reach spirit master level." The gray-robed elder faintly replied. After Shirtianho heard this, his expression became silent. He had already prepared for the worst, but hearing it again now, his heart still felt extremely uncomfortable. "Junior sister, goodbye." Shirtianho turned his head to look at the mountain range that was gradually getting further and further away as he thought to himself. However, they didn't know that after they left, there was still a slight movement in the abyss. In the endless mountain range, lush green trees that reached the sky, spirit beasts were roaring. In the abyss between the outer and inner areas, a group of dead black devouring ants emitted the stench of rotting corpses. Not far from the corpses of the black devouring ants, there was a man and a woman pressed on top of a rock. The man protected the woman under his body. A huge rock was pressing on his body, causing his waist to become deformed. It looked like he was almost dead. At this time, the young girl who was being pressed down by the man slowly woke up. Her beautiful eyes were filled with confusion. Suddenly, her pupils contracted and she wanted to struggle. Unfortunately, she was firmly pressed down and couldn't move. Ling Xiao, wake up, don't scare me." The young girl continuously cried out in alarm. Her delicate hand lightly patted Ling Xiao's shoulder, hoping to wake Ling Xiao up. Right now, she only had the cultivation of a low-level profound practitioner. It wasn't enough to push Ling Xiao and the huge rock away. After calling out a few times, she saw that Ling Xiao didn't respond. Tears flowed out of her beautiful eyes and she said, "Ling Xiao, didn't you say you wanted to chase me? I'll give you a chance now. As long as you wake up, I'll give you a chance to chase me. I just want you to wake up, okay, woo?" Yin Mingqi's heart was filled with despair. She guessed that Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to survive. She was also being pressed down, and had no way to recover her spiritual energy. Within a few days she would definitely die here as well. Forget it. Maybe the heavens want us to die together. Yin Mingqi's beautiful eyes were filled with sorrow and despair. She couldn't help but think back to the short period of time she had spent with Ling Xiao. She didn't know why, but her heart felt very fulfilled. Mingqi, don't worry, we won't die." A weak voice rang in Yin Mingqi's ear. Hearing this voice, Yin Mingqi felt as if she had been electrocuted. She hurriedly said with joy, "Ling Xiao, you're still alive. That's great." With great difficulty, Ling Xiao raised his head. His face was deathly pale. Looking at Yin Mingqi, he indifferently said, Don't worry. Wait for me to recover. will definitely be able to escape. Yes, I believe you. I believe you, Ling Xiao. Yin Mingqi cried tears of joy. She nodded repeatedly, and then slightly raised her head to kiss Ling Xiao's thick lips. Boom. This time, Ling Xiao was stunned. It was as if his entire body was filled with happiness and sweetness. He suddenly felt that happiness had come too suddenly. After a long time, their lips finally separated. Yin Mingqi's face was completely red. She turned her face to the side and closed her beautiful eyes, not daring to meet Ling Xiao's gaze. Ling Xiao blankly stared at the beauty in front of him. That red jade-like face, that bright light in her eyes, and that tender and alluring appearance made him unreservedly fall in love with Yin Mingqi. Mingqi, can we do it again? Ling Xiao licked his thick lips, unsatisfied. It was as if he had already forgotten about the huge boulder that was pressing down on him. The wounds all over his body seemed to have become insignificant. Yin Mingqi's shrunken eyelashes trembled a few times. She didn't reply to Ling Xiao's words, but her face became even redder. She was simply too beautiful. Seeing that Yin Mingqi didn't move, Ling Xiao wanted to forcefully kiss her like last time. But after a moment of hesitation, he rejected this idea. He didn't want Yin Mingqi to be scared away by him. Just as Ling Xiao was about to circulate his energy to recover, Yin Mingqi once again raised her head and kissed Ling Xiao's cheek. She shyly said, "Greedy ghost." Hee cough cough. Ling Xiao laughed happily. Blood once again flowed out of his mouth. Chapter 89. Don't be agitated. How do you feel? Yin Mingqi looked at Ling Xiao with a pained expression. I'm fine. I won't die yet. It's just that my internal organs have been injured. I just need to circulate my energy to heal myself. Don't move. Ling Xiao took a deep breath, then leaned against Yin Mingqi's shoulder and closed his eyes. His current situation was worse than ever. His internal organs had been displaced, and he was bleeding profusely. Even if the 3 parts returning to origin technique and the Vajra 5 transformation art were able to heal themselves, without any medicinal energy to absorb, the healing speed was extremely slow. Ling Xiao closed his eyes and began to circulate the 2 great profound arts within his body. His healing speed gradually increased. But this was still not enough to stop his injuries from worsening. His spine had been crushed, and his internal organs had been ruptured. If it was anyone else, they would have died long ago. But Ling Xiao was lucky enough to not die. This was all because of the Vajra 5 transformation art. He had previously cultivated it to the middle realm of the 2nd transformation, and the toughness of his body had long since surpassed the imagination of ordinary people. That was why he was still able to hold on without dying. "Old Lu, if you don't come out and help me, I'm really going to die." Ling Xiao continuously called out to Lu Wang in his mind. Right now he wasn't broken. His hands and feet couldn't move, and he couldn't take any medicinal pills or spirit herbs to eat. Just relying on this method to heal himself wasn't a solution, so he had no choice but to call Lu Wang. Right now Lu Wang definitely knew his situation. Last time when he fell from a high altitude, if it wasn't for Lu Wang providing him with energy, he would have died long ago. Lu Wang was his only hope right now. Sure enough, not long after Ling Xiao called out to him, strands of green light filled with spiritual energy slowly surged out from his consciousness. The 3 parts returning to origin technique, and the Vajra 5 transformation art instantly rushed forward to snatch it. With the transfer of energy, Ling Xiao's injuries were under control. The miraculous effects of the 2 great profound arts began to take effect. The 3 parts returning to origin technique continued to absorb energy into his dantian, allowing Ling Xiao to gradually recover his profound energy. This time, the Vajra 5 transformation art absorbed twice as much energy as the 3 parts restoration chi, because it was about to evolve. The green energy cleansed the tendons one by one, and the originally broken tendons were restored one after another. Furthermore, the tendons gradually became twice as wide as before. In the end, the tendons actually turned from an ordinary green to a golden color. Each of them was like a golden chain, appearing extremely tough. Each of the tendons shone like gold, faintly exuding a noble aura. 2 hours later, Ling Xiao's entire body was emitting a golden radiance. His entire person looked incomparably holy. Yin Mingqi's jade-like lips were agape, her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. What kind of mysterious technique is this? Yin Mingqi thought to herself. How did it recover so quickly? She clearly sensed that Ling Xiao's aura was gradually rising, and the golden light was dazzling, faintly revealing a divine aura, making her feel like she wanted to bow down to him, as if she had seen a noble king. She really couldn't figure out why Ling Xiao's body would have such a mystical, mysterious technique. Could it be a green or blue rank technique? Yin Mingqi guessed. Cultivation methods were generally divided into the following categories: gray, yellow, cyan, green, blue, red, purple, brown, and black. Gray and yellow cultivation methods were the most common, and cyan-ranked cultivation methods were extremely precious. In Meteor City, only the 3 great clans each had a cyan-ranked cultivation method. As for the cultivation methods above the green-ranked, they had never seen or heard of them. Yin Mingqi came from a large sect, so her vision was naturally higher, but she still couldn't see through what kind of cultivation method Ling Xiao was using. What made her even more puzzled was that Ling Xiao was clearly able to use ice and fire cultivation methods, but now he was using a metal cultivation method to repair his body. This caused her to be unable to wrap her head around it. She couldn't understand what was going on. Just how many attributes did he have? At this moment, Ling Xiao was immersed in the wonderful feeling of his recovery. His tendons and meridians were like waves of gold, filled with an indescribable amount of energy. After all the tendons and meridians in his body had been repaired, his Xian energy began to nourish his internal organs. The second transformation of the Vajra 5 transformation technique had actually been cultivated to the large success stage. The third transformation, organs refinement, was quietly being activated. Below the roots of the small tree in his sea of knowledge, strands of green energy were being extracted. The small tree actually began to tremble, causing Lu Wang's expression to become gloomy. Just how did this brat cultivate? He sucked away all the energy I just obtained. This won't do. If he continues to suck away my old life, I'll die here, muttered Lu Wang. In the beginning, it had only needed a few strands of energy to bring Ling Xiao back from the brink of death. But now it had already transferred all the energy it had obtained to Ling Xiao. But Ling Xiao was like a bottomless pit, sucking away his energy without letting go. Seeing that even his life essence was about to be sucked away, Lu Wang had no choice but to cut off Ling Xiao's sucking. But just as it was about to cut off its connection with Ling Xiao, the power of the sucking suddenly increased, and was about to pounce on it. Damn, it actually dares to retaliate. Lu Wang's body shook slightly and he waved his hand. A green netherguard force immediately forced the sucking back. This brat is truly strange. It seems that I should be more careful in the future. Otherwise, I might be sucked dry by this brat before I recover. That would be terrible. After muttering to himself, Lu Wang closed his eyes and began to recover his yuan qi. Ling Xiao didn't know any of this. All he knew was that the Vajra transformation art circulation seemed to have increased by several times. Furthermore, his body was gradually transforming. His internal injuries were gradually recovering, and his internal organs were also slowly healing. Furthermore, they had become much more resilient. Half a day later, the Vajra transformation art stopped circulating, and the golden light on Ling Xiao's body gradually disappeared. Ling Xiao opened his eyes. His eyes were shining brightly, and the boulder on his back didn't seem very heavy at all. At this time, he could clearly feel that the soft body he was pressing down on was extremely flexible. His heart was in chaos and his blood began to boil. Ling Xiao, how are you feeling? Can you shake off the boulder? Yin Mingqi asked weakly. With a warm and fragrant body in his arms, he suddenly had the urge to do something to her on the spot. No, I can't do this to her. I want her to willingly give me her body. Ling Xiao struggled in his heart. In the end, he decided not to take advantage of her. Boom. Ling Xiao's Xian energy gathered on his back, and he bent over, turning the boulder on his back into powder. Ha! This young master will definitely have good fortune after surviving such a disaster, haha. Ling Xiao jumped up and let out a light cry. Then he began to laugh complacently. This time, he really had profited from a disaster. He had successfully cultivated the second transformation of the Vajra transformation art, refining tendons, and had even stepped into the third transformation, refining viscera. He really hadn't expected that the energy Lu Wang had provided him would be so powerful. It had allowed him to advance 2 realms in one go. And the 3-part origin returning chi had also gained quite a bit of benefits. Originally, he had over 50 meridians, but now he had broken through 60. He had taken another small step towards breaking through 365 meridians. At this time, Yun Mingqi had also crawled up, but her body was still weak. She anxiously said to Ling Xiao, "Hurry and see if there's a snake." "There's a snake, where is it?" Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment and asked, "Are you all right? Did you get bitten by a snake?" Yun Mingqi worriedly asked. I'm fine. I'll be right back," replied Ling Xiao. Then he suddenly thought of something and looked around with wide eyes. What is this place? He clearly remembered that he and Yun Mingqi had fallen into the cave together, and then he had lost consciousness. However, this place seemed to be an underground cave. Aside from the place where they had fallen, there were quite a few rocks piled up. The surroundings were completely empty, and the place was abnormally wide. Ling Xiao hurriedly separated the rocks and then found his bag. He took out the crystal he had obtained from the illusory demon and lit up the cave. It was impossible to see how deep this cave was. The 2 sides of the cave were smooth and tidy, as if they had been carved out by the ghost axe divine art. On the walls, there was a groove every 2 or 3 meters, and there seemed to be something covered by a rag. Ling Xiao walked over to remove the rag. "Be careful, don't move." Yun Mingqi spoke out to stop him. She was worried that he might trigger some sort of mechanism. Ling Xiao turned around to look at Yun Mingqi, and then went to pick up the sword and blade on the ground. Then he walked over and used the blue crystal sword to pick up the rag. Suddenly, a dazzling radiance blossomed from the groove. Ling Xiao and Yun Mingqi couldn't help but cover their eyes with their hands. This is a Millennium Luminous Pearl," exclaimed Ling Xiao as he looked at the fist-sized pearl in the groove. A Millennium Luminous Pearl was an extremely valuable and rare jewel. It was said that it had the ability to calm one's mind, and expel evil spirits. Such a large Millennium Luminous Pearl could be sold for at least 100,000 gold coins. Following that, Ling Xiao continued to remove the rag in the groove. The 8 Millennium Luminous Pearls were extremely bright and dazzling, illuminating the entire cave. Chapter 90. Who would be so extravagant as to use 8 Millennium Luminous Pearls as illumination? Could this be a secret? Ling Xiao muttered to himself as he looked at the pearls. Ling Xiao's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by Yun Mingqi's scream. Ling Xiao quickly turned around and asked, "Mingqi, what's wrong?" Yun Mingqi shrank back and pointed to the front. There's a skeleton." Ling Xiao turned around and saw a skeleton in front of him. The skeleton was sitting cross-legged as if it had died. The most surprising thing was that this skeleton was not silver like normal skeletons, but blue. "Don't worry, it's just a dead person." Ling Xiao walked to Yun Mingqi's side and gently held her hand as he comforted her. Actually, Ling Xiao was a bit speechless. Yun Mingqi was already a spirit master. How could she be afraid of a skeleton? Actually, this couldn't be blamed on Yun Mingqi. Ever since she fell into this bottomless abyss, she had lost all of her spiritual energy and was no different from a normal person. She was also abused by the black devouring ants. She was just a young girl, and after experiencing so many shocks, her mental state had become a bit weaker. Being helped by Ling Xiao, Yun Mingqi began to struggle a little. However, Ling Xiao held her hand firmly, so she could only let him do as he wished. Her heart was filled with a strange feeling. "Let's go take a look, this might be a secret realm." Ling Xiao's eyes lit up as he looked at the blue skeleton in front of them. Originally, one of the reasons for entering the mountain range was to find the secret realm. Now that it was right in front of him, how could he not be excited? However, he really couldn't understand how someone could discover such a hidden existence. If it wasn't for them accidentally, they wouldn't have discovered the existence of a secret realm in this bottomless abyss. Thinking about this, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. Could it be that Wei Dyer's map wasn't a map of the secret realm, but a map of the Wind grass? That's right, that must be it. Lone Eagle had once presented him with the Wind grass. At first, Lone Eagle said that he had obtained it by chance, but when Ling Xiao asked him again in the mountains, he admitted that he had obtained the Wind grass from a mercenary in the Cold Snake mercenary group. However, he could not recognize that it was a Wind grass, so he presented it to Ling Xiao. As such, the Cold Snake mercenaries must have been the first to discover the location of the Wind grass. However, due to the presence of the Type 3 Lightning Eagle, they were only able to obtain a single stalk. Most of the mercenaries had lost their lives to the claws of the Lightning Eagle. The Green Wolves mercenaries had somehow managed to obtain this information, and had chased after the few mercenaries who had managed to escape from the claws of the Lightning Eagle. They had stolen the map, while the mercenary with the Wind grass had been killed by Solitary Eagle. After that, Wei Dyer killed the mercenaries of the Green Wolf Regiment, and snatched the map. No one knew the whole story. They kept guessing that it was a map of the arcane realm, which led to the series of events that followed. At this time, Ling Xiao was finally enlightened. However, he had indeed found the true location of the arcane realm, because of this map. Ling Xiao and Yun Mingqi walked over, and only then did they get a clear look at the skeleton's surroundings. It was sitting cross-legged on a stone bed, and beside it were 3 small bottles, a blue longsword, and a scroll. Looking at these items, Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with greed. Needless to say, these were pills, weapons, and Xian techniques. Yun Mingqi, who was standing to the side, also had a look of disbelief in her eyes. She muttered to herself, This is the skeleton of an Earth Emperor. What? Ling Xiao asked, his body trembling. This is definitely the skeleton of an Earth Emperor, Yun Mingqi said with determination. Why do you say that? Ling Xiao asked, not understanding. Look at the color of this skeleton, it's all blue. Yun Mingqi pointed at the skeleton. I know that. How can you say that he was an Earth Emperor when he was alive? Ling Xiao was speechless. He had already seen that the skeleton was blue. Only an Earth Emperor can cultivate to the point that their bones are the same color as their body. These bones are called Emperor bones. This skeleton is all blue, so it's certain that he was a water attribute Earth Emperor when he was alive. Yun Mingqi said with certainty. So that's how it is. Ling Xiao replied, but his heart was in turmoil. This was the resting place of an Earth Emperor rank powerhouse. Ordinary martial artists were divided into martial disciple, Xian scholar, spirit master, king Earth Emperor, sky sovereign, Xian emperor, saint and god. In Meteor City, martial disciples and Xian practitioners were the most common, and Xian practitioners were called experts. Spirit masters were already super strong experts. As for king level, they had never seen one. And as for Earth Emperor level, they were simply unreachable existences. They could already be regarded as gods. How could Ling Xiao not be shocked and excited by the place where such an expert died? The things that were left behind here were absolutely rare and abundant. Ling Xiao's heart sped up as he thought about it. He impatiently walked to the side of the stone bed. He first picked up the 3 small bottles, and then opened one of them. Ling Xiao thought that this was some kind of high-level medicinal pill that would emit a strong medicinal smell. He didn't think that it would only emit a corrosive smell. Ling Xiao shook the bottle angrily, and a mass of black powder poured out. It can't be outdated, right? Ling Xiao was speechless. You don't need to waste your time. No matter what level the medicinal pill is, it can't withstand the erosion of time. Looking at the environment here, it seems that no one has come here for at least several hundred years. These medicinal pills are definitely gone. Yun Mingqi said as she picked up the scroll and opened it. Blue Tear Water Technique, Gentle Tides Overlapping Waves. Yun Mingqi's beautiful eyes shone with an enchanting light as she exclaimed, Blue Tear Technique. Ling Xiao gulped. Ling Xiao, can you give this technique to me? Yun Mingqi didn't look down and directly held the scroll in front of her chest. She looked at Ling Xiao with a serious expression as she asked. Everyone knew how tempting a blue tear technique was. If they were brothers, they would probably turn against each other and become enemies. Moreover, the The two of them had only known each other for a few days. Although it was said that a friend in need is a friend indeed, no one knew if they would turn against each other when faced with such a choice. Ling Xiao spread out his hands and said indifferently, "You can take it. This is a water-type technique, and isn't suitable for me. Moreover, this secret realm was discovered by the two of us. Naturally, we'll split the things here." "Ling Xiao, you're the best." Yin Mingqi was overjoyed and immediately kissed Ling Xiao on the cheek. This caused Ling Xiao to rub his face and laugh to himself for a while. So what if it was a blue tear technique? Even if it was a red tear technique, as long as he could win a beauty's smile, he was willing to part with it. "There's also a sword here. It shouldn't be anything ordinary. I'll give it to you." Yin Mingqi pointed to the sword beside her. Ling Xiao nodded and reached out to take the sword. This was a blue sword that was about 1.2 meters long. The scabbard hadn't lost its brilliance because of the passage of time. On the hilt of the sword, there were mysterious spirit inscriptions that made it seem simple and unadorned. When he held it in his hand, he could feel a wave of spiritual energy flowing into his palm. It made him feel very warm and comfortable, without the slightest bit of roughness. Ling Xiao pulled the sword away. Hua! A faint blue light flashed and a sharp sword chi shot into the air. The two of them seemed to see a water attribute spirit beast leap out from the sword, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, causing people to feel a chill in their hearts. This is definitely a high-level profound weapon. Ling Xiao looked at the blue sword. On the body of the sword, there was a water attribute spirit beast engraved in the air. It looked extremely lifelike. Needless to say, this was definitely a profound weapon. Otherwise, how could it produce such a strong sword chi? Ling Xiao lightly stroked the body of the sword. Looking at the joint between the sword and the hilt, there were 3 ancient words: soft-tide sword. For a moment, his excitement was once again deflated. It was very obvious that this was a water attribute profound weapon. It was a set with Yin Mingqi's profound skill. He believed that this was the Earth Emperor stage expert's profound skill and profound weapon when he was alive. What's wrong? This is at least a 4th or 5th level profound weapon. It's not any worse than my cultivation technique. Yin Mingqi said in a puzzled tone. She had thought that Ling Xiao was dissatisfied with this profound weapon. "Don't worry, I'll also give it to you." Ling Xiao faintly smiled and handed over the soft-tide sword to Yin Mingqi. This is really for me?" Yin Mingqi excitedly asked. "Of course. Isn't what's mine yours? Take it." Ling Xiao very generously said. This soft-tide sword was not bad, but it wasn't very useful to him. He might as well be more generous and give it to Yin Mingqi. In reality, his heart was bleeding. He had discovered this secret realm, but he hadn't obtained any benefits from it. This was really too unbearable. Ling Xiao continued to look around to see if there was anything else he could discover. At this time, the skeleton behind him suddenly released a blue light that shot towards Yin Mingqi, who was holding the profound skill and profound weapon. What's going on?" Ling Xiao asked worriedly as he turned his head to look at Yin Mingqi, who was enveloped by the blue light. I don't know either." Yin Mingqi also didn't understand. "It's this skeleton's doing." Ling Xiao's gaze landed on the blue skeleton and prepared to destroy it. "Ling Xiao, don't move. It seems to be imparting an inheritance to me." Yin Mingqi spoke out to stop him. At this moment, she only felt that after being enveloped by the blue light, there was something gradually appearing in her head. Only then did she think that this skeleton might be imparting her memories or profound skills. Imparting an inheritance. Ling Xiao exclaimed with his mouth wide open. Long ago, he had seen records of secret realms in the Ling family's inner courtyard. He knew that the most precious thing in a secret realm wasn't the pills, profound weapons or profound skills, but the inheritance within the secret realm. The inheritor would obtain the inheritor's lifetime cultivation experience and knowledge, and could even obtain the inheritor's lifetime's worth of skills. What this represented was something that anyone could understand. Right now, Yin Mingqi had already sat down cross-legged and closed her beautiful eyes, entering the true inheritance. Ling Xiao enviously looked at Yin Mingqi, and couldn't help but feel depressed at his own luck. He had experienced many dangers to arrive here, but he hadn't obtained any benefits at all. If it was anyone else, they would feel extremely uncomfortable and go crazy. Just as Ling Xiao turned around to see if there was anything else, he suddenly saw a ring under the blue skeleton's kneecap from the corner of his eye. Chapter 91. This ring wasn't very dazzling, its light silver color not much different from an ordinary ring, but it deeply attracted Ling Xiao's eyes. It's not bad to keep this as a souvenir. After all, it belonged to an Earth King stage master. Ling Xiao carefully picked up the ring and played with it. Then he put it on his middle finger. He looked at it and felt that it was just right. He felt that it was not bad, so he talked to himself to comfort his disappointed heart. Ling Xiao didn't know how long it would take for the inheritance to end. He walked to the place where he fell and moved all the rubble away. He found the dried meat and the rank 2 spiritual herbs that he had accumulated in the mountain range. Then he began to walk towards the cave, looking for a way out. When he came to the front, the cave entrance was blocked by a huge boulder, probably sealed by the Earth Sovereign before he died. Ling Xiao tried to push the boulder away. He had thought that this boulder would be difficult to move, but who would have thought that after using half of his strength, the boulder would move a little, and a strong gust of cold wind would blow in from outside. Ling Xiao rubbed his eyes that had been blinded by the wind, and used a bit more strength to move the boulder away, allowing Ling Xiao to make his way out. Outside, gusts of cold wind blew in. The killing intent thick and strong. It was at least twice as strong as the wind in the black devouring ants' territory. What the hell is this place? It's even more uncomfortable than the illusory valley. Ling Xiao shrank his body, and couldn't help but circulate his fire attribute foundation to resist the waves of cold wind, preventing it from invading his body. Looking at the darkness in front of him, where not even a blade of grass grew, Ling Xiao didn't know how to find a way out. Perhaps the only way to leave this bottomless abyss was to climb up. But the cliff here was extremely steep. How was he going to climb to the top? He was afraid that before he could climb more than 100 meters, he would fall again. Didn't they say that one who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune later on? Why doesn't a path of survival appear in front of me? Ling Xiao muttered to himself with a sigh. Just as Ling Xiao was about to return to the cave, he saw some grass growing on the cliff not far away. Damn, so many Yin grass. Ling Xiao's jaw dropped as he looked at the small patch of grass. It was all stage 3 Yin grass. Sure enough, one who survives a great calamity is bound to have good fortune later on. With so many Yin grasses, I'm rich. Ling Xiao continuously rubbed his hands, and his eyes shone as he muttered to himself. However, Ling Xiao didn't dare to act rashly. With so many Yin grasses, there might be Yin beasts guarding them. Just like the 3 shady wind grasses on the cliff, they were protected by the lightning eagle. But there were so many shady wind beasts in front of them. Maybe there really were shady wind beasts. They were powerful spirit beasts of the 3rd rank or 4th rank. They were many times stronger than the lightning eagle. Ling Xiao was only at the mystic knight rank, and was completely unable to withstand a single blow from a high-level spirit beast. Ling Xiao vigilantly looked around, then picked up a small stone from the ground, and threw it towards the Yin wind grass. Pa! The Yin wind was still blowing, but there were no spirit beasts pouncing out. Maybe there really aren't any spirit beasts guarding them. Ling Xiao muttered to himself. He couldn't help but embolden himself, then carefully walked forward. Just as Ling Xiao was about to reach the Yin wind grass, a beast roar sounded. Oh my god, it can't be for real, right? Ling Xiao strangely cried out, and instantly ran back to the cave entrance. Something's wrong. This sound seems to be coming from the front. Ling Xiao saw that there were no spirit beasts in front of him. Only then did he remember that the roar didn't come from nearby. Immediately after, there were a few more beast roars, and there were also sounds of explosions mixed in. Could it be that there's a spirit beast war? Ling Xiao was puzzled for a moment. Then he slowly walked towards the beast roars. After walking for a while, the beast roars were getting closer and closer. The Yin wind evil chi was also getting thicker. Let me see what kind of spirit beast it is. Ling Xiao held his breath and continued to walk forward. He didn't walk too far before he arrived at a circular area. The surroundings were filled with wind grass, causing Ling Xiao to be dazzled. Boom. Suddenly, a bright red flame smashed onto a patch of wind grass, burning nearly 100 stalks of wind grass. Ling Xiao's heart ached. Then he shifted his gaze to the place where the flame shot from. He saw a small beast whose entire body was scarlet red was facing off against a round gray giant beast. This scarlet red beast was only 1.5 meters long, but its entire body was emitting a powerful flame. It looked majestic and extremely strong. It had a pair of antlers, a lion's body, tiger's claws, and a ponytail. It was actually the legendary Qilin mythological beast. In the middle of its forehead, there was a very short sharp horn. There was even a dark red halo revolving around it, making it look extremely noble. And the gray giant beast that was facing off against it was especially ugly and disgusting. Its body was like a barrel, with rolls of fat rolling on it. There were no fangs in its big mouth, and its lower jaw was constantly dripping with saliva. Gusts of wind blew out from its bull-like nostrils. This lunar wind beast didn't seem to be just a rank 3 lunar wind beast. It was very likely that it was a rank 4 lunar wind beast. It turned out that the wind grass was not without the protection of the lunar wind beast, but the lunar wind beast was fighting with the young Qilin. The young Qilin spat out another ball of flame towards the lunar wind beast. The lunar wind beast shrank its big belly, and then spat out a gust of wind from its mouth, which bounced back the flame. Then, it roared loudly, and rolled its huge body towards the young Qilin. The young Qilin reacted very quickly, and dodged the rebounded flame. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws towards the lunar wind beast. Its sharp front claws were aimed at the head of the lunar wind beast. However, it was still very small, and was simply not a match for the lunar wind beast. It was sent flying by the huge palm of the lunar wind beast. Boom! The young Qilin crashed into a rock, and the rock was smashed into pieces by its body, causing dust to fly everywhere. Shwa shwa! The lunar wind beast spat out several wind blades towards the position of the young Qilin. The rock was cut into countless pieces by the wind blades. A fiery figure jumped out from the rock, and a ball of flame attacked the side of the lunar wind beast. The lunar wind beast couldn't dodge in time, and the flame burned its body, causing it to let out a strange cry. Its body kept rolling on the ground in order to extinguish the flame. The young Qilin seized the opportunity to pounce on the body of the lunar wind beast, and bit it. Ayo! Ayo! The lunar wind beast was bitten by the young Qilin, and it was in great pain. After a while, the lunar wind beast turned its body over, and its huge claws fiercely slapped the body of the young Qilin. The young Qilin was once again swatted away like a fly. Balls of gray liquid flowed out of the body of the lunar wind beast. It was enraged for the whole night, and its body kept shrinking and expanding. Then, a huge ball of splitting wind blade was spat out from its big mouth. The surrounding rocks were all blown into the air, and the ground was scratched by the wind-splitting baleful blade. Boom! The place where the young Qilin fell was hit by the splitting wind blade, and the rocks splashed in all directions. Ling Xiao was lying on the side of a protruding rock, and he looked at the shocking battle in front of him. The lunar wind beast was at least at the 4th rank, and the young Qilin looked so small, but it was able to fight with the lunar wind beast and even injure it. Unfortunately, it was still smashed into the cliff by the last powerful blow of the lunar wind beast, and it was unknown whether it was dead or alive. However, seeing that the lunar wind beast was still vigilant, could it be that the young Qilin was still alive? From the dozens of meters deep pit that was created by the lunar wind beast, a figure staggered out. Sure enough, the young Qilin was still alive, but it didn't seem to be in a good condition. The flames on the body of the young Qilin had dimmed a lot, and there were several hideous wounds on its body, and fresh blood was flowing out crazily. Its swaying body looked like it could fall down at any time, and it seemed that the move just now had caused it to suffer very serious injuries. This poor little guy. Ling Xiao looked at the noble young Qilin from the side, and he felt pity for it. This reminded him of the inexplicable fate between the wind god, Nie Feng, and the fire Qilin. In his previous life, he especially worshipped the wind god, and he also cultivated the wind god's legs. Naturally, he had a feeling of resonance with this young Qilin. The lunar wind beast used a powerful move just now, and its body was injured in many places, and its breath was clearly much weaker than before. When it saw the young Qilin appear, it shot out another sinister wind blade. The young Qilin raised its eyes and struggled to move its body, but it was still not fast enough, and its body was hit again, and it flew more than 10 meters away. Ling Xiao held his sword and saber tightly, and he had an impulse to rush out and kill the lunar wind beast, but he knew that he would definitely die if he went out now. Even if the lunar wind beast was injured, it was still not something that a mystic cultivator like him could deal with. At this time, the young Qilin actually climbed up with difficulty again, and it let out an unwilling cry, and the sharp horn in the middle of its forehead emitted a dark red halo. Seeing this, the lunar wind beast couldn't help but roar again, and its body kept shrinking to accumulate the sinister wind evil qi, preparing to give the young Qilin a final blow. The two spirit beasts were accumulating energy, and the surrounding atmosphere became distorted. Only the whistling sinister wind evil qi not far behind the two spirit beasts was still blowing, and it seemed that the two spirit beasts couldn't affect that place. After accumulating energy, the young Qilin shot out a dark red flame from its sharp horn, and this flame was like a fire dragon, surging and roaring towards the lunar wind beast. The lunar wind beast also spat out a level 10 hurricane, which was much more terrible than the previous blow, and the surrounding rocks were blown away, and the air was cut by the wind blade, making a sharp sound. Ling Xiao tightly held the huge rock in front of him, and his body was hurt by the sinister wind evil qi. If it wasn't for the fact that he had practiced the Vajra 5 transformation incantation, and his body was much stronger than before, he would have been seriously injured. So scary, this is the power of a level 4 spirit beast. Ling Xiao squinted his eyes and looked at the battle in front of him, and his face was covered with cold sweat, and he was very frightened. He could imagine that if he entered the atmosphere of the two spirit beasts, he would be crushed into meat paste before the opponent made a move. The dark red flame and the hurricane collided together. Boom! A series of explosions rang out incessantly. Chapter 92. However, the young Qilin was still a bit weaker than the lunar wind beast. After its flame was swallowed by the hurricane continued to attack the young Qilin. The young Qilin had no more spiritual energy left, so it could only fall to the ground and accept its fate of defeat. Just when the lunar wind beast thought that victory was in sight, a small dark red flame pierced through the hurricane and hit its body. Roar! The moment the lunar wind beast came into contact with the small flame, it immediately let out a painful cry and rolled on the ground. Just when the young Qilin was about to be swallowed by the hurricane, Ling Xiao shouted and used the cloud phantom technique. All the wind attribute in his body gathered under his feet, and he flew towards the young Qilin. Boom boom! The hurricane engulfed Ling Xiao and the young Qilin. The cliff was also blasted into a 100-meter deep ditch. This was the power of a 4th-rank spirit beast. It was comparable to a martial artist or a king-level human, maybe even stronger. The lunar wind beast didn't have a good time either. The flames on its body seemed to be inextinguishable. No matter how hard it rolled, the flames couldn't be extinguished. After a while, a large part of its body was burned by the flames. Deep white bones could be seen. It let out a series of miserable cries, and even after circulating its dark protection force, it was unable to extinguish the fire. In the end, it had no choice but to run towards the place where the Yin Qi was the strongest. In the 100-meter deep ditch, Ling Xiao and the young Qilin were on two sides. One man and one beast had avoided the most violent attack of the hurricane, but they were still injured. At this moment, Ling Xiao's body was covered in blood. One of his arms had been cut by the hurricane. His arm was hanging down powerlessly as if it was useless. Ling Xiao's face was pale as he said to himself, "Fortunately, the bones are not broken. Otherwise, I would have been crippled." He didn't think that he would be so hot-headed as to rush out to save the young Qilin. Fortunately, he was fast enough and didn't get hit by the strongest attack. Otherwise, he would have died. Fortunately, these injuries could be healed by the Vajra 5 transformation technique. The recovery speed of the Vajra 5 transformation technique was several times faster than before. Ling Xiao didn't notice that the blood on his arm slowly flowed down to the ring on his middle finger. The ring quietly absorbed the blood on the ring, and then flashed a silver light, and then returned to normal. Ling Xiao clutched his arm as he used the Vajra 5 transformation technique to repair the broken muscles and tendons on his arm. Then he slowly walked over to the young Qilin. The young Qilin laid on the ground with a dark expression in its eyes. Thick blood flowed around its body and its fangs were still bared, as if it didn't want to let down its guard at all. "Little guy, are you okay?" Ling Xiao didn't dare to get too close, so he asked carefully. However, after he said these words, he really wanted to slap himself. Wasn't this nonsense? His entire body was covered in bloody scars. How could he be fine? The young Qilin blinked its eyes as it panted heavily through its nostrils. Blood flowed out from the corner of its mouth again. How can I save you?" Ling Xiao looked at the young Qilin and became anxious. He didn't want anything to happen to this mighty and handsome young Qilin. He kept asking himself how he could save it. That's right, there's still the black Ganoderma. In his anxiety, Ling Xiao remembered that he still had the middle stage second stage black Ganoderma from the black bear. He gave one to Lone Eagle and one to the bear cub. He still had 2 left for Lone Eagle to bring back to his father. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and walked to the young Qilin's side. "Little fellow, I don't have any bad intentions. I'll bring you out of here. I think I have a way to save you." The young Qilin seemed to understand Ling Xiao's words and blinked its large eyes. Just as Ling Xiao was about to carry the young Qilin on his back, something strange happened. The young Qilin actually gradually shrunk by a few times. Finally, it turned into a spiritual beast that looked like a lion cub that had just been born for a few months. Its body was covered in scarlet fur, and the fluffy fur made it look very cute. Even its 2 antlers had shrunk back, and only the single horn on its forehead remained. Fuck, it can still transform. Ling Xiao was startled by the young Qilin's transformation, and couldn't help but let out a strange cry. Then he picked up the young Qilin with one hand and ran out of the trench. That big fellow disappeared. Ling Xiao poked his head out of the trench to see what was going on. He didn't see any lunar wind beasts, so he ran back to the entrance of the cave. Ling Xiao carried the young Qilin into the cave, and then looked at Yunmeng Qi, who was still receiving the inheritance. He could feel her aura gradually recovering. The skeleton had already shrunk by half, and the blue light was continuing to give Yunmeng Qi the inheritance. The inheritance really is extraordinary. Ling Xiao sighed inwardly. Then he picked up his bag and opened the box with the black Lingji inside. 2 bowl-sized black Lingji appeared in front of him. Although the black Lingji wasn't some kind of miracle medicine, it could increase profound strength, relax the muscles, and extend one's lifespan. Seeing the young Qilin on the verge of death, Ling Xiao had no other choice. He could only hope that the black Lingji would be able to help the young Qilin recover some of its strength, and allow it to heal on its own. Each black Lingji was worth close to 10,000 gold coins. Ling Xiao's heart ached when he took one out. Ling Xiao carried the young Qilin and the black Lingji as well as his own bag out of the cave. He didn't want to disturb Yunmeng Qi receiving the inheritance. "Little fellow, eat it. That way you'll get better quickly." Ling Xiao placed one of the black Lingji in front of the young Qilin. The young Qilin raised its eyes slightly, and then used its nose to sniff the black Lingji in Ling Xiao's hand. Just when Ling Xiao thought that the young Qilin would eat the black Lingji, he discovered that the young Qilin actually closed its eyes again, and didn't eat the black Lingji. "Little fellow, don't be naughty. Hurry up and eat it." Ling Xiao didn't understand what was going on. But who knew that the young Qilin would only pant and didn't eat the black Lingji? It can't be that it doesn't suit the taste, right? Ling Xiao was speechless. Then he opened his bag and took out all the low second-level spirit herbs, and placed them in front of the young Qilin. "Come take a look. These are all delicious things. Be good. Eat them and you'll recover." Ling Xiao spoke as if he was coaxing a child. The young Qilin raised its eyes once more. Just as it was about to close its eyes again, it suddenly struggled up and bit towards a brocade box. "Don't." Ling Xiao hurriedly tried to stop it, but it was already too late. The contents of the brocade box had already been swallowed by the young Qilin. F***ck, you little fellow, aren't you trying to kill me? Ling Xiao said as he sat down with a pained expression. What the young Qilin had eaten was the third-level Lightning Eagle's beast core. This beast core was more precious than all the spirit herbs here. He didn't expect that the young Qilin would not eat spirit herbs, but instead swallow the beast core. This made his heart ache. The young Qilin that had swallowed the beast core finally began to react. The beast core was the essence of any spirit beast. It contained the spirit beast's lifetime's energy. Most martial artists who wanted to absorb the beast core did not dare to directly swallow it. That was because the beast core's energy was extremely explosive. If they were the slightest bit careless, their body would explode and they would die. Hence, most martial artists who wanted to absorb the beast core would mix it with spirit herbs to refine it into a medicinal pill before they dared to consume it. This way, they could avoid the dangers of absorbing the beast core. But right now, the young Qilin had directly swallowed the third-level Lightning Eagle's beast core. While Ling Xiao's heart ached, he was also breaking out in cold sweat for it. This little thing was too impulsive. Ling Xiao took half a step back, not daring to get too close. If he got caught in the crossfire, it would be even worse. However, the young Qilin did not explode and die like Ling Xiao had imagined. All he saw was that after it swallowed the beast core, its body flashed with a ball of energy and it returned to its original state. The wounds on its body healed at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye, and its breathing gradually stabilized. After a while, the young Qilin glanced at Ling Xiao, yawned and immediately fell into a deep sleep. What does this mean? Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment and mumbled to himself in confusion. However, seeing that the young Qilin's condition had stabilized, he didn't think too much about it and once again wrapped up his spirit herbs. Then he carried the young Qilin back into the cave. After Ling Xiao placed the young Qilin to the side, he looked at Yun Mingqi who was receiving the inheritance. He noticed that her breathing was getting stronger and stronger. She had probably recovered to the peak of the Mystic Knight level. She looked even more holy and beautiful. I wonder if you'll be unfamiliar with me after you recover your strength. Ling Xiao sighed. He knew that this was a world that worshipped the strong. Being handsome didn't mean that you could pick up girls. As long as you had the ability, no matter how ugly you were, you could find a beautiful woman to be your wife. On the other hand, no matter how handsome you were, if you didn't have the ability, nobody would look up to you. This world was just that realistic. Ling Xiao shook his head and tossed aside his distracting thoughts. He sat down and activated the Guardian's 5 transformations technique to heal his injuries. The Guardian's 5 transformations technique had already entered the 3rd stage, organs refinement. His recovery speed was obviously many times faster than before. Not long later, all the small wounds on his body were healed. The broken arm was also gradually recovering. After another hour or so, the broken arm was completely healed. Ling Xiao couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. This Guardian's 5 transformations technique was truly too heaven-defying. It was not inferior to the 3 parts origin qi. Ling Xiao glanced at the young Qilin and Yun Mingqi. Seeing that they wouldn't wake up for a while, he once again walked out of the cave. Looking at the small patch of Yin grass not far away, he muttered, I don't know where the Yin beast ran off to. I'll take this opportunity to pick these Yin grass first. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with a scorching light. His body flashed and he appeared in front of the Yin grass. Immediately after, Ling Xiao picked all the Yin grass without any anger. However, just as he picked a few dozen stalks, a mournful beast roar sounded out, scaring him into throwing the Yin grass on the ground and running away. However, he discovered that the beast's roar should be coming from the circular area in front of him. The Yin beast's roar is so pitiful. Could it be that it was also heavily injured? Ling Xiao stopped and thought doubtfully. After hesitating for a moment, he once again walked towards the circular area. It had to be said that Ling Xiao's curiosity was very strong, and he was also very bold. If it was someone else who knew of the Yin beast's existence, they would run as far as they could. However, he dared to go back and check the situation. Chapter 93. Ling Xiao held his breath and carefully returned to the place where the lunar wind beast was fighting with the young Qilin. However, he did not find the lunar wind beast. Could it be hiding? Ling Xiao was suspicious and vigilant. At this time, the lunar wind beast's roar came from the place where the yin qi was the heaviest. It sounded like it was in great pain. Is that the nest of the lunar wind beast? Ling Xiao tightened his grip on his sword and went forward again. Waves of yin qi blew on Ling Xiao's body and made him feel pain. Strands of yin qi were trying to invade his body. Ling Xiao quickly used the fire attribute to expel the yin qi from his body. His complexion became more and more serious. Every step he took was extremely difficult. The yin qi here was 10 times stronger than the outside. The deeper he went, the denser it was. Just when Ling Xiao was about to give up, he saw the lunar wind beast lying on the ground. Most of its body had been burnt, and the sinister white bones were extremely frightening. Above its head was a strange bead. This bead was only the size of a thumb and was dark gray in color. It spun in the air and emitted a very sticky evil wind. Like a black demonic cloud, it surged around it. It was as if one would be corroded to death if they came into contact with even a little bit of this black demonic cloud. Is this the beast core of the lunar wind beast? It can't be this small. Ling Xiao looked at the bead in front of him in confusion. Just when Ling Xiao was in a daze, the lunar wind beast suddenly looked at him. Obviously, it had discovered his existence. Then it dragged its injured body and crawled up. It roared at Ling Xiao. I've been discovered. Ling Xiao immediately retreated. Unexpectedly, the dark gray bead flashed, and a black, chilly wind swept toward him. Not good. Ling Xiao's face paled when he saw the snake-like black wind, and he ran away as fast as he could. Unfortunately, how could he be faster than the black yin qi? In the blink of an eye, he was bound by the black yin wind. Damn it, what is this thing? Ling Xiao was horrified, and he used his fire force to disperse the wind. Unfortunately, the wind seemed to be solid, and it wasn't affected by his fire force at all. Instead, it pulled Ling Xiao back toward the dark gray bead. When the lunar wind beast saw that Ling Xiao had been captured, it immediately raised its huge palm and attacked Ling Xiao's head. I'm dead. Ling Xiao looked at the incoming palm and closed his eyes, waiting for his death. Unexpectedly, the dark gray bead shot out a gust of black yin wind and bombarded the lunar wind beast. Boom. The sinister wind beast was blasted away by the black sinister wind. It was unknown whether it was dead or alive. What's going on? Ling Xiao couldn't figure out the situation. However, the worst situation had just begun. The dark gray bead emitted clouds of black yin qi that wrapped around Ling Xiao's entire body. Ling Xiao felt as if his entire body was being invaded by the yin qi. It felt as if his entire body was being corroded, and his nervous system was gradually becoming numb and out of control. From a distance, he looked like a huge black cocoon. The small tree in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness seemed to realize something and began to tremble slightly. Lu Weng's expression became serious. Just where did this brat come from for the yin qi to be so dense? Forget it. If something happens to this brat again, I'll have to find another place to recover my vitality. This brat is truly too good at causing trouble. Lu Weng shook his head. He had already helped Ling Xiao twice. This time, he decided not to help him anymore. Otherwise, his vitality would be exhausted by this brat before he could recover. At this moment, the yin qi had already invaded Ling Xiao's limbs and organs. His meridians, blood, flesh, bones, all of them were dyed black by the evil wind. Once it corroded his heart or his sea of consciousness, Ling Xiao would definitely die. However, at this critical moment, the 3 parts origin returning qi began to display its miraculous power. It began to circulate on its own and directly devoured the yin qi. The yin qi was actually dissolved into Xian energy, and was directly channeled into his dantian to strengthen the Xian energy there. The 3 parts origin returning qi became abnormally excited after obtaining the benefits. It once again increased its devouring speed. It was like a hungry wolf pouncing on its prey as it devoured the yin qi one by one. Ling Xiao's dantian grew larger, and the Xian energy it emitted became denser and denser. Once it was saturated, the Xian energy was channeled from his dantian to his meridians. In an instant, a few more meridians were broken. The yin qi surged unceasingly into his body, and the 3 parts origin returning qi was happily absorbing it. In just a short quarter of an hour, the original 60 over meridians in Ling Xiao's body had broken through 150 over meridians, and it was still increasing. As long as the yin qi was not exhausted, it shouldn't be difficult to break through the second stage of the 3 parts origin returning qi, opening meridians. In 1 hour, Ling Xiao's meridians had already broken through 200 over meridians, and was not far from 365 meridians. His aura had advanced from low-leveled to middle-leveled, and it seemed to be getting stronger. The dantian in his body was 1/2 bigger than before, and it looked even more condensed. The dark gray pearl on top of Ling Xiao's head seemed to be aware of the situation, and retracted all the yin qi that it was emitting. All of a sudden, the black wind around Ling Xiao's body was sucked into the bead, and so were all the evil spirits around it. With the dark gray bead as the center, a giant whirlpool was formed. The evil spirits around it were like swallows flying back to the sky, rushing towards the bead. The sky above seemed to have suddenly changed color, and it looked extremely spectacular and terrifying. Not long after, most of the yin qi was actually absorbed by the dark gray pearl. If there was someone on top of the chasm, they would definitely discover that the abyss that had always been shrouded by the yin qi gradually became peaceful and brighter. All the yin qi was heading towards the depths of the abyss. Ling Xiao, who was under the dark gray pearl, was not affected at all. He was using his strong profound energy to truly break through to the middle level. After an unknown period of time, Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes, only to find that his surroundings had become exceptionally bright. Those distant rocks and cliffs, the dust on the ground, the third stage yin wind grass, everything was clear to him. Where was the yin wind baleful qi? What the hell is going on? Ling Xiao was confused. Could this be an illusion again? Just as he was puzzled, the dark gray pearl above his head directly fell towards his head. What is this? When Ling Xiao raised his head to look, the dark gray pearl directly entered his sea of consciousness through his forehead. After the dark gray pearl entered Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, it found a corner and calmly floated there without making any strange movements. However, the small tree at the side was shaking incessantly. Inside the small tree, Lu Wing stared at the dark gray pearl with his old eyes wide open. This is the innate yin wind pearl. How could this brat obtain its approval? This is too inconceivable. Lu Wing muttered to himself with a face full of disbelief. He moved the small tree away from the dark gray pearl as much as possible, clearly extremely fearful of it. Ling Xiao stared blankly for a long time before using his hand to touch his forehead. However, he found nothing strange, and his body didn't feel anything wrong either. For a moment, he couldn't wrap his head around this. What the hell? Could it be that this was all an illusion? Ling Xiao shook his head, completely at a loss for what had just happened. Who cares, this is a blessing in disguise. I broke through to the middle level so quickly, haha. Ling Xiao was a cheerful person, and didn't think too much about things that he couldn't understand. Ling Xiao felt the surging energy in his body and was extremely excited. With his middle-level strength, he could probably fight a high-level mystic cultivator, and with his Xian techniques, he would definitely win. That's right, where is the lunar wind beast? Ling Xiao suddenly came to a realization and looked around, but didn't find any traces of the lunar wind beast. Seeing that the lunar wind beast wasn't found, Ling Xiao quickly ran back to the cave dwelling. Just as he passed by the circular area, he saw a deep hole in the cliff. Upon closer inspection, he found that the lunar wind beast was actually in the deep hole. Ling Xiao's expression changed, and just as he was about to run away with all his might, he couldn't sense the lunar wind beast's aura, and couldn't help but stop. Could it be that the lunar wind beast is dead? Ling Xiao looked at the big hole and the huge body that was squeezed against the cliff, and couldn't help but wonder if the lunar wind beast was dead. Ling Xiao went closer to check, and sure enough, the lunar wind beast was dead. Not only was Ling Xiao unhappy, but he also became serious. Did the bead kill the lunar wind beast? Ling Xiao was enveloped by the black wind, and he only knew that the lunar wind beast was sent flying by the black wind. and that one blow had directly killed the injured lunar wind beast. From this, it could be seen how powerful the black wind was. The lunar wind beast was a 4th-level spirit beast, which was comparable to a human king stage expert. But it was killed by such a blow. It wasn't hard to imagine how magical the lunar wind bead was. Ling Xiao sensed the surroundings and didn't find anything wrong. So he walked towards the lunar wind beast and said, "This big guy's meat should have a lot of energy, but I don't know if I can eat it. Right, its beast core is mine." Ling Xiao waved his hand, and a wind blade cut towards the lunar wind beast's head. Swoosh! A black wind blade that contained a strong evil aura fiercely attacked the lunar wind beast. The lunar wind beast's body was instantly cut into pieces, and its flesh was directly corroded by the black wind. Only a beast core that was the size of 2 fists was left behind. What's going on? Ling Xiao stared blankly at what he had done, and he didn't understand how his wind blade could emit such a strong evil aura. Could it be that the 3 parts restoration chi absorbed the black wind, and so my wind attribute has the evil aura? Or is it because of the strange bead? Ling Xiao couldn't understand, and he couldn't help but think of these 2 reasons. After thinking for a while, Ling Xiao went forward and put away the beast core of the lunar wind beast. He grinned and said, "The evil aura of the innate evil aura is really cool. Even a high-level mystic cultivator would be corroded if they were hit by it, haha." Chapter 94. Ling Xiao hadn't obtained any benefits inside the secret territory, but he had obtained innate wind evil chi outside the secret territory, and had even broken through to the mid-level profound realm in a short period of time. This really made him feel very happy. Moreover, there was a large field of wind grass in front of him. The wind beast was dead, so these wind grass had become ownerless. If it wasn't his, then whose would it be? But there are at least 1,000 stalks of wind grass here. Even if I pick them all, I don't have a storage box. What a headache. Ling Xiao scratched his head, feeling distressed. With so many wind grass, if he didn't have a storage box, it wouldn't take long for his spiritual chi to run out, and their medicinal efficacy to disappear. At that time, there would be no use in picking them. The wind grass could allow a wind-attributed martial artist to increase the purity of their wind attribute, and also give them the opportunity to condense the wind evil chi. But now that Ling Xiao had the Xiantian wind evil chi, these wind grasses were not essential to him. But if he took these high-grade spirit grasses back to the auction house, he feared that they would fetch a sky-high price. This was an opportunity to make a fortune. What's more, Solitary Eagle also had some wind attribute spirit grass that he could absorb. If his comprehension ability was strong enough, condensing a bit of wind evil chi would be enough for him to enjoy endless benefits. However, with so many wind grass in front of him, even if Ling Xiao wanted to pick them all, he didn't know how to store them. Damn, if I had the legendary space ring then I wouldn't have to worry so much, Ling Xiao cursed. Just as his thoughts turned, the ring in his hand flashed slightly. Suddenly, something seemed to appear in front of Ling Xiao's eyes. In his mind, there was an empty space of more than 10 square meters. There was a scroll, an ancient beast skin scroll, and a few small bottles floating in it. In another corner, there were some spirit herbs and beast cores. Ling Xiao's face was filled with shock, his eyes slowly moving to the ring he was wearing. His pupils shrank. He actually saw the same thing on the ring as in his mind. Ling Xiao used his consciousness to think of the scroll, and then the scroll immediately appeared in his hand. This is a space ring. Ling Xiao swallowed and said to himself. Then, holding the scroll in his hand, Yang Kai looked up to the sky and laughed. Ha ha, ha. My luck really isn't random. This is definitely an Earth Emperor rank space ring. I knew it. How could an Earth Emperor rank space ring be an ordinary ornament? Looks like even the wind grass won't be able to escape. Ling Xiao once again used his spiritual sense to summon the space ring, and the scroll in his hand immediately returned to the space ring. He only felt that the space ring had a flesh and blood relationship with it, as if it was a part of his body. As long as he willed it, it would accept his will. As expected, it's convenient. No wonder the books say it's so miraculous. Just a dozen square meters is enough for me to store many things. In the future, I won't have to carry it on my back all the time. Since Mengqi has obtained the inheritance, it's not a loss for me to obtain this spatial ring. Ling Xiao looked at his spatial ring with satisfaction. Putting away the Yin Wind Beast's beast core, he began to harvest the nearby Yin Wind grass. It took Ling Xiao half an hour to harvest nearly 1,000 Yin Wind grasses in the vicinity. Ha, I've struck it rich this time. Ling Xiao laughed with satisfaction and prepared to return to his immortal cave. Boom! In an instant, a series of explosions rang out, and the ground began to crack and shake. Not good, Mengqi. Ling Xiao almost lost his footing when he suddenly thought of Yun Mengqi in the immortal cave. He couldn't help crying out in alarm and rushing towards the immortal cave. However, before Ling Xiao could even get close, the entrance to the immortal cave had been completely sealed off by the falling boulders. The situation inside the immortal cave was unknown, and the only thing that could be seen was a cloud of dust. The shaking stopped, and everything returned to normal. No, Mengqi is still inside. Mengqi, you can't have anything happen to you. Ling Xiao's expression became tense. His heart was abnormally uncomfortable, and his sword and saber slashed at the boulders in his hand. Boom boom. Those boulders were sent flying by Ling Xiao's saber and sword qi. It was a pity that there were too many falling boulders, and they were large and hard. Based on his strength as a middle-stage mystic cultivator, it was impossible for him to destroy all these boulders in a short period of time. Even so, he still used all his strength to attack with all his might. At this time, there was also an explosion sound from the collapsed immortal cave. Boom. It was even louder than what Ling Xiao had done. The boulders at the entrance of the immortal cave were blown away by the energy that came from inside. Ling Xiao was also pushed back a dozen steps by that powerful aura. After the entrance of the immortal cave was broken through, a ray of fire shot towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao waved his sword and saber, and was about to meet it when he realized that it was the young Qilin that had turned into a small lion. The young Qilin immediately scuttled into Ling Xiao's arms. Ling Xiao hugged it and stroked its crimson fur. Little guy, are you alright? The young Qilin did not respond to Ling Xiao's words. Instead, it bared its sharp fangs and looked towards the entrance of the immortal cave. Its eyes were filled with hostility. At this time, Yun Mengqi walked out of the immortal cave. She was surrounded by a blue light that was as clear as water. A powerful aura caused the surroundings to feel extremely pressured. It was obvious that her strength had not only recovered but had also improved. Her delicate face was even more perfect and pure, and her beautiful eyes rippled with an indescribable feeling. It was like a pool of quiet and serene water, clear and deep, making it even more difficult for people to see through her thoughts. Her snow-white skin was filled with a jade-like luster, and her entire person became even more beautiful and peerless. At this moment, Ling Xiao was completely stunned by Yin Mengqi's charm. Damned bastard, you dare to break my inheritance. I'll kill you. Yin Mengqi looked at the young Qilin in Ling Xiao's arms, her beautiful eyes flashing with killing intent. The young Qilin in Ling Xiao's arms roared at Yun Mengqi, not the slightest bit afraid of her. How could a young Qilin that could fight against a high-level 4th-level lunar wind beast be afraid of a spirit master human? Crap! Ling Xiao's expression jumped. He knew that the young Qilin had definitely caused trouble. The inheritance had been broken. To Yun Mengqi, this was an inestimable loss. No wonder she was so angry. Throw it over and let me kill it. Yun Mengqi's beautiful eyes stared at Ling Xiao as she spoke. Her voice was filled with indifference, as if she had completely changed from before. Mengqi, it was me who saved it. If you want to blame someone, blame me. I don't think it did it on purpose. Ling Xiao comforted Yun Mengqi. Could it be that you don't know that I'm in the middle of accepting the inheritance? Do you know how great my loss is? If I had more time, I would definitely have been able to take another step forward. Yun Mengqi looked at Ling Xiao angrily. How could Ling Xiao not know how important it was for people to break through to the martial tier? Not to mention that the higher the martial tier, the more difficult it was to break through. Sometimes it would take several years, or even tens of years to break through. But now, Yun Mengqi had obtained the inheritance that everyone dreamed of. But in the end, It had been broken by the young Qilin. You couldn't blame Yun Mengqi for being so angry. But since things have come to this, I think we should just let it go. Look at how cute this thing is. Could it be that you have the heart to kill it? Ling Xiao exonerated the young Qilin. Yun Mengqi angrily glared at Ling Xiao. Coldly snorting, she turned around and once more returned to the cave. "Ai, little fellow, you've caused a huge disaster. I'm afraid this young master's happiness will be ruined by your hands." Ling Xiao rubbed the young Qilin in his bosom. However, to be honest, even though Yun Mengqi's strength had increased by a lot, he didn't think that Yun Mengqi would be a match for this little fellow in his arms. This little fellow's strength was at least at the 3rd or 4th level, comparable to a human king stage expert. The young Qilin stared at Ling Xiao for a moment before closing its eyes and going back to sleep. It seemed to be especially confident in Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had no choice but to carry it back to the cave residence. Ling Xiao entered the cave and placed the young Qilin to the side. Then he saw Yun Mengqi was currently burying the skeleton that had already turned to blue ash on the ground. "Mengqi, I'm really sorry. I didn't think things would turn out like this." Ling Xiao very sincerely apologized. After burying the blue ash, Yun Mengqi respectfully bowed 3 times towards the burial ground before lightly replying, "I'm also in the wrong. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to live until now, let alone obtain senior's inheritance. I should be satisfied." Since Yun Mengqi had said this, Ling Xiao didn't continue to explain. However, he could feel that there was an invisible barrier between him and Yun Mengqi. He didn't dare to flirt with her like he did before. "Let's go. We should be able to find a way out. The Yin wind and baleful qi have all disappeared." Ling Xiao couldn't help but change the topic. At this time, Yun Mengqi turned around to face Ling Xiao. Her beautiful eyes stared unblinkingly at Ling Xiao. "If we leave this place, our fate will end here." Ling Xiao felt a burst of pain in his heart. This woman was truly fickle. She had clearly fallen for him after he saved her. But now that she had recovered her strength, she became arrogant and disdainful of him. This made him feel extremely uncomfortable. He felt as if he had been cheated. "All right." Ling Xiao acted as if he didn't care and spread out his hands. He had a forced smile on his face. "Then let's go. If we really can't find a way out, we'll climb up from here." Yun Mengqi hadn't expected Ling Xiao to be so carefree. "I see. Why don't you leave first? I want to stay here for a few more days. I feel like the scenery here isn't bad." Ling Xiao looked left and right, pretending to be enjoying the scenery. Anyone could see that this reason of his was extremely strong. Other than rock cliffs, there was only rock cliffs. How could there be any scenery here? Yun Mengqi's beautiful eyes flashed with a complicated light. She nodded and said, "All right, then I'll leave first." After speaking, Yun Mengqi really did start walking out of the cave. Looking at Yun Mengqi's alluring figure, Ling Xiao's face contorted as he clenched his fists. In his heart, he encouraged himself. "Yun Mengqi, one day you'll regret your choice." Just as Yun Mengqi reached the cave entrance, she stopped and said, "If you really like me, then use your actions to prove your ability. If one day you can surpass me, then maybe I'll really consider being with you." Chapter 95. With that, Yun Mengqi left the cave. Ling Xiao looked up at the departing Yun Mengqi and clenched his fists even tighter. Then he heard Yun Mengqi's voice from afar. "I'll wait for you at the Purple Sky Sect." "The Purple Sky Sect? I'll go." Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with light as he confidently said to himself. After hearing Yun Mengqi's words, he knew that Yun Mengqi wasn't completely uninterested in him. Perhaps she had her own difficulties. After all, the difference in strength between them was too great. Even if she was willing to put down her pride and be with him, the power behind her would definitely not allow them to be together. On top of the cliff, Yun Mengqi looked back in the direction of the cave, her beautiful eyes filled with reluctance as she muttered to herself, "Ling Xiao, I'm doing this for your own good. If one day you can really come to the Purple Sky Sect and obtain their approval, then we might be able to be together. Otherwise, this will only cause you to be killed. Goodbye. I hope you can come to the sect as soon as possible. I'll wait for you." With that, Yun Mingqi's figure spread out, and she continuously leapt upwards. Every time she leapt, she would rise tens of meters in height. Moreover, her speed was extremely fast, as if the steep cliff didn't affect her at all. It could be seen that her current strength was no longer the same as before. Inside the cave, Ling Xiao found the 8 millennium luminous pearls and placed them in his spatial ring. According to him, this secret realm had already been abandoned, and he wouldn't be coming back in the future. It would be a waste to leave them here, so it would be better to take them all. Outside the cave, Ling Xiao looked at the cliff that was thousands of meters high and became distressed. With his strength of a mid-stage profound disciple, how could he climb up? There were no hooks to climb up, and if he accidentally fell, even if he didn't die, he would be crippled. Ling Xiao wandered around the vicinity, and after confirming that there was no other way out, he dejectedly returned to the cave entrance. What should I do? Do I really have to climb up? Sigh. Right at this moment, the young Qilin that was lying not far away woke up. It slowly crawled up, then discovered Ling Xiao, and jumped towards Ling Xiao. The little guy woke up so quickly? Ling Xiao said as he rubbed the young Qilin's head. The young Qilin licked Ling Xiao's hand and then let out a low cry, as if it was sending some kind of message to Ling Xiao. What's wrong with the little guy? Are you hungry? Ling Xiao guessed. He didn't expect that the young Qilin could really understand human speech. It revealed a human-like expression and nodded lightly. It stuck out its tongue and panted lightly, as if it was really extremely hungry. You little guy, you almost made me fall out of love, you know? You still have the nerve to ask me for food. I really admire you. Ling Xiao said to the cute little thing teasingly, and then opened up the dried meat wrapped at the side. Eat. Don't be picky. This is all I have. I don't have any more beast cores for you to eat. Ling Xiao said as he handed the meat to the young Qilin. This time, the young Qilin wasn't picky and directly bit down on the dried meat. In just a few bites, that large piece of dried meat was almost completely eaten. Ling Xiao only turned his head to look at his dried meat. The last bit had almost been swallowed by the young Qilin. Hey, leave some for me. This is the last bit of dried meat I have. Ling Xiao quickly reached out to grab the dried meat. Unfortunately, his movements were still too slow. The young Qilin opened its mouth and swallowed the last bit of dried meat. Damned bastard. Ling Xiao was filled with hatred and raised his hand to attack the young Qilin. But when he thought of the young Qilin's shocking combat strength, he couldn't help but pull back his hand. He bitterly said, "Aren't you going to starve me to death?" Sigh. The young Qilin ignored Ling Xiao and yawned before running out of the cave. Hey, where are you going? Ling Xiao called out to the young Qilin, but when he saw that the young Qilin ignored him, he said, "Forget it. Let this troublemaker go. I'll rest up and see if I can slowly climb up." Ling Xiao found a clean place and lay down to sleep. He planned to rest up and climb up himself. Otherwise, there was nothing else he could do. After sleeping for about an hour, Ling Xiao felt something wet on his face. He couldn't help but open his eyes. You little guy, why are you back? Go play to the side and don't disturb my sleep, Ling Xiao said to the young Qilin in front of him. But the young Qilin continued to lick his face as it kept on making low cries. Ling Xiao covered his ears and turned his face to the side, ignoring it. The young Qilin had no choice but to bite at Ling Xiao's pants and pull. Little guy, what the hell are you doing? Ling Xiao said impatiently as he sat up. Following that, he saw that in front of him was an enormous rank 3 flaming tiger. This flaming tiger was already dead, and fresh blood was still flowing from its neck. It was obvious that it had just died. You got this? Ling Xiao asked the young Qilin in surprise. The young Qilin nodded and pulled at Ling Xiao's pants again. It was obvious that it wanted Ling Xiao to eat this flaming tiger. At least you know what's good for you, little guy. Ling Xiao rubbed his hands together and walked in front of the flaming tiger. With the blue crystal sword in hand, he immediately began to dissect the flaming tiger. This flaming tiger had a lot of good stuff. The most precious was, of course, the beast core, the tiger's skin, the tiger's tendons, the tiger's penis. When Ling Xiao divided out the usable materials, he realized that the beast core had disappeared. He immediately looked at the young Qilin. and saw that its entire body was emitting a strong fiery essence qi. It seemed to be much more energetic than before. Ling Xiao cursed in his heart. If I knew this would happen, I would have kept the beast core. What a prodigal! After eating the roasted tiger meat, Ling Xiao absorbed the dissolved Qian energy. This feeling was really great. Little guy, seeing that you're so filial to me, I'll give you a name. From now on, I'll call you Prodigal. Ling Xiao said as he rubbed the young Qilin's head. He paused for a moment, then said, Prodigal, quickly bring me to see how you caught this flaming tiger. Ling Xiao had checked and there were no spirit beasts nearby. He really couldn't understand how the young Qilin could catch this flaming tiger. He thought that he might be able to find a way out. The young Qilin trembled as it walked out of the cave. Then, it turned back to look at Ling Xiao. It was obvious that it was leading the way. Wait, there's still a lot of meat here. We can't waste it. Ling Xiao kept the rest of the flaming tiger's meat, before following the young Qilin out of the cave. Then, he saw the young Qilin return to its 1.5 meter size. Its entire body was emitting a strong fiery aura. It looked majestic and cool. Prodigal, I know you're very handsome and cool, but I want you to tell me where you caught this flaming tiger, Ling Xiao said. At this moment, the young Qilin actually flew into the air and headed towards the cliff. Ling Xiao couldn't wrap his head around it. He didn't expect the young Qilin to have the ability to fly. This was too miraculous. Hey, Prodigal, quickly come down and bring me up. I can't fly. Ling Xiao hurriedly shouted upwards. He was extremely excited. He could finally leave this place where even birds wouldn't shit. The young Qilin descended once again with a very pleased expression. It was obvious that it was very pleased that Ling Xiao had a request for it. Without another word, Ling Xiao directly jumped onto the young Qilin's back and shouted, Prodigal, quickly bring me up. It's really worth it for me to risk my life to save you. The young Qilin didn't seem to have any difficulty carrying Ling Xiao. With a single step, it directly flew upwards. Ling Xiao, who was sitting on the young Qilin's back, felt a burst of joy. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. I'm finally out. I'm finally out. It was no wonder that he was so happy. There were a few dangerous situations and he almost died here. If it was anyone else like him, they would probably be even more excited. The first thought that came to Ling Xiao's mind was to find the Golden Wolf King. This was the first spirit beast that he had subdued. He definitely couldn't let anything happen to it. He had to nurture it well. However, before that, he still had to wander around the cliffs to see if there was any possibility of finding the spirit grass. Ling Xiao didn't think that he would be delayed in order to find the spirit grass. When he saw the Golden Wolf King again, it almost died. This made him furious, and a great battle was about to break out. Ever since Ling Xiao fell into the abyss, the Golden Wolf King and the Blue Flame Wolf had been walking around the cliff. Every day and night, there would be a period of time where they would mourn towards the bottom of the abyss. The Golden Wolf King knew that its master wasn't dead, or else it wouldn't be alive. It was subdued by Ling Xiao, and the beast's core had a drop of Ling Xiao's blood essence. Its loyalty to Ling Xiao was absolute, so it waited for its master to appear every day. The Golden Wolf King and the Blue Flame Wolf, one at the upper stage of the second level, and the other at the middle stage of the second level, were considered very powerful existences in the outskirts of the mountain range. However, ever since the Mystic Illusion Valley's fog dispersed, the boundary between the outskirts and the inner periphery became no longer mysterious. Many mercenaries and adventurers could come here to search for spirit grass and kill spirit beasts. Furthermore, no one knew who spread the news that there was a mystic realm's existence in this area between the two worlds. For a moment, the big and small forces in the city all wanted to try their luck, to see if they could find the existence of the mystic realm. Hence, the boundary between the two worlds became bustling. Apart from those mercenaries and adventurers, the three great families in the city also sent people out to search for the mystic realm. The other small families also didn't want to miss this golden opportunity, so they also joined the ranks of the search. Just a few days ago, they saw a huge change under the chasm between the two worlds. The Yin wind and baleful qi completely dissipated for a moment. This was another shocking change after the disappearance of the Mystic Illusion Valley. Hence, Everyone was even more certain that there must be a mystic realm nearby. Everyone exerted themselves and started to carry out a carpet search in the vicinity. However, the nearby spirit beasts were mostly rank 2 and above. There were even quite a number of rank 2 spirit beasts, and there were also herds of spirit beasts. If the human warriors searched like this, it would be difficult for a rabbit to fight with the spirit beasts. Hence, a large number of human warriors with insufficient strength died under the claws of the spirit beasts, and many spirit beasts became materials for the human warriors to fight over. As a result, the Golden Wolf King and the Blue Flame Wolf were inevitably discovered by the human warriors. Some of the weaker mercenaries and adventurers died under the claws of the 2 spirit beasts. However, these 2 spirit beasts also attracted the attention of others because of this. Firstly, the Li and Lan families wanted to make a move on these 2 spirit beasts. Chapter 96. Ever since Ling Xiao killed the daughter of the Li family, Li Qingqing, and the young master of the Lan family, Lan Guangxing, the head of the Lan family expressed goodwill towards the Li family. The 2 families formed an alliance, and the Lan family followed the Li family's lead. This time, the leaders of the 2 families were Li Qingqing's father, Li Yuanlong, and Lan Guangxing's father, Lan Dingshan. Of the 2 of them, one had lost his daughter, and the other had lost his son. They took the opportunity of finding the secret realm to relax and find trouble with Ling Xiao. This was because the news of Ling Xiao's appearance in the mountain range had reached the ears of the Li family and the Lan family. Their goal this time, other than finding the secret realm, was to kill Ling Xiao in the mountain range and take revenge for their daughter. However, the 2 families did not find the secret realm or Ling Xiao. Instead, they encountered 2 wolf spirit beasts at the edge of the cliff. Thus, they planned to surround and kill the 2 spirit beasts so that they would not return empty-handed. This time, the Li family sent out 20 experts. Each of them was a deacon of the Li family, and they all had the cultivation of low to high-level mystic cultivators. The Lan family had fewer people, but they still had 8 mystic cultivators and 5 high-level Xian cultivators. The 2 families had a total of 33 people, and they were the largest group in this mission. At this time, Li Yuanlong and Lan Dingshan gathered together. The 2 of them had the strength of peak mystic cultivators, and as long as they had the opportunity, they would have the chance to step into the ranks of spirit masters. Brotherly, how about we go kill those 2 spirit beasts together? Lan Dingshan asked Li Yuanlong. I know Brother Lan is itching, but before we find the secret realm, we should preserve our strength. After all, the Ling family and Luo family have sent out many people. Li Yuanqing disagreed. Brother Li has thought it through. Then let me go. Lan Dingshan nodded in understanding. That gold wind wolf belongs to our Li family. Li Yuanlong said to Lan Dingshan. Lan Dingshan didn't mind. He nodded and said, of course. We'll take that cyan flame wolf. The people from the Li and Lan clans arrived near the 2 spirit wolves and surrounded them. Immediately after, Li Yuanlong sent out 2 mystic cultivators, one with advanced cultivation and one with intermediate cultivation. Lan Dingshan also sent out 2 mystic cultivators, both with intermediate cultivation. Li Yuanlong said, Li Ming, Li Jun, you 2 work together to kill this golden wind wolf as soon as possible. If you let it escape, I'll deduct half a year of your salary. 2 mystic cultivators from the Li family stepped out and responded to Li Yuanlong, yes. On the other side, Lan Dingshan also said to his family's mystic cultivators, did you hear that? You can't weaken our Lan family's momentum. Yes. The 2 mystic cultivators of the Lan family raised their heads and answered. Following that, the 4 of them dashed toward the 2 spiritual wolves. The movements of the Li and Lan families attracted the attention of all the mercenaries and adventurers. Look, the Li and Lan families are going to attack those 2 spirit wolves. What's so surprising about that? With the strength of the 2 families, these 2 spirit wolves should be easy to capture. That's true. It's just that these 2 spirit wolves are really special. Now that there's such a big commotion nearby, they still dare to appear here. Aren't they courting death? Spirit beasts don't have thoughts. What do they know? For a moment, the surrounding mercenaries and adventurers were all discussing. In another place that belonged to the Ling family's camp. The leader of the Ling family was a middle-aged man who had never appeared before, but he looked somewhat similar to Ling Xiao's father, Ling Zhan. If Ling Xiao was here, he would definitely be able to recognize that this was the commander of the Ling family's 24 tiger guards, Ling Yuan. At the same time, he also had another identity, which was Ling Xiao's uncle. This time, Ling Yuan had been ordered to bring 24 tiger guards to search for the secret realm, which showed how much importance they attached to it. One had to know that the 24 tiger guards were famous in Meteorite City. Only those who had reached the mystic level and were absolutely loyal to the Ling family were qualified to be tiger guards. As the commander of the 24 tiger guards, Ling Yuan's ability was self-evident. He still had 5 tiger generals with strong abilities under him. They were Hu Da, Hu Air, Hu San, Hu Si, and Hu Wu. These 5 people had the ability of a high-level mystic cultivator. The rest of the tiger guards had the cultivation of a low-level mystic cultivator to a mid-level mystic cultivator. Ling Yuan looked at the Li and Lan families not far away and squinted his tiger eyes, saying to himself, Li Yuanlong and Lan Dingshan have come together. It seems that they really think highly of my shower. However, I'm afraid it won't be that easy to take my Ling family's son's life. On the other side, the Luo family had also sent out many experts. There were no less than 20 mystic cultivators, only slightly weaker than the Ling and Li families. In the Luo family's territory, there was actually a young girl wearing a scarf and red satin. She was gorgeously dressed and dazzling. At this moment, she looked at the movements of the Li and Lan families, and her beautiful eyes revealed a strong sense of worry. Next to her stood an old man with a hunched back. The old man held a cane in his hand and wore a cloak on his head, so it was impossible to see his appearance clearly. My good daughter, you've come all the way here for Grandma. You really want Grandma's old life? The old man wearing the cloak said to the girl in red next to him. From her voice, it seemed that she was an old woman. The girl shook the old woman's hand and said coquettishly, Grandma, your body is very strong. You can live for at least 1,000 years. The old woman smiled and said, Silly girl, if Grandma can live for a few more years, I'll be satisfied. At that time, I can also see my great-grandson born. Grandma, the girl said shyly. It was obvious that the girl was extremely shy when it came to the matter of having children. Did Grandma say something wrong? Didn't you bring Grandma out for your lover? The old woman said faintly. Who said I have a lover? I just wanted to see the spirit beasts in the mountains and gain some knowledge for my future training. The girl immediately denied. Hee, that's good. If the Li and Lan families find your lover, don't blame Grandma for not helping you. The old woman teased. Grandma, I'm ignoring you. The girl shouted, stomped her feet, and jogged a few steps forward to watch the Li and Lan families kill the spirit beasts. There were a total of 4 mystic cultivators from the Li and Lan families. With weapons in hand, they attacked the Golden Wolf King and the Blue Flame Wolf. One of the mystic cultivators from the Li family was of the metal attribute, and the other was of the fire attribute. The two of them used powerful mystic techniques to attack the Golden Wolf King. The Golden Wolf King bared its fangs and spat out a golden light towards the high-ranking mystic cultivator. Die obediently, beast. The Li family's high-level mystic cultivator shouted, and waved a second-tier mid-tier saber at the golden light that the Golden Wolf King was spewing. Boom. The 2 golden lights collided and dissipated. The high-ranking mystic cultivator from the Li family took the opportunity to shoot a fire snake towards the stomach of the Golden Wolf King. Fire countered metal. The Golden Wolf King didn't dare to take it head-on, and used its agility to dodge. It opened its bloody mouth and bit towards the mid-ranking mystic cultivator. So fast. The mid-ranking mystic cultivator was shocked and quickly shot out a few more fire rays towards the Golden Wolf King. The high-ranking mystic cultivator from the Li family gathered all his strength. Rays of golden light shone on his heavy sword. After he finished gathering his strength, a seemingly solid golden sword ray slashed towards the back of the Golden Wolf King. The Golden Wolf King reacted quickly and gave up on the mid-ranking mystic cultivator. It spat out a few golden lights to block the golden sword ray. However, the high-ranking mystic cultivator seemed to be very strong. The golden sword ray was not damaged at all, and continued to slash towards the golden winged wolf. The golden winged wolf wanted to dodge, but the mid-ranking mystic cultivator shot out a dozen more fire rays to block its escape route. The mid-ranking mystic cultivator used this move and drained all his Xian energy. His goal was to let his partner kill the Golden Wolf King in one move. As expected, under the cooperation of the two, the Golden Wolf King was hit by the Golden Sword Ray, and was sent flying for a dozen meters. A deep wound appeared on its abdomen. The physical body of a spirit beast is really tough. It's actually able to survive my attack. Lian, hurry up and consume the medicinal pill. We'll attack again. The high-level profound practitioner spoke, and once again charged towards the Golden Wolf King that was crawling to its feet. On the other side, the Green Fire Wolf was being attacked by two mid-ranking mystic cultivators from the Lan family. Because the two mystic cultivators from the Lan family were water element martial artists, they just happened to restrain the fire element of the Green Fire Wolf. It didn't have any advantage in elemental attacks. After only resisting for a while, the Green Fire Wolf had a few more wounds on its body. Blood flowed everywhere, and it looked very pitiful. However, it still bared its ferocious gaze and fangs, ready to fight to the death. The Green Fire Wolf was attacked by two mid-ranking mystic cultivators from the Lan family. Its elemental attacks were also restrained. There were many wounds on its body and its attack power dropped by a few times. Haha, let's see how long you can resist. One of the mid-ranking mystic cultivators from the Lan family was addicted to killing. He laughed wildly and shot out a few blue rays towards the stomach of the Green Fire Wolf. The Green Fire Wolf's reaction was already slow. However, its eyes were filled with ferocity. It looked at the Golden Wolf King, who was also forced into a difficult situation, and let out a howl. Chapter 97. Howl. The Blue Flame Wolf was stabbed a few times by the Lan family's mid-level mystic cultivator, and after flying a dozen meters, it fell into a pool of blood. It died so quickly, how boring. The mid-level mystic cultivator didn't seem satisfied and walked towards the Blue Flame Wolf, intending to carry the wolf's corpse back. Just as the mid-level mystic cultivator came to the side of the Blue Flame Wolf, the fallen Blue Flame Wolf suddenly opened its eyes and jumped up, opening its bloody mouth and biting towards the mid-level mystic cultivator. Ah! The mid-level mystic cultivator didn't expect the Blue Flame Wolf to still be alive and couldn't react in time, so his head was bitten off. The girl in red who was watching from afar turned pale with fright, and couldn't help but close her beautiful eyes. The old woman wearing a cape came behind her and said, "The law of survival is the survival of the fittest. But don't be careless when you're stronger than others. A little carelessness will still lead to a tragic end." The girl in red looked at the fight again, and her beautiful eyes flashed with understanding. She nodded and said, "I understand, Grandma. I will be careful in the future." After the Blue Flame Wolf bit off the Lan family's mid-level mystic cultivator's head, the other mid-level mystic cultivator roared, and slashed at the Blue Flame Wolf's head with his long sword. The sword fell and hit the Blue Flame Wolf's neck. A stream of bright red blood splattered out, and the body fell onto the grass again, unable to get up. The Golden Wolf King had already sensed that the Blue Flame Wolf was killed and immediately howled towards the sky. Its golden needle-like fur emitted a strong light, and its fangs revealed a bloodthirsty savagery. At this moment, it returned to its true nature as a Wolf King, and a strong bestial nature was emitted. Before the Li family's high-level mystic cultivator's sword slashed down, it pounced towards the slightly weaker mid-level mystic cultivator. Its speed was as fast as lightning, and in an instant, it arrived in front of the mid-level mystic cultivator. "Li Jun, be careful," the high-level mystic cultivator warned. Li Jun had just used his full strength to block the Golden Wolf King's path, and used up 80% of his Xian energy. Although he had taken a medicinal pill, his absorption speed wasn't that fast, and his reaction speed had decreased. With his companion's warning, he continuously waved his hands and attacked the Golden Wolf King. However, the Golden Wolf King was determined to kill one person first. It displayed its wind element to the extreme and dodged the attacks one after another. Its pair of giant claws clawed at Li Jun. Li Jun dodged extremely quickly, but his arm was still scratched by the Golden Wolf King's huge claw. He immediately let out a heart-wrenching scream. Half of his bloody arm was gone, revealing the deep white bone inside. Damned beast! The high-level mystic cultivator of the Li family chased after him and slashed at the Wolf King repeatedly. Immediately, the man and the wolf started fighting. Li Yuanlong and Lan Dingshan, who were watching from the side, had ugly expressions on their faces. They had underestimated the two spirit wolves. Li Shenlong once again ordered, Li Tianbao, go and help Li Ming kill this golden wind wolf. Li Jun, return. The Li family's high-level mystic cultivator nodded and moved towards the Wolf King of the mystic cultivator. The mystic cultivator from the Li family who had a crippled arm took a few pills and dragged his crippled arm back to the camp. Immediately, a few people from the Li family helped him to treat his wounds. Another fire elemental high-level mystic cultivator from the Li family joined the battle against the Golden Wolf King. Even though the Golden Wolf King was able to dodge many attacks by relying on its wind attribute, it was still forced into a difficult situation by the combined attacks of the two martial artists. In particular, the martial artist with the fire attribute almost restrained the Golden Wolf King's metal attribute, greatly weakening its attack power and even burning its golden fur. The Golden Wolf King howled twice and prepared to flee in a certain direction. The Golden Wolf King was a mutated three-eyed wind wolf. It could already condense a beast core at the upper tier of the second tier. It had already developed intelligence and knew what fear was. It knew that the other party wanted to kill it. If it didn't escape now, only death awaited it. Not far away, Li Yuanlong seemed to have sensed that the Golden Wolf King was about to flee, so he said with a gloomy face, "Shrink the encirclement and kill this beast together." Hearing Li Yuanlong's command, the mystic warriors of the Li family gathered together, wanting to kill the Golden Wolf King together. The Golden Wolf King's escape routes were all sealed off. Beams of colorful energy blasted in all directions. Boom! Deep pits appeared on the ground from the bombardment of these profound energies, and many trees were smashed into powder by the blade shadows and sword beams. Fortunately, the Golden Wolf King had the wind attribute, and its reaction speed was extremely fast. It managed to dodge the attacks several times. However, there were still a few strands of profound energy that struck its body, causing it to scream miserably. Ling Yuan, who was not far away, watched the battle and muttered to himself, "This wind wolf's reaction is really agile. Under such a tight attack, it can still dodge more than half of the attacks. In the future, when it grows into a third-rank spirit beast, it will definitely be a terrifying existence." However, Ling Yuan still underestimated the Golden Wolf King's true ability. Even Li Yuanlong was the same. They thought that they had more people to win, and seeing that the Golden Wolf King was only at the end of its strength, everyone relaxed their vigilance. After the Golden Wolf King suffered a few slashes, more and more wounds appeared on its body, and more blood flowed out. It decided to escape the encirclement even if it had to, because it seemed to sense that its master's aura was getting stronger and stronger. As long as its master came, he would definitely be able to save it. It was very determined in its heart. The Golden Wolf King stopped and looked in the direction where the 5 people were surrounding it. The fur on its forehead slowly split open, and the third eye appeared. A strange golden light shot out from its third eye at an extremely fast speed. The 5 Li family mystic cultivators in front of it did not even know what was going on before they were hit. The golden light emitted a strange aura, and it directly affected the 5 people's fighting spirit. For a moment, they were all stunned, and their eyes became dull, not knowing what was going on. The Golden Wolf King saw the opportunity and used the last of its strength to charge towards the 5 people. Everyone saw this strange phenomenon. Li Yuanlong's mind shook, and he could not help but shout, "Quickly get rid of it." If they lost these 5 Mystic Realm deacons, they would definitely be punished when they returned. The Mystic Realm was the core strength of every family, and it was not easy to nurture a Mystic Realm. Lan Dingshan also shouted, "Everyone, surround and kill the Golden Wind Wolf." The Lan family was led by the Li family, so they naturally had to show their sincerity. Although they were not needed now, it was necessary to put on an act. The Golden Wolf King seized the opportunity and instantly appeared in front of the 5 mystic cultivators who had no fighting strength. The Golden Wolf King clawed left and right with its claws, and 2 big heads were instantly crushed. Just as the Golden Wolf King was about to kill the other 3 mystic cultivators, beams of light had already shot over. The Golden Wolf King could not escape in time, and its back and abdomen were repeatedly hit by the mystic cultivators of the Li family. Its body was sent flying dozens of meters away, and a few trees were broken by the Golden Wolf King's huge body. Howl! A sorrowful howl resounded throughout the entire valley. Is this wind wolf finally going to be killed? That beam of light shot out from the third eye was really terrifying. It could actually make 5 mystic cultivators lose their fighting strength. This is definitely a mutated wind wolf. Some time ago, a wolf king was born in Wolffang Valley. Could it be this one? The Li family lost 2 mystic cultivators and 1 crippled. In order to catch this wind wolf, they must have paid a high price. No one expected this wind wolf to be so terrifying, but it's finally over. The mercenaries and adventurers who were watching from afar were still discussing with lingering fear. At the Ling family's campsite, Ling Yuan was also shocked. It's actually a mutated 3-eyed wind wolf. How terrifying. But this is also good. It's time for the Li family to shed some blood, lest they don't know what's good for them. Another red-clothed girl heard the Golden Wolf King's sorrowful howl, and her heart was stirred with sympathy. She couldn't help but say to the old granny beside her, "Granny, this golden wind wolf is so pitiful." What's there to be pitiful about? They originally evolved from wild beasts, and their wild nature is hard to tame. If you wander in the mountains alone, I'm afraid you'll be eaten by spirit beasts in less than 2 hours. Will those spirit beasts sympathize with you? The old granny reprimanded the red-clothed girl. The red-clothed girl still looked at the golden wind wolf with sympathy in her eyes, but she also knew that what her granny said was the truth. At this moment, in the deep chasm, a bare-chested youth was riding a scarlet young qilin and playing in the valley. Wasn't this youth Ling Xiao? Ever since he sat on the young qilin, he didn't immediately head up the cliff. Instead, he let the young qilin fly between the cliffs. On one hand, he wanted to enjoy the feeling of flight that the young qilin gave him, and on the other hand, he wanted to find some rare spirit beasts that lived on the cliffs. After a few days of wandering, Ling Xiao had indeed picked 5 low-tier second-grade spirit herbs, 3 mid-tier second-grade spirit herbs, and 1 high-tier spirit herb. This income could be said to be no less than what he had earned in the mountain range. And this made Ling Xiao extremely happy. After Ling Xiao had picked a low-tier second-grade spirit herb, he wanted to continue searching. However, his mind suddenly had a bad premonition, and he seemed to hear the Golden Wolf King's cry for help. These days, he had fallen into the chasm, and because he was too far away, he had lost contact with the Golden Wolf King. Now that he was out, he immediately sensed the Golden Wolf King's presence. Ling Xiao's brows furrowed, and he immediately yelled, "Wastrel, fly up at full speed!" The young qilin listened to Ling Xiao's words, and after hearing Ling Xiao's instructions, it quickly flew up. "Xiao Jin, hold on, I'm back to save you." Ling Xiao sent a message to the Golden Wolf King in his mind. At this moment, Ling Xiao's brows were already furrowed. He definitely didn't want anything to happen to the Golden Wolf King. On top of the cliff, Li Yuanlong wanted to personally end this damned golden wind wolf, or else he wouldn't be able to resolve the hatred in his heart. "Damned beast, today I'll let you have a taste of being cut into pieces." Li Yuanlong held the glittering dagger in his hand as he arrived in front of the dying Golden Wolf King, and said viciously. Even though they had lost 3 mystic cultivators, 2 mystic cultivators had died and 1 was crippled for a wind wolf. His heart was bleeding, and he was filled with hatred. Why did they have to provoke these 2 wind wolves? Even if they killed this wind wolf, it wouldn't make up for their losses. Chapter 98. With that, the dagger stabbed towards the golden wolf's abdomen like a bloodthirsty fang. Oh, whoa. The Golden Wolf King's body was pierced by the dagger, and it once again let out a shocking cry. It wanted to struggle and escape, but its body was already weak and covered in wounds. It was only able to last until now because of its powerful body. Li Yuanlong pulled the dagger out, and blood sprayed out like a fountain. Haha, damned beast, this is your fate for daring to kill members of my Li family. Li Yuanlong laughed heartily as he looked at the struggling Golden Wolf King. His words seemed to be warning everyone that if anyone dared to kill members of his Li family, their fate would definitely be the same as this golden wolf, a horrible death. Li Yuanlong seemed to have gone mad. The dagger in his hand stabbed the Golden Wolf King's huge body 5 or 6 times in a row. Pillars of blood gushed out and beast meat flew everywhere. It made the surrounding people want to vomit. Nearby, the girl in red was so frightened that her face turned pale. Granny, let's go back. This is too cruel. What's there to be afraid of? It's just killing a spiritual beast. Only that brat from the Li family would think that his actions would serve as a warning. How senseless, the granny said harshly. The girl in red didn't dare to go against her grandmother's words, and continued to watch Li Yuanlong's cruel methods. The golden wolf had been stabbed more than 10 times, and it had lost quite a few pieces of flesh. A large pool of blood flowed out, dyeing the surrounding grass red. All right, it's time to send you on your way. Li Yuanlong seemed to have finished venting and muttered to the dying golden wolf. He once again raised the dagger and stabbed towards the wolf's neck. The sharp edge of the dagger sparkled, and it looked like it was about to stab into the golden wolf's neck. Stop. Otherwise, I'll slaughter your entire family. A shocking roar rang out. A figure darted through the crowd at the same time. Everyone only felt a gust of wind blow past them, and they couldn't see who it was. Li Yuanlong stopped and turned around, shouting, "Who dares to spout such nonsense? Get out here!" He had used cruel methods to torture the spiritual beast to let others know that the Li family was not to be trifled with. The spiritual beast was still alive, but someone had already dared to provoke them. This was clearly a slap to the Li family's face. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure appeared in front of the Golden Wolf King. "Xiaojin, hold on. Master hasn't given you permission to die yet, so you're not allowed to die." This person was precisely Ling Xiao. He was half squatting in front of the Golden Wolf King. Seeing it in such a miserable state made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Although the Golden Wolf King was only his slave beast, Ling Xiao would never allow anyone else to trample on or humiliate anything that belonged to him. Moreover, he was very satisfied with the Golden Wolf King from the beginning. It was the first spirit beast he had personally landed, and it had been tortured to such a state by someone else. His heart was burning with a raging fire. However, it was more important to save the Golden Wolf King. Without saying a word, he immediately took out the muscle growth grass that he had just obtained from the cliff. Muscle rejuvenation grass was a mid-tier tier 2 spirit herb. Because it was a wood attribute spirit herb, it had the same effect as the aqua blue flower. However, the effect was much weaker than the aqua blue flower. It was the main ingredient in refining the tier 2 pill, the muscle rejuvenation pill. Ling Xiao ignored everyone's presence and stuffed the muscle growth grass into the Golden Wolf King's mouth. The Golden Wolf King looked at Ling Xiao with lifeless eyes and said, "Moss. Master, if you don't come, Xiaojin will die." "Bullshit. Hurry up and eat this spirit grass for me." Ling Xiao scolded and took out a low tier 2 spirit grass, Bloodstar Vine. The Bloodstar Vine was a low tier 2 spirit herb. It was classified as a non-elemental spirit herb, and had the effect of replenishing blood and nourishing energy. It was something that Ling Xiao and Solitary Eagle had obtained by chance in the mountain range. Ling Xiao appeared with 2 grade 2 spirit herbs in his hands. Everyone around him saw it clearly. Everyone was wondering who this arrogant kid was. How dare he insult a member of the Li family? How dare he insult a member of the Li family? Look, who is this youth? He has a mid-tier tier 2 muscle growth grass and a low-tier tier 2 Bloodstar Vine in his hands. He actually fed them to that spirit beast. Doesn't he know that these 2 spirit herbs are worth more than 10,000 gold coins? What a waste. Perhaps this youth is a savage. Look at his naked body, and he's filthy to the extreme. Have you ever seen a savage holding a sword? He's really stupid. Ling Yuan and the red-clothed girl, who were standing nearby, felt that this youth who had appeared was unusually familiar. His voice was also extremely familiar, but they couldn't be sure when they saw his filthy and messy background. Stinking brat, you dare to ignore my Li family? I'll kill you. Li Yuanlong, who was standing to the side, seemed to have suffered an unprecedented humiliation. He hadn't expected that this savage brat in front of him would actually ignore his existence. He cursed and ruthlessly stabbed the dagger in his hand towards Ling Zhao's back. He used 50% of his strength in this strike. Even if it was a low-tier or mid-tier mystic cultivator, they would still fall under this strike. Nonsense. Ling Zhao's tiger-like eyes flashed, and with a loud shout, he flipped over and flew up, overturning clouds and rain. The third form of the cloud-expelling palm. Ling Xiao blocked Li Yuanlong's sword with one hand, and his palms turned into countless palm shadows that continuously bombarded towards Li Yuanlong's chest. His speed was extremely fast, and every palm was suffused with a fiery aura. The fiery palms flew, and each palm contained a fierce attack from Ling Xiao. Ah! Li Yuanlong was caught off guard, and in an instant, he took a dozen of Ling Zhao's palms. With a blood-curdling scream, his entire body flew backwards. Sir! The mystic cultivators of the Li family cried out in alarm and immediately swarmed towards Ling Xiao. In the Ling family's camp not far away, Hu Lu and Hu Qi, who were behind Ling Yuan, saw Ling Zhao's face clearly and immediately exclaimed, Commander! Commander, it's young Master Ling Xiao. What? Ling Yuan's expression changed and he immediately shouted, Tiger guards, listen up! Follow me to protect Ling Xiao. As soon as he finished speaking, he instantly turned into a golden rainbow and flew towards Ling Zhao's direction. That speed actually exceeded the scope of an ordinary high-level mystic cultivator, and seemed to be even faster than a peak mystic cultivator. The other 24 tiger guards did not hesitate at all, and instantly ignited their shocking auras, and rushed over with Ling Yuan. Not far away, the girl in red saw Ling Zhao's appearance clearly, and her delicate body trembled slightly. Her beautiful eyes were filled with anxiety as she said, Grandma, quick! Quick, save him! Why do you want to save him? Could it be that this kid is your lover? The old granny didn't seem to be anxious at all, and instead asked jokingly, Grandma, if you don't want to go, then I'll go. The girl in red stomped her feet and wanted to rush forward. Who knew that the old granny would grab her delicate hand and say, So many people from the Ling family are going over. Why are you still going over to join in the fun? That kid should be fine. At this time, the girl in red saw that the Ling family's camp had actually all moved out, and her heart finally calmed down a little. Grandma, I want to go over and take a look. The girl in red looked ahead, still wanting to go over and see Ling Zhao's situation. All right, little girl, you've really been bewitched by him. Let me see what's so great about my future grandson-in-law. To actually be able to make my granddaughter so infatuated with him. After the old granny said this, Bai An's figure swayed slightly, and she pulled the girl in red and actually appeared near the Li family's camp. This speed was simply several times faster than Ling Yuan's. If someone noticed this, they would probably be so shocked that their jaws would drop. This old granny was definitely an expert of the spirit master level. Ling Xiao held his saber and sword horizontally, and looked coldly at the Li family mystic cultivators that surrounded him. His entire body was surrounded by a ball of golden light, and it was as dazzling as the sun. His ink-black hair flowed like a waterfall, and his aura rose steadily. Master, Little Flame is dead. The Golden Wolf King weakly transmitted a message to Ling Xiao. After it consumed 2 level 2 spirit herbs from Ling Xiao, all the wounds on its body gradually healed, and its condition was considered stable. When Ling Xiao was here, he couldn't detect any traces of the blue flame wolf, and he had long sensed it. I know someone will die with it. Ling Xiao nodded, and a strong killing intent flashed through his tiger eyes. He didn't think that he would encounter such a troublesome matter as soon as he escaped. Luckily, his strength had greatly increased, or else he really wouldn't dare to be so arrogant in front of so many mystic cultivators. Li Yuanlong, who had been sent flying by Ling Xiao, bounced up from the ground, and wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. His face felt hot. He was a direct descendant of the Li family, a genius that could possibly ascend to the position of Li family patriarch in the future. Now that he was sent flying by a brat of unknown origin, he really lost too much face. He decided to tear this brat into 1,000 pieces. Sir, he is the Ling family's Ling Xiao. Li Jun, who had lost an arm, looked at Ling Xiao and said to Li Yuanlong in astonishment, "He is Ling Xiao." Li Yuanlong and Lan Dingshan said in shock at the same time, "He is the Ling family's young master Ling Xiao? His aura is so strong? Didn't they say that he was only an intermediate mystic cultivator a while ago? I'm afraid he's already at the mystic realm. Just now, every palm of his contained an elemental attack. Isn't that so? From the looks of it, he should be training hard in the mountains." A 17 or 18-year-old mystic cultivator is considered a first-class genius in the city. I heard that he broke through to the mystic realm at the age of 15, but 2.5 years ago, his meridians were destroyed. Now that he's recovered his strength, he actually made Sir Li suffer a loss. I reckon there's going to be a good show to watch. Stop arguing, the Ling family's people are coming. The mercenaries and adventurers around them began to discuss in low voices. I've really worn out iron shoes in fruitless searching. Today, I will take revenge for my daughter. Li Yuanlong's body emitted a powerful fire elemental light, and a scarlet fire sword appeared in his hand. His eyes revealed a strong hatred. Lan Dingshan, who was at the side, took out a long spear and shouted coldly, "Why do you need Brother Li to make a move? Let me personally get rid of this arrogant brat and avenge my son." Lan Dingshan was one step ahead of Li Yuanlong. His long spear was like a snake, emitting a green light as it pierced towards Ling Xiao's throat. It was obvious that he wanted to kill Ling Xiao in one move. Chapter 99. Lan Dingshan used 80% of his Xian energy right from the start. He planned to kill Ling Xiao in one blow without giving him any chance. "Don't you dare touch my nephew!" An earth-shattering roar was heard, and a golden light as sharp as a blade appeared in front of Ling Xiao. Boom! The green ray was blasted into pieces by the golden ray, and did not cause any harm to Ling Xiao. Then, a stalwart figure stood in between Ling Xiao and Lan Dingshan. Ling Xiao looked at the person who helped him, and his heart jumped. He immediately bowed to the person and said, "Xiao greets uncle." Ling Xiao did not have a deep impression of his uncle, but he recognized him as the commander of the 24 Tiger Guards at a glance. His uncle had a very high prestige in the family. Together with his father and the sons of several elders, he was a popular candidate for the position of clan leader. However, this uncle did not care much about the position of clan leader. On the contrary, he was very loyal to cultivation, so he chose to be the commander of the 24 Tiger Guards, and wanted to take on the heavy responsibility of protecting the Ling family. Ling Yuan looked at Ling Xiao from head to toe and suddenly laughed. "Haha, good, very good. I didn't expect that not only did you become a mystic again, but you also broke through to the middle level. No wonder you are a rare genius in our Ling family." Ling Yuan's hearty voice spread through the surrounding valley and reverberated in everyone's ears over and over again. Everyone revealed a look of shock, and soon after, another round of discussion sounded. What did a 17-year-old middle-level mystic mean in Meteorite City? The word genius could no longer describe his existence. This kind of tenbin could be called a demon. A rare genius in Meteorite City in 100 years finally broke out with a super-fast speed of advancement again. In just half a year, not only did he recover his status as a Xian cultivator from a cripple, he once again advanced triumphantly to become a middle-level mystic. This was really too shocking. If Ling Xiao was allowed to continue to grow like this, he would definitely become a leading figure in Meteorite City in the future. Impossible, he's so young. How can he be a mid-level mystic cultivator? Li Yuanlong roared like a madman. However, the truth was right in front of him. He was originally a high-level mystic cultivator. With a closer look, he could sense the aura on Ling Xiao. He was indeed a mid-level mystic cultivator, and his realm was very stable. It didn't look like he had broken through recently. Lan Dingshan, who was standing to the side, also revealed a look of shock. The killing intent in his eyes intensified as he looked at Ling Xiao. At this time, the Ling family's 24 tiger guards arrived behind Ling Xiao and Ling Yuan, forming a standoff with the Li and Lan families. The mercenaries and adventurers hurriedly hid far away, afraid that they would be implicated in the battle. Li Yuanlong Lan Dingshan, if you dare touch my nephew, then I won't rest until you're dead. Ling Yuan shouted at Li Yuanlong and Lan Dingshan. His aura surged, and his whole body shone with golden light. He looked extraordinary, and there was no doubt that he was a general. Ling Zhao's current performance as a Timbin was shocking, and he was also the Grand Elder's successor disciple. Everyone in the Ling family treated Ling Xiao as an important person to protect. Before coming to search for the mystic realm, Ling Tsang, the head of the Ling family, had specially ordered Ling Yuan to protect Ling Xiao if he saw him, even if he had to make an enemy out of anyone. It was enough to show how protective Ling Tsang was of his grandson this time. Li Yuanlong and Lan Dingshan's expressions kept changing. It looked like they were having a hard time making a decision. Once they started a fight with Ling Yuan, it would mean starting a fight with the Ling family. At this moment, although the two families had the advantage in numbers, the Ling family's 24 tiger guards were all experts that were picked out of 100, and their battle prowess was not necessarily weaker than theirs. Good Ling Yuan, let's see how long your Ling family can protect this stinking brat. Brother Lan, let's go. Li Yuanlong shouted coldly, calling for Lan Dingshan to leave. Li Yuanlong could be considered very patient. He was indeed worthy of being the next generation's head of the Li family. If it had been anyone else, they would probably have fought head-on. He didn't dare to start a fight at this moment, mainly because the time was not right. If he really wanted to start a war with the Ling family, he definitely couldn't start a fight unless he had absolute confidence. Otherwise, the Li family would only be destroyed. Before leaving, Li Yuanlong glared at Ling Xiao, then turned around and left with the Li and Lan families. At this time Ling Xiao said faintly, "The matter isn't over yet, and you want to leave? Forget it, Xiao. Today's matter ends here." Ling Yuan looked at Ling Xiao in confusion, but in his heart he was thinking, does this kid really want to force Li Yuanlong into a corner before he's satisfied? Now that Li Yuanlong was willing to lower his head, it was already a loss of face for the Li family. If he provoked the other party's bottom line and really started a fight, it was likely that both sides would pay a heavy price. This was not what Ling Yuan wanted to see. Stinking brat, don't think that just because you have a bit of peace you can jump out and make a fuss. Do you really think that with Ling Yuan and the 24 tiger guards protecting you, I can't kill you? Li Yuanlong said with a gloomy face, clenching his fists tightly. In his heart, however, he was thinking, don't fall into my hands one day, or else I'll make you live a life worse than death. Whether you kill me or not is one thing, but you hurt my Xiao Jin. Don't even think about leaving this place without leaving an arm behind. Ling Zhao's entire body's aura locked onto Li Yuanlong. He paused for a moment before saying, whoever killed the Cyanfire Wolf just now will be buried with me. As soon as Ling Xiao said this, everyone was dumbfounded. Listening to Ling Zhao's words, it seemed like he was saying that these two wolf spirit beasts were his beasts, and in Meteorite City, they had never heard of anyone having such a high-level beast pet. Everyone thought that Ling Xiao was talking big. Li Yuanlong laughed out loud and said, that's right, I forgot that this wolf spirit beast is our Li family's prey. Li Ming, kill this wolf spirit beast and take it away. There are still a lot of good things on its body, we can't waste them. At this time, the Li family's high-level mystic cultivator who was surrounding the Golden Wolf King walked straight towards Ling Xiao, not the slightest bit afraid of the 24 tiger guards beside Ling Xiao. When the Li family's high-level mystic cultivator came to Ling Xiao's side, he threw a disdainful smile at Ling Xiao and said, excuse me, this is my prey. I want to kill it. If the beast's blood stains young Master Ling, then it won't be good. Ling Xiao slightly narrowed his eyes, his killing intent surging. Ling Yuan stopped him from the side. Xiao, don't be rash. Haha. The Li family's high-level mystic cultivator sneered a few times and raised a golden light in his hand, blasting towards the Golden Wolf King that was still lying on the ground. You're courting death. Ling Xiao finally began to move, and his first move was an extremely powerful one. Sword Scar. The Li family's high-level mystic cultivator was already on guard, but he didn't expect Ling Xiao's move to be so fierce, and it was even a fire attribute that countered him. Countless flames shrouded him, and his heavy saber repeatedly swung out several golden rays to block, but there were too many of them, and his golden rays were drowned. The two moves collided, and the Li family's high-level mystic cultivator was forced to take a few steps back, and his body was injured in many places. Bastard! The Li family's high-level mystic cultivator roared, and wanted to use a strong move to kill Ling Xiao. However, there was no sign of Ling Xiao in front of him. At this time Li Yuanlong, who was not far away, exclaimed, "Li Ming, he's behind you." The Li family's high-level mystic cultivator was shocked, and quickly turned around. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Another scorching firelight slashed towards him. No. The Li family's high-level mystic cultivator cried out. He didn't even have time to resist, and was directly split into two by the flame. The corpse that was split into two fell heavily to the ground, and the corpse was still emitting a burnt smell, making people feel extremely disgusted. You actually dared to kill Li Ming Ling Yuan. If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation, today, the Li family and Lan family will not rest until one of us is dead. I mean what I say. Li Yuanlong finally couldn't suppress the anger in his heart, and shouted coldly at Ling Yuan. At this moment, Ling Yuan didn't know what to say. He really didn't think that Ling Xiao would really kill the opponent's people. In his heart, he was both surprised and worried. He was happy that Ling Xiao's strength was really very terrifying, but he was worried that he would really shed all pretense of cordiality with the Li family and Lan family. Later, I'll have someone send over 3 second-tier high-tier weapons, and this matter will be over, Ling Yuan said indifferently. Impossible. Two voices sounded at the same time. One was from Li Yuanlong, and the other was from Ling Xiao. Just 3 high-tier weapons and you want the Li family's deacon's life? Ling Yuan, you're too naive. Li Yuanlong shouted angrily, and then he said, I'll give you 30 second-tier high-tier weapons, and I'll kill 10 of your deacons, okay? You. Ling Yuan was about to get angry when he heard this. Uncle, you don't have to worry about this matter. They killed my spirit beast, so it's only right and proper for me to kill them, Ling Xiao said lightly, as if there was nothing wrong with killing a high-tier mystic cultivator. Brat, aren't you ashamed to say that? So many people saw us kill these 2 wolf beasts, and now that they're about to die, you run out and say that it's your spirit beast. Don't tell me that just because you said a few words that all the spirit beasts in the mountain range are yours, and we can't kill them. What a joke. Do you think we're all 3-year-old children? Li Yuanlong asked coldly, and he also pulled a group of mercenaries and adventurers as witnesses. His goal was to make the Li family and Lan family stand on the side of reason. After a pause he said again, unless you can prove that this spirit beast is yours, you'll have to pay with your life. Why do I need to prove that it's my spirit beast? Ling Xiao said indifferently. Ling Xiao's words not only made Li Yuanlong feel disdain, but even Ling Yuan felt embarrassed for Ling Xiao. He said to Ling Xiao in a low voice, My good nephew, can you stop making trouble? There are so many people watching. Ling Xiao looked around and saw that the mercenaries and adventurers all had playful smiles on their faces. Then he didn't say anything. Instead, he sent a message to the Golden Wolf King. Can Xiao Jin stand up? The Golden Wolf King replied, Master, Xiao Jin is much better now. He should be able to stand up. All right, stand up and come to me, Ling Xiao said again. At this time, Ling Xiao shouted to Li Yuanlong. Open your dog eyes wide and see if this is my spirit beast. Xiao Jin, come here. Just as Ling Xiao finished speaking, the Golden Wolf King slowly got up from the ground, and swayed its body in front of Ling Xiao. It stuck out its tongue and licked Ling Xiao's hand, and its body kept rubbing against Ling Xiao, looking extremely intimate. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Is this high-grade 2 wind wolf really his spirit beast? How is this possible? Could it be that the Ling family really raised it since it was young? But I've never heard of it before. Young Master Ling Xiao has a mid-level cultivation, And with the help of this wolf spirit beast, I'm afraid that no one in the younger generation in the city would dare to compete with him. How terrifying. Chapter 100. If that blue fire wolf isn't dead, doesn't that mean he has two wolf beasts? The mercenaries and adventurers spoke one after another, and the surroundings were filled with confused voices. They didn't believe that the wolf beast belonged to Ling Xiao, but the truth was right in front of them. Li Yuanlong's face was ashen, and he snorted, "Let's go." "Wait, did I say you could leave?" Ling Xiao shouted again. "Did I say you could leave?" If these words were said by a spirit master to Li Yuanlong and the others, no one would think anything was wrong. But coming from a middle-stage mystic cultivator, everyone felt that it was very strange. Although there were 24 tiger guards of the Ling clan present, the Li and Long clan's strength was also very frightening. If they fought, it was unknown who would win. Why was this young master of the Ling clan so arrogant? Could it be that just because he was the successor disciple of the Ling clan's grand elder, he could ignore the clan's interests and start a war with the two clans? "Stinking brat, if you have the ability, then make us stay. Let's see who can leave this place alive." Li Yuanlong turned around and scolded. Ling Xiao didn't say anything else. He poured the wind attribute into his feet, and with the phantom cloud track movement technique, he swept towards the Long clan mystic cultivator with the blue fire wolf. "Kill that brat." Li Yuanlong sensed that Ling Xiao was really going to make a move, and immediately ordered. Ling Yuan also ordered from the side, "Tiger guards, protect Ling Xiao." After Ling Yuan finished speaking, the dagger axe on his back flew out and stabbed towards Li Yuanlong. Lan Dingshan also entered battle mode, leaving behind Tiger, one of the 24 tiger guards, to attack. For a moment, the mystic cultivators of the Ling clan, Li clan, and Long clan all fought together. The mercenaries, adventurers, and the Luo clan all hid far away to watch the show. The nearby red-clothed girl pulled the old lady's hand and begged for help. "Grandma, quickly go help Ling Xiao. What's the rush? If he dares to challenge them, he naturally has some ability. If he doesn't have the ability and still dares to touch them, it only means he's a fool without brains." The old lady replied indifferently, her old eyes staring at Ling Xiao. In an instant, Ling Xiao arrived in front of the Lan family's mid-level mystic cultivator, who was carrying the blue flame wolf's corpse. The silver ghost blood saber slashed down heavily from top to bottom. An ice crystal saber radiance emitted a bone-piercing chill. Cold glance, the first move of the Nya clan saber technique. The Lan family's mid-tier mystic cultivator didn't even think as he threw the green flame wolf away and raised the long sword in his hand to receive the attack. That Lan mystic cultivator didn't even think. The Lan family's mystic chi cultivator reacted to Ling Xiao's attack, but he was sent flying more than 10 meters away by Ling Xiao's attack. His whole body was attacked by the cold air. He shivered and quickly used his Xian energy to defend himself. Lan and Demon, T but by. Another, by Ling's other, A and A by the other clan's by. That said. By. Ling. As soon as he finished speaking, he collapsed. On the other side, the people of the Ling family were fighting with the people of the Li family and the Lan family. A series of explosions rang throughout the entire valley, and colorful lights bloomed like dazzling fireworks. Ling Xiao carried the blue fire wolf and returned to the front of the Golden Wolf King. "Uncle, let the tiger guard stop." Ling Yuan forced Li Yuanlong back with one move and shouted, "Tiger guards, come back." Ling Yuan and the 24 tiger guards retreated to Ling Xiao's side. "Humph, you want to retreat after killing our people? Impossible. Kid, you must die today." Li Yuanlong snorted and charged at Ling Xiao. The flames of war had been ignited. It was impossible to stop here. "Wastrel, bite his arm off." Ling Xiao pointed at Li Yuanlong and shouted into the air. Swoosh. A ray of fire shot towards Li Yuanlong from the sky. Everyone felt their vision blur, and then heard Li Yuanlong scream. Ah! There was a small scarlet spirit beast on his shoulder. It had bitten his shoulder, and his shoulder was forcibly torn off. After the scarlet spirit beast bit off Li Yuanlong's arm, It flew back to Ling Xiao's side and directly landed on Ling Xiao's shoulder, staring at everyone like a tiger watching its prey. Everyone was scared silly by this sudden scene. What kind of spirit beast was this little thing? How could it be so terrifying? It had bitten off a high-level mystic cultivator's arm in an instant. If it had been his throat, he would have died on the spot. The people of the Li family immediately went up to support Li Yuanlong, who had lost his arm, and someone fed him a few more pills to stabilize his injuries. Lan Dingshan also looked at Li Yuanlong worriedly. His back was drenched in cold sweat. He was afraid that the little beast would bite him. He did not know if he was still alive. This is the consequence of hurting my spirit beast. If any of you are still dissatisfied with me, Ling Xiao, I will accompany you to the end. Ling Xiao held his sword and shouted coldly at the Li and Long clans. At this moment, Ling Xiao was like a god of death, emitting an awe-inspiring aura that no one dared to look directly at. Ling Yuan looked at the scarlet beast on Ling Xiao's shoulder and distanced himself from his nephew. He was shocked. How could Xiao have such a powerful spirit beast? Could he be a legendary beast tamer? Kill, quickly kill that bastard for me. Li Yuanlong held the wound on his broken arm and kept shouting. His arm was crippled, and this made him lose all reason. He only knew that he needed revenge. But no one from the Li and Long clans dared to go forward. They were all very afraid of the little beast. Its speed was not something they could keep up with. At this time, one of the Li family's deacons knocked Li Yuanlong out from behind. Let's go, we'll go back first. That deacon had a high status in the Li family, so he directly gave the order to the Li family. He then coldly said to Ling Yuan, when we return, I will definitely report this to my family head. Your Ling family can wait to start a war with us. With that, he left with the Li family. Lan Dingshan hesitated for a moment, then glared at Ling Xiao before waving his hand and leaving with his own people. This won't be peaceful anymore, Ling Yuan muttered to himself as he watched the Li and Long clans leave. When Ling Xiao saw that the Li and Long clans had left, he rubbed the young Qilin's head and praised it. Prodigal, good job. The young Qilin rubbed its head against Ling Xiao's ear as a response. Uncle, thank you so much for this time. Ling Xiao stepped forward and cupped his hands towards Ling Yuan. If Ling Yuan hadn't brought his people to stand on his side today, he probably wouldn't have been able to deal with so many experts from the Li and Lan families by himself. Stinking brat, you've become so arrogant after recovering some of your strength. Let's see how you explain this to your grandfather when we return. Ling Yuan scolded. I'll have my grandfather help me explain this so that I won't be scolded by him. Ling Xiao shrugged helplessly as he mentioned the Grand Elder. You forget it, we'll talk about it when we get back to the family. Ling Yuan was so angered by Ling Xiao's words that he had nothing to say. Uncle, you guys go back first and let grandfather and the others prepare. I'll return in 2 days, Ling Xiao said. No, your grandfather has given a death order. If you see you, you must return immediately, Ling Yuan said resolutely. Uncle, don't worry. No one can take my life. I'll wait for Xiao Jin's injuries to heal before I can return, Ling Xiao said. Ling Yuan thought about it and refused. That won't do. If something happens to you and the Grand Elder blames me, I won't be able to bear the consequences. Ling Xiao wanted to say something, but he saw 2 people walking towards him. Ling Yuan also turned around and cupped his hands towards the old man in the conical cape. May I ask which Luo family elder you are? Ling Yuan couldn't see through this old man's cultivation, but he could tell that he was at least a spirit teacher, so he guessed that he was one of the Luo family elders. Before the old woman could reply, the red-clothed girl ran to Ling Xiao's side and said, Ling Xiao, are you all right? You are? Ling Xiao looked up and down at the red-clothed girl in front of him in confusion. Then he came to a realization and said, You can't be a chubby girl, right? You're the chubby girl, the red-clothed girl said as she stomped her feet. Haha, why are you wearing a veil? I almost couldn't recognize you, Ling Xiao said with a slight smile. After hearing Ling Xiao's words, the red-clothed girl took off her veil, revealing a pure and charming face. If it wasn't the Luo family's Luo Qingshuang, who else could it be? Luo Qingshuang asked softly again, Were you injured just now? Of course not. Only I can injure others. No one can injure me. Ling Xiao said casually. How arrogant. Oh right, what is this little spirit beast? Why is it so scary? Luo Qingxuang pointed at the young Qilin on Ling Xiao's shoulder with a timid look in her eyes. Ling Xiao glanced at the young Qilin and said, I don't know what it is either. As soon as it saw me, it stuck to me. No matter how I chased it away, it wouldn't leave. It probably thinks that I'm a good person. Ling Xiao was very arrogant and didn't seem to be embarrassed at all. As soon as he said this, everyone's faces turned green. This guy's skin was really thick. At that moment, the granny looked up and down at Ling Xiao and said, Not bad, little guy. He's quite suitable to be my grandson-in-law. Grandma, what nonsense are you talking about? Luo Qingxuang shyly glared at the granny. Her face had a rosy glow to it, making her look extremely beautiful. Ling Xiao greets this granny. I've made a fool of myself. Ling Xiao was quite respectful to the granny and immediately bowed. Haha, no need to be so polite. I really didn't think that the Ling family would have such an outstanding youth like you in this generation. Having you as my grandson-in-law is already not bad. The granny said bluntly. Grandma, I'm going to ignore you. Luo Qingxuang stomped her foot and glanced at Ling Xiao before turning around and running back. Girls really are thin-skinned. The granny said before following after her. That's right, uncle. Why did so many people come here? Ling Xiao only just realized that the people from the three great families had all come. There were also many mercenaries and adventurers gathered here. Could something big have happened? Ling Yuan replied. Someone said that there's a secret realm nearby, so everyone wanted to come and try their luck. Oh, Ling Xiao replied softly and then said. There's no secret realm here. It's just a rumor created by someone else. Ling Xiao thought to himself, of course there's a secret realm. It's just that I've discovered it, so you guys won't have a share. I think so too. Other than the chasm, the entire area has been searched, but there's no trace of a secret realm. It seems that we've all been tricked. However, our main mission is still to protect you and bring you back. Ling Yuan nodded. Uncle, you should go back first. You have to believe me. I'll definitely be able to return safely in 2 days, Ling Xiao requested again. You're tuning into the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.